Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are picking up on a new trial. Okay, sorry about that. Had too many windows open. All right, so the new trial that we're picking up on just started yesterday. This is California versus Carlos Dominguez. All right, Carlos is 21 years old. He's in the upper right corner there. And he, over the course of 3 days, he stabbed 3 people. 2 of them passed away, right? So he was arrested on May 3rd. So April 27th, David Breaux was stabbed and he unfortunately was deleted. April 29th, Karim, he was age 20. He was stabbed on April 29th. He was unfortunately didn't make it. And then Kimberlee Guillory on May 1st, she was stabbed. She did survive and she's 64. So you can see he's got 2 counts of first degree with enhancements. Those enhancements are use of a deadly weapon, which include a knife, and then there's special circumstances. So there's multiple deletions. He's eligible for life without parole. Then he's got 2 counts of attempted deletion with enhancements, and again, that's use of a deadly weapon, the knife, and that's causing great bodily injury. So now this is all happening. Let's see, northeast of San Francisco, right? So Davis is the city, and UC is University of California. So UC Davis, he was a student there. He went there. He's on trial for stabbing these people in the spring, as we just talked about, April 27th, 29th, and then May 1st. Now, interestingly enough, let me pull up a little bit more information because he's got a pretty interesting backstory, right? So he was born in El Salvador and he entered the U.S. as an unaccompanied minor in 2009. He's only 21 years old, so that means he was born in what, 2004, 2003. He grew up in Oakland, California. He graduated high school where he attended high school and he graduated with a 3.8 GPA. He was involved in football and track. He enrolled in UC Davis in 2020 as a biological science major. And then he was aspiring to become a doctor so that he could help his grandmother who had type 2 diabetes. Now, he had a girlfriend at UC Davis, and she said that, and friends of his said they started to observe some behavioral changes. Now, this included social withdrawal, neglect of his hygiene, and he claims he was hearing voices and he was communicating with the devil in his dreams. Now, by early 2022, his academic performance started to suffer, and he was actually dismissed from UC Davis April 25th. And as you can see, 2 days later, that's when he went on this spree, if you will. He was arrested on May 3rd near one of the scenes of the attacks after multiple residents reported seeing someone matching his description. He was found carrying a large knife and wearing clothing consistent with witness accounts. Then he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and initially deemed incompetent to stand trial. But then in December of 2023, he was declared competent. Now, the state is not seeking the DP, but they're saying if he's found guilty and sane, he'll face life in prison without parole. If he's found guilty by reason of insanity, he'll be committed to a mental hospital. Now, this is very similar to Chloe Driver. If you guys remember Chloe Driver, she admitted to doing it, and then she went the same route. She admitted to doing it, but she wanted to go reason of insanity. They unfortunately did not find her. I think that was not the right thing. I think she needed help. Just like, I don't know much about this, but from what I know, the little backstory, it seems like he may need some help. Now, the backstory on David Henry Breaux, he's 50. He was stabbed and did not survive April 27th. He was 50 years old. He's a Stanford University graduate, and he became well known in Davis for his mission to spread compassion. All right, sorry guys, I have Carlos as a victim. That's my fault. That he should be he's the defendant. So that's my mistake. Please direct any comments towards me, as that I was the one that created that last night. So that is my mistake. Carlos Dominguez is not the victim. He is the defendant. So direct any comments at me. I did that last night, so that is my fault. All right, so David Breaux, over a decade, he sat on the corner of 3rd and C Streets asking people, what is your definition of compassion? So he recorded over 10,000 responses in a notebook, and he published a book titled Compassion, a compilation of concepts on compassion, right? So David Breaux seems like a pretty cool guy. The city recognized his work by dedicating a compassion bench to him in 2013. Now here's where it gets sad. It was at this bench where he was tragically found stabbed in 2023. His sister Maria has continued his legacy, promoting compassion and healing through public events and the media. Right? So that's a bittersweet story. Now, Karim, I'm going to butcher your name. I'm sorry, Karim, but Karim Abou Najm. I have trouble with that last name. He was 20 years old. He actually was going to UC Davis. He was a senior. He was majoring in computer sciences. He was just weeks away from graduation. He's originally from Lebanon, and he moved to Davis with his family and quickly became an integral part of the community. He was working on innovative research to help the hearing impaired and was known for his passion in learning and building community through education. Now, this is pretty cool. He co-founded Cornish, right? It's a platform that supports undergraduate researchers, and he won multiple awards for his work, including a People's Choice Award from Blackstone Launchpad. So this guy had some serious potential, you know. I mean, he was already realizing it, and unfortunately, his life was cut short. He was biking home from a university event when he was fatally stabbed. So that's Karim. Now, the one that survived, Kimberlee, she was stabbed May 1st. She's 64. Now, she was in a homeless encampment, of all places. Her story, I mean, all these people's stories is just amazing. She was living in a tent at a local encampment when she was brutally attacked and stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen. Now, despite that, she actually survived. She had a lacerated liver and kidney. She later went on to help law enforcement identify the attacker. Now, before this happened, she had lost her daughter to cancer and was facing housing instability. So after she survived, she's become a symbol of resilience. A GoFundMe organization in her name raised over $60,000, helping her secure stable housing and support. She has since spoken out about homelessness and healing and expressed a desire to advocate for others in similar situations. So that's, I guess, if anything positive is to come of it, that's one thing that's going to come out of this, you know. So she was homeless, and now people raised $60,000 for her. So, all right. Yeah, I know, right? David Henry Breaux seems like a BMF. Yep, I'd be friends with him. What an awesome way to spell Breaux. Totally. All right, so let's move on. Yeah, I know. What an amazing lady. So glad something good came out of the tragedy. I agree. All right, Mallory Beavers, hello to you. Kathy Davis, Green Eyed Cat, good to see you guys. JWDMG, you saw the first day of trial? Okay, yep. I will definitely let you know when the verdict is in for sure. And hey, Meg, good to see you. All right, Yep, I've got my eyes out over here. Let's see. All right. All right, let's get started. Let's get started on this. Day one, day two, this is yesterday. Here, hold on. Let me just pop that back up there. Let me pop this. Mallory Beavers, welcome to Rabbit Ears. 2 months for you, fantastic. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's throw my logo. I'm going to move this down here. All right. All right, so this is day one. It started yesterday, but we're hoping that we can catch them on day two. All right, here we go, day one.
So that's my proposed instruction that we talked about last week. Mr. Demore, any comments on that?
The people are okay with that instruction now.
Okay, thank you, Counsel. Mr. Hutchinson?
I agree.
Okay, great. So we have that. And then the second...
All right, looks like we need to bump some audio here, so let me work on our audio filters. Get us some gain. Do a little compression. Okay, let's see where we stand now. Let me rewind it. Let's see where we stand. See where we go.
The purpose upon its completion has no bearing on this case. And so that's my proposed instruction that we talked about last week. Mr. Demore, any comments on that?
The people are okay with that instruction now.
Okay, thank you, Counsel. Mr. Hutchinson?
I agree.
Okay, great. So we have that, and then the second order of business here is that there was an opening statement PowerPoint drafted by the prosecution, and it sounds like the parties have done some adjusting and or meeting and conferring. And I did get a brief from the defense and a brief from the people on that. And so I'm prepared to go through that one by one. Let's just address the defendant's objection to the draft. It was slide 1 that's been withdrawn. And then slide 13 is the Gallardo text, and the court will overrule the objection. The people can show that. There's a reasonable good faith belief that may come into evidence, and their foundation can be laid for it. So we'll just see whether that happens or not, but I think it's appropriate for opening statement. The photos of David Breaux, Mr. Hutchinson, now that you see the argument set forth by the people on why they have the sequence of photos, do you have any additional comment on that?
Your Honor, I did not receive their opposition. I normally would email it to me, but I did not receive their email. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Van Hert.
It came this morning. Maybe it just hasn't fit. It was emailed out about 6 or...
Well, go ahead and just summarize it. And then Mr. Hutchinson, if you can pull that mic close to you. Thanks.
Yes, Your Honor. And so people's slides here depicting David Breaux, there's a couple of them. And the reason is because we're highlighting a couple key pieces of evidence at that crime scene, specifically the knife sheath that's on the ground, its distance in relation to Mr. Breaux and the bench, and then the pictures of David Breaux. I actually selected photos that don't show his face to minimize any impact in this. There's only one picture in the entire sequence that shows his face. The slides are actually to highlight his clothing, specifically the dirt pattern that's on his clothing. There's dirt that's all down the left side of his leg and on the right knee, and then on his undershirt in the belly area, and then all over his sweater on the top half. And this is all evidence that Mr. Breaux was sleeping on the bench at the time that he was attacked, that he fell to the ground, getting that dirt on him. while he was on the ground, that as the attack is continuing, he's able to get up into a defensive position on the bench, receiving defensive wounds on his arms, and then ultimately expires on the bench. And so the kind of dirt pattern on his clothing is to show what's taking place with Mr. Breaux during the attack.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson. It seems to me they have a good faith argument. It's a little unclear to me as to which witness is going to testify to this sequence of events. Presumably, one of the officers that took the pictures.
Well, what he just described there is argument, but I understand their basis for wanting to show the photos. So I will submit. I'm still trying to pull up.
That's okay. He just explained it. So the exhibits, the slides, I should say, that were numbered 22, 23, and 24, any objection, that's overruled, and the prosecution can show that. And then the one thing I was left with, Mr. Vanderhook, is Mr. Hutchinson said, well, that sounds like argument. It's unclear to me when you brief this on who is going to testify as to the sequence of these photos, and is it that you're going to argue inferences from these photos later, or how is that story that you just recounted coming into evidence?
Thank you, Your Honor. The pathologist who conducted the autopsy of Mr. Breaux has provided a statement, which was previously been disclosed to defense, I think back in February, that Mr. Breaux's wounds and positioning on the bench are consistent with him being laying on the bench in a sleeping position at the time the attack was initiated, and then moves up into a sitting position during the course of the attack, and then just reasonable inferences are being drawn from the dirt that at some point during the attack that he's coming in contact with the dirt.
What's that witness's name?
Dr. Zhu,
How do you spell his last name?
Z-H-O-U.
Okay, all right, thank you. Slide 28 is the Kumada. It looks like the, just a moment. Seems to me that that's just out of his testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. It's
Right.
directly cut and paste from his report.
Right. So slide 28 is okay. Any objections overruled?
May I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
The people can mention it, but that is a exhibit that the defense will challenge and ultimately may not be admitted into evidence. And so the case law talks about the appropriateness of using exhibits during opening statement. There is no error if they're later admitted into evidence. For the people to put an exhibit up there that may ultimately not go into evidence which the defense is challenging, I believe is inappropriate. They can reference it if they will, but they should not be able to project that to the jury.
Mr. Vanderhook, on that legal argument, so basically, if the opposing party flags in good faith a pretrial objection to a physical piece of evidence, here a document, normally during the course of the evidentiary phase of the trial, you would have to lay the foundation, overcome any objections before publishing it to the jury. And so I understand Mr. Hutchinson's argument here. It's different if he doesn't have a good faith basis to challenge it, of course. What's your response?
Your Honor, this expert put together this report, and we have a good faith basis to believe that this is going to be admitted, and we're permitted to do so. The only basis for challenging this exhibit is that the defense has their own expert who has a different interpretation, but the evidence is going to be from Mr. Kumada that these points that he's plotting on this are from the defendant's phone, and that they're all with each point comes with its own precision estimate as to how accurate the points are, and he's going to be able to testify that every single point that's reflected on that diagram has a precision estimate of 65 meters or less. The defense expert is talking about other points that have precision estimates of over 2 kilometers. And so while there is an expert somewhere who disagrees with this, doesn't change the fact that we're going to be able to lay the foundation. And it may ultimately be that this comes in and the defense expert's opinion comes in and then the jury gets to sort it out. But it's not a question of admissibility. What the defense is arguing is essentially that people should not adopt this interpretation or adopt this as what is true. It's not a question really of admissibility. It's of the dueling experts and that their expert wants to rely on points with precision estimates that could put them anywhere in the city.
Okay, the court's heard argument. I'm going to allow the slide 28, and we'll see where it goes in the course of the trial. I don't feel that it would be highly prejudicial if it's shown and later concluded that it's not admitted, and there's a reasonable probability that it will be admitted. So let's go on to slide 32, and slide 32 is relevant. It will be admitted during the course of the trial without question, so the people can show slide 32. And then slide 40 is, and slide 32 was the picture of Mr. Abou Najm, and I have made an order. It's a graphic picture of the deceased, and I've made an order that the news media may not publish this. It's live here in the courtroom. Anybody following this case that feels compelled to see every piece of evidence must come to the courtroom, and we're not going to publish that graphic photo, and we're not going to live stream that graphic photo, and that's an order of the court. Okay, and then we get to slide 40, and just a moment. Right, I don't really have a problem with slide 40, Mr. Hutchinson. So anyway, I think it's evidence that's likely to come in, and so I would overrule any objection to that. Okay, so that's where we're at. That takes care of the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you to both parties for highlighting those issues. And then the only additional comment I have is each side, the prosecution estimated 1 hour for opening, and then the defense said less than 1 hour. And I don't see how a 1 hour estimate, Mr. Vanderhook, is even remotely close when I have a presentation with 70 slides. So I'm a little at odds on how you can do that in 1 hour. Am I missing something?
I think some of these slides are going to have only seconds attached to them, while others have longer time. When I did a practice run, I was close to an hour. I think there was somewhere around like an hour, 10 minutes.
Well, thank you. I'd like you to be close to an hour and 10 minutes, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, and then the next issue I wanted to address was the jury note that I received. So jury number 7 wrote the following. In my jury question, I put down my address, Woodland, California, because that's what it is in my driver's license, and I haven't formally changed it. However, I've stayed in an apartment in the Bay Area. I'm not giving the specifics. He gave me the actual address. In the Bay Area for almost 2 years now, and then someone pointed out to him I might be making a legal mistake, and I don't want to compromise anything. So the law to me is pretty clear that in order to sit on a jury in a county, you have to be a resident of the county, unless the parties stipulate. I think based on voir dire, based on a 28-year history of juror number 7 living in the county, he obviously has close ties to the county and has been here. He acted in good faith at all times. He showed up for jury service here in Yolo County. So I think stipulation would be reasonable, but the parties have to stipulate under these facts. So, Mr. DeMora, I go to you first.
Parties to stipulate for the people with.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson?
Defense stipulation.
Okay, let's keep juror number 7 on, and I'll let him know. We got that. Okay, so we did that instruction. I'm going to pre-instruct in a moment when we get the jury in. I'll read the information. We summarize that, and we've handled the PowerPoint issues. I did see that another motion came in from the people. I'll address that later. Not prepared to address that at this time. So, Mr. Hudson, you may not have seen this yet. It's a motion to eliminate to exclude defendant's hearsay statements, and we'll take this up later this week, as soon as I can get to it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. DeMora, Mr. Vanderhook, any other issues at this time before we check on our jury?
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, anything else?
No.
Okay. All right. So then, to our bailiff, we have 18 jurors, and they're scheduled to be here at 9:30 to start. And so I want you to order them. If you don't have a roster, I want you to line them up out there, so when they come in and can move in 1 through 18. The only thing I'll say is that I moved the third alternate to sit over here next to alternates 1 and 2. And so that's Miss Scale, so she'll sit over here, and then the other 3 alternates will sit in sequence over there. Okay. So that's what we'll do. All right, just a moment. Okay, that's okay. All right, thanks. Okay, all right, super. So we'll be back then when we get in the box, 18 jurors. All right, thank you, folks. Off the record. We're going to go ahead.
The Honorable Samuel T. McAdam, Judge presiding. You may be seated.
Okay, let's go on the record in the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. This is case 23-1391. Prosecutor DeMora, Prosecutor Vanderhook, Defense Attorney Hutchinson, and the defendant Carlos Reales Dominguez present with us. And we have 18 members of our jury present, and it's great to see everybody here on a windy day. Everyone was on time. A great way to start a jury trial. I'm so thankful for your service, and I know our entire community are thankful. We're going to get going here right away. As a practical matter, I've got 3 of my jurors over here on the left, and I am going to move you slightly to the right, but we live stream these proceedings, and I don't want any of the jurors on the live stream proceedings. So I had to put you over there temporarily. I'm going to tighten up the camera angle, and then we'll be able to move you out a little bit. So thank you for your patience today with me on that. Okay, so let's move on and get started here. So the first thing I'd like to do for the jury is to read the information to you. And this is the charging document. Count 1. On or about April 26, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Section 187, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully kill a human being, to wit, with the initials DB, with malice aforethought. It is further alleged that the murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 189, Subdivision A, an enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Count Enhancement 1A, it is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Moving on to count 2. On or about April 29th, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Section 187, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully kill a human being, to wit, initials K.A., with malice aforethought. It is further alleged that the murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 189, Subdivision A, enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Count enhancement 2A. It is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Count 3. On or about May 1st, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Sections 21A, 664 sub A, and 187 sub A of the California Penal Code, attempted murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and with malice aforethought attempt to murder the initials KG, a human being. It is further alleged that the attempted murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 664, Subdivision A, and 189, enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated attempted murder. Count enhancement 3A. It is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Count enhancement 3B. It is further alleged that during the commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully and personally inflict great bodily injury upon any person other than an accomplice within the meaning of Section 12022.7, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, infliction of great bodily injury. Case enhancement A. It is further alleged that the offenses charged in counts 1 and 2 involved the murders of two separate victims within the meaning of Section 190.2, Subdivision A3 of the California Penal Code, special circumstances for multiple murders, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez murdered more than one person, to wit, humans with the initials DB and KA. That's a reading of the charging document in this case. Now I'd like to offer some baseline jury instructions to you. The trial will now proceed as follows. The people may present an opening statement. The defense is not required to present an opening statement, but if it chooses to do so, it may give it either after the people's opening statement or at the beginning of the defense case. The purpose of an opening statement is to give you, the jury, an overview of what the attorneys expect the evidence will show. It is not legal argument. It is simply a preview of the evidence. And we're going to start this in just a minute. After the opening statements, the people will offer their evidence. Evidence usually includes witness testimony and exhibits. After the people present their evidence, the defense may also present evidence, but is not required to do so. Because the defendant is presumed innocent, he does not have to prove that he is not guilty. After you've heard all the evidence and before the attorneys give their final arguments, I will instruct you on the law that applies to this case. And after you've heard arguments and instructions, you will go to the jury room to deliberate. Now, this trial has a special instruction. The defendant has entered pleas of not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. The procedure for this case is to try the question of guilt first, and then, if necessary, to try the question of insanity separately. These are two distinct phases. And I just a moment ago outlined phase 1, opening statements, evidence, legal instruction, argument, and deliberation. That's the outline for phase 1. That's all you need to concern yourself with right now. You, the jury, shall not consider the question of legal insanity in the first phase. You may consider, however, evidence of the defendant's state of mind in the first phase. Also, you shall not consider at any time anything that was stated on the jury questionnaires or stated during voir dire, jury selection. Jury selection serves a specific purpose. Upon its completion, it has no bearing in this case. I will now explain the presumption of innocence and the people's burden of proof in the initial phase of this trial. The defendant has pled as indicated not guilty. The fact that a criminal charge has been filed against the defendant is not evidence that the charge is true. You, the jury, must not be biased against the defendant just because he has been arrested, charged with a crime, or brought to trial. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent. This presumption requires that the people prove a defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I tell you the people must prove something, I mean they must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leads you with an abiding conviction that the charge is true. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. In deciding whether the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, you, the jury, must impartially compare and consider all the evidence that's received throughout this trial. Unless the evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, he is entitled to an acquittal, and you must find him not guilty. You, the jury, must decide what the facts are in this case. You must use only the evidence that's presented in the courtroom. Evidence is the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged with a crime, brought to trial, is not evidence of guilt. Nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. Their opening statements, which we'll hear in just a minute, and the closing arguments, the attorneys discuss this case, but their remarks are not evidence. Their questions are not evidence. Only the witnesses' answers are evidence. The attorney's questions are significant if they help you understand the witness's answers. Do not assume something is true just because a lawyer asked a question suggesting it is true. During the trial, the attorneys may object to questions asked of a witness. I will rule on the objections according to law. If I sustain an objection, the witness will not be permitted to answer, and you must ignore the question. If the witness does not answer, do not guess what the answer might have been or why I ruled as I did. If I order testimony stricken from the record, disregard it. Do not consider it stricken testimony for any purpose. You must disregard anything you see or hear when the court is not in session, even if it is done or said by one of the parties, one of the attorneys, a witness, or even myself. We have a transcript being made of this record. If you decide during jury deliberations that you need to review the record, you may ask that the transcript be read back to you. You, the jury, alone must judge the credibility and believability of witnesses. In deciding whether testimony is true and accurate, use your common sense and experience. You must judge the testimony of each witness by the same standards, setting aside any bias or any prejudice you may have. You may believe all, part, or none any witness's testimony. Consider the testimony of each witness and decide how much of it you believe. In evaluating witness testimony, you may consider anything that reasonably tends to prove or disprove the truth or accuracy of that testimony. Here are some factors, and I'm going to give you written instructions so you don't have to remember all this, but here's some common sense factors in evaluating witness testimony. How well could the witness see, hear, or otherwise perceive the things about which the witness testified? How well was the witness able to remember and describe what happened? What was the witness's behavior while testifying? Did the witness understand the questions and answer them directly? Was the witness's testimony influenced by a factor such as a bias or a prejudice, a personal relationship with someone involved in the case, or a personal interest in how the case is to be decided? What was the witness' attitude about the case or about testifying? Did the witness make a statement in the past that is consistent or inconsistent with his or her testimony? How reasonable is the testimony when you consider all of the other evidence in the case? Now, do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether the differences are important or not. People sometimes honestly forget things or make mistakes about what they remember. Also, two people may witness the same event, yet see it or hear it differently. Okay, my final instruction before I invite the lawyers to give opening statements. If you receive any information about this case from any source outside of the trial, even unintentionally, do not share that information with any other juror. If you do receive such information, or if anyone tries to influence you or any juror, you must immediately tell the bailiff. You must not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your assessment of the evidence or your decision. Bias can affect what we notice and pay attention to, what we see and hear, what we remember, how we perceive people, and how we make decisions. We may favor or be more likely to believe people whom we see are similar to us or with whom we identify. Conversely, we may disfavor or be less likely to believe people whom we see as different. Although we are aware of some of our biases, we may not be aware of all of them. We refer to those biases as implicit or unconscious. They may be based on stereotypes we would reject if they were brought to our attention. Implicit or unconscious biases can affect how we perceive others and how we make decisions without our being aware of their effect. You, the jury, must not be biased in favor of or against any party, witness, attorney, a defendant, or alleged victim because of his or her disability, gender, nationality, national origin, race or ethnicity, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, or socioeconomic status. You must reach your verdict, finally, without any consideration of punishment. All right, those are pre-instructions that the court has given to the jury, and I think I promised all 18 of you that I would wave a proverbial flag each time we moved into a new stage, and we're ready now for opening statements. Okay, so with that, I'll invite Mr. Vanderhook to give an opening statement on behalf of the people of the state of California.
Good morning, everyone. Was introduced to some of you before. My name is Fritz Vanderhook. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. And this is the people's opening statement. Right? Later, you're going to hear a closing argument, and this is an opening statement. And the purpose of the opening statement is to kind of give you an overview of what the evidence is going to be, what you're going to be presented with. So that way, when you're hearing the evidence during trial, you understand where things fit into the big picture of things. During trial, due to scheduling issues or all kinds of things, witnesses can come in a jumbled order in there. And if you don't understand how they fit into the picture of things, it can be difficult to understand their testimony and the scope of what's going on. Some of the witnesses in this case are going to be people who are unhoused, and so they're going to be brought in just when they can be located and brought into court to testify. And so they may come in the middle of another witness's testimony or something like that. And so if we're doing a good job in this opening statement, you'll have a good idea of how everyone fits into what's going on. And so we're first going to look from the kind of 1,000-foot perspective of what is the basics of what's going on in the case. And from the 1,000-foot perspective, it starts on April 27th of 2023 when David Breaux is found dead on a bench in Sycamore Park in the city of Davis. Or sorry, in Central Park in the city of Davis. So David Breaux is sitting upright on a bench in a grassy area. Behind him is a play structure, and you can see that there's a metal railing fence behind him. And then he's surrounded by grass on the front. Now, at the time that he's found, rigor mortis is set in, and he's been dead for a while. He's found that morning of the 27th, and so he's killed sometime on the night of the 26th to the 27th. And he's on a bench that's surrounded by grass in kind of all areas about 50 feet, and it's got this railing to the back. And it's a dark area of the park. The only lighting is this kind of, you have a light there and a light there in the kind of play area of the park. And there's trees in between the lighting. And so where David Breaux is on the bench is dark. Now, the police are called, the police do an investigation, and then 3 nights later, on the night of April 27th, you have Karim Abou Najm, who's killed in Central Park. Now, Karim lives in the housing that's on the left side of the freeway from Central Park, or from Sycamore Park. He lives in the housing there, and he rides his bike through down Sycamore Lane, through Sycamore Park, over the pedestrian bridge, into where he lives to go home. And as he's riding his bicycle down the path, he's attacked and he's stabbed to death. The police respond, the police conduct an investigation as well, and then there is a third stabbing that happens. So Karim is killed on the night of April 29th, and then you have a third stabbing on the night of May 1st of 2023. And so on that night, Kimberlee Guillory is sleeping in her tent, is sitting in her tent that's next to a PG&E substation in the city of Davis off of L Street. She's sitting in her tent kind of on a tablet when somebody stabs her through the side wall of the tent. And the knife goes through the tent and into her body. She's stabbed twice, including a laceration to her kidney, and she's taken to the hospital where she survives. So from that 1,000-foot perspective, we're going to go down to the kind of 100-foot level as to what's going on, what is the evidence that you're going to expect in this case. And to understand the evidence, to understand why this is going to be proven to be a deliberate, willful, and premeditated murder, you're going to need to go back further than when this kind of first comes to light, before David is found in the park. We're going to go back to December 5th of 2022. Now, December 5th of 2022, Carlos Dominguez is a student at UC Davis, and he's struggling. He's not doing well in school. His girlfriend broke up with him months prior. He no longer has a job. His roommates are asking him about rent. And on December 5th, he has finals. So on December 5th, he has this kind of top final for his EDU 110 class at 10:30 a.m. And he's scheduled for several other finals that same day, that same week, going to December 6th, December 8th, and December 9th. So his next final is December 6th at 3:30. Now, we know that during this time frame, he's not spending all this time studying, because Carlos Dominguez goes on to Amazon and conducts a couple searches. He searches on Amazon on his account for combat knife, hunting knife, and combat knife. And he makes a selection of a double-edged dagger that he purchases from Amazon. And it's listed on Amazon as Smith & Wesson SWHRT 9B 9-inch high-carbon SS fixed blade knife with 7.2-inch dual edge blade and TPE handle, outdoor, tactical, survival, and everyday carry. Now, these two images that you see here are of the knife as displayed by Amazon, and you're going to hear testimony from Christopher Kamada with the DA's office high-tech unit that these are images that he recovered from the defendant's phone from December 5th. So these are images that he's seeing while he's shopping, and these are not just stock images of the phone of the knife. These are the ones that he's looking at when he's making the purchase. Now, the actual knife is going to be brought into court, and you're going to see it. Now, for demonstrative purposes during court, we're going to be using a different knife at times. It's going to be 37, and it's the exact same make, model knife. This one's got blue tape on the handle, and it comes in a sheath, and it has a double-edged blade. Now, this particular knife, the one with the blue edge, again, is not the actual knife, and it's been dulled with the grinder so that people in court can handle it and lawyers don't end up cutting themselves. And so it's going to be able to be displayed and moved around in court without creating a risk to people. And this is the knife that he purchased all the way back on December 5th. From December 5th, we move into the spring semester. In the spring semester, Mr. Dominguez is not doing well in school. The university is in the process of expelling him from the university. He's filed appeals with the university to appeal his expulsion, and he's still technically a member of UC Davis, still a student there, but he's on the track to be expelled. Then on April 19th of 2023, he sends a text message to that girl that broke up with him. And he sends a text message, "Hey, what are you doing? You free tonight? You down to hang?" And she answers, "Out of respect for my girlfriend, I don't know if it's a good idea for us to hang." And he answers, "All right." So her response is on the 20th, and then he answers, "All right," on the 20th. So the 20th, when he gets this, again, rejection from this girl, when he's on the verge of being dropped out, we have 5 days later to April 25th, and we can see what he's doing that day. He's scheduled for classes. This is a Tuesday. He has Tuesday and Thursday classes at UC Davis, and we have the start time for classes, and this is going to be an exhibit that you get. You'll get his scheduled classes for that. You're also going to get expert testimony from Christopher Kumada about his forensic analysis of the defendant's cellular phone. And he's going to talk about how the cellular phone saves data for 7 days about a person's location and movements, and he's going to talk about how that works. And you're going to see exhibits that Mr. Kumada prepared showing maps of the area with little pins on them following the location. And Mr. Kumada is going to talk about how phones figure out where they are, how they save that information, how long they save the information for, and how reliable different sources of location information is. And Mr. Kumada is going to talk about how for the exhibits prepared by Mr. Kumada, he's only using what is known as native location data, meaning that the phone is determining what its location is and then recording that. He's also going to talk about the precision estimates of this location data. So the phone records, when it records location, also how accurate is that information. And Mr. Kumada's exhibits are going to be limited to location points where it has an accuracy of 65 meters or less. Okay? And so sometimes the phone has very large precision estimates of over 2 kilometers, and those are going to be points that are left out because they could be in a very wide area, and he's limiting points to points of 65. And so it'd be kind of like the recorder's table is over there, and if we had a point on the recorder's table and we said Mr. Vanderhoek is within 5 meters of the recorder's table, that would be correct, even though the point is on the recorder's table and I'm actually over here. It can give a precision, and so when you see these points, these are not necessarily the exact spot that he was, but it's within 65 meters or less. So on the 25th, we see Mr. Dominguez at his home at 7062 Hawthorne, and he moves down to the UC Davis campus in the area where his classes are. And we have him then moving back again from the UC Davis campus up to his house, all consistent with his activities as a UC Davis student going to courses. Now, on the night of the 25th, what we have here is a power log from the defendant's phone. And so Mr. Kumada is going to talk about this as well, how the phone records when it's powered on and when it's powered off, and then it stores that data, and that when you manually power off the phone, it stores it for a certain amount of time, and when the phone dies of a battery loss, that it's recorded different, and it's recorded for a lesser amount of time. But on the night of the 25th, the phone dies of battery loss at 11:49 p.m., and these stars here at the bottom of the chart are indicating that it's a battery shutdown depletion. And so on the 25th, the phone goes out, and there's no location data for April 26th. And it's on April 27th, the morning of April 27th, that David Breaux was found on the bench. Now, the phone was powered back on the same morning that David Breaux was found. You can see in the green column for power up that it was powered on at 4:57 a.m. the same morning David Breaux was found. So that it was powered on just a little bit before he was found. So David Breaux is on this bench, and this is a sheet that the police will talk about and putting over him for his privacy and dignity while he's on the bench. And we're going to talk about some of the physical evidence that is going on at this scene. Because at the scene, you have David Breaux on the bench, you have a blanket on the ground, and this black night sheet that's on the ground. And on the bench, we have some things that are going to provide some context as to what's going on. You have a backpack here, kind of up on the edge, as if to be used as a pillow. You have a scarf that's up on the backpack, a kind of flannel shirt that's underneath Mr. Breaux, kind of strewn out across the laying portion of the bench there. And when we're talking about Mr. Breaux, he has his back up against the bench. And the vast majority of his stab wounds are in his back. And so there's going to be evidence presented, and it's going to come through a forensic pathologist, that these back injuries are not possible in this position because there's a metal bench in the way, and that would stop those stab wounds. And so that this positioning is inconsistent with being attacked in this position just due to the sheer number of wounds and the impossibility of stabbing someone in that mechanism while they're in this position. We're going to have some additional clues of what's going on with Mr. Breaux's attack based on the dirt pattern on his clothing. We can see on the sweater here that it's covered in dirt at the top. And we can see here that he's got an undershirt that also has dirt. Here we can see Mr. Breaux's arm, and we can see that it's not in his sweater sleeve. Okay, so Mr. Breaux is wearing 3 layers. He's wearing a kind of hooded sweatshirt, black underneath. He's got a light-colored long-sleeve shirt underneath. And then the bottom layer is this kind of gray shirt here. So his arms, both of them, are inside his sweater, inside his top layer shirt, but over that kind of bottom layer undershirt. So this is all going to be evidence that is pointing towards that he's sleeping on the bench, that his arms are kind of tucked in within his clothing while he's laying there. Now, as I indicated, Dr. Zhu is going to talk about how the stab injuries on Mr. Breaux are inconsistent with this and more consistent with him actually being laying on his left side on that kind of backpack pillow with the scarf, sleeping on the bench, rather than being in this position. Additionally, we have this information from the dirt on his clothing. If we look further, we can see that on his right knee, there's a dirt pattern, kind of as if someone is getting up, and then there's dirt on his left leg here. And the dirt on his left leg goes all the way down, as if the left side of his body was completely in the dirt at some point. As far as his clothing here, you can see that he has the dirt on his stomach, and then on his chest, there is no dirt. It's kind of clean where the sweater comes up there. We can see here his arms coming out from under there. And if we advance further, we can see that his top sweater does have clothing. So it's as if he fell off the bench, he's on his stomach getting this dirt on his chest, and the only part of his undershirt is the part where his arms are trying to come out, and that part of his shirt gets dirty as well as the upper layer. Dr. Zhu is going to testify about the injuries that David Breaux sustained. He sustained a total of 31 sharp force injuries, 16 in his torso, 10 in the right arm, and 5 in the right arm. He's going to talk about his expertise as a forensic pathologist and kind of the positioning of the body before, during, and after the assault. And it's going to show that this is not just a quick event, that this is 31 different stabs that are going on to Mr. David Breaux while he's sleeping on the bench, while he's down on the dirt next to the bench, and while he's getting back up to try and defend himself with his arms, and he's getting these injuries on his arm on the bench trying to defend himself before he ultimately expires in that seated position on the bench. Now, as far as crime scenes go, there is very little evidence at this crime scene. In fact, there's one piece of evidence, this knife sheath here. And other than this knife sheath, there's no fingerprints, there's no DNA, there's no witnesses, there's no surveillance video. This is a very clean crime scene, other than this black knife sheath that would have been on the ground in the park in the dark during the course of the stabbing. And it was left behind by Mr. Dominguez. But for being one piece of evidence, and we're going to get the actual knife sheath in, but again, it's a knife sheath that looks just like this. It's kind of got a belt clip on it, and the knife can go inside to protect people from that double-edged blade. It's going to do a lot of talking. So first, the knife is going to tell us that Carlos Riales Dominguez is the person that committed the stabbing. It tells us that not only because we know that he purchased this exact knife and knife sheath from Amazon back on December 5th, but a forensic analysis of the knife sheath finds his DNA on the sheath itself. Second, it's going to show a bit of what happened during the course of the stabbing. It's going to tell us that Mr. Dominguez brought the knife to the scene. Because we know he bought the knife back on December 5th, it would have been brought to the scene. There won't be evidence that Mr. Breaux had a knife or that there was some kind of struggle over Mr. Breaux's knife, that this is a knife that was affirmatively brought by Mr. Dominguez to the scene where the stabbing took place. It's also going to show that from this point forward, when he's walking around with the knife, it's an unsheathed knife. Right? So he no longer has the protective sheath to carry it around, and when he makes the decision to carry around this knife in the future, he's carrying around a double-edged, sharp weapon that's capable of killing humans, and he's doing so not like you carry your phone, wallet, keys. He's doing it because it's going to take extra consideration to carry something that's kind of sharp like this. And it's also going to show that it's that knife that did the killing and not some other knife. And it's not as if Mr. Dominguez has multiple knives and different knives are used during the killing. We know because we have the sheath for the knife at the scene, we know what knife was used for the killing. And that's going to be important because it's going to be informative to us of some of the things that are going on after David Breaux is killed. One of the things that happens after David Breaux is a removal of DNA belonging to Mr. Breaux on the knife. When the knife is ultimately recovered, and criminals from the Department of Justice conducts an analysis, and they don't just check one area of the knife, they swab 11 different areas of this knife looking for different DNA. And they find Karim's DNA on there, and they find Kimberlee's DNA on there, but David's DNA cannot be identified on this knife. It's the only DNA that is missing from the knife. And so we're going to be able to see that at some point after David is killed, but before Karim is killed, we have something to be removing all that DNA so that it's not discovered later. The other thing that we know about what's going on with Mr. Dominguez after he kills David is what we know from his phone and it shows us what's going on the next night. So this is one night after he's killed David, 2 nights still before he's going to kill Karim. And that's that he went to Sycamore Park. 2 nights before he killed Karim in Sycamore Park, he went there and he walked around it. So let's talk about what's going on. We talked about the power log and how after David is killed, the phone is powered on at 4:57. The phone stays on for about 12 hours and dies of battery failure at 4:13. The phone is powered back on again at 11:26 and it's powered off, but not a battery failure, 55 minutes later. And so this is the 55-minute period that Mr. Kamada is going to be talking about with these points showing that during this time between 11:30 and 20 minutes after midnight, the defendant started in his residence on Hawthorne and then went up to Sycamore Park. And we have all these points that are, again, within 65 meters. This is this precision that goes along with this. And so that is going to be evidence that comes out about whether or not these points are accurate. And these points are all around Sycamore Park at the play structure and also largely clustered around kind of Sycamore itself and this edge here kind of by Willett. Sorry, Willett is the school that's at the bottom right corner here of the image. Now, this power off event, though, at 21 minutes after midnight, is taking place at Sycamore Park. It's not that he went back home and then decided, hey, time to turn my phone off for the night. The evidence is going to be that he went to Sycamore Park 2 nights before he kills Karim there, that he's walking around Sycamore Park, and then turns off his phone at what's going to be a murder scene 2 nights later. So 2 nights later, we're at April 29th. And so across from Sycamore Park is Dr. Matthew Massey, And he lives in a house that's right across from Sycamore, and he has some security cameras that have just kind of a very edge view of Sycamore Park. And they're not going to capture anything because the actual killing takes place in the interior of the park, and this shows just kind of the edge of the park. But we're going to hear testimony from Dr. Massey about being at his home, and he's hearing screaming. He's hearing someone yelling for help inside the park. Now, Dr. Massey is unsure as what's going on. He initially thinks that there's been a bicycle collision and that some bicyclists are hurt. And he's a physician, so he goes into the park to assist. And in the park, he finds Karim, and he finds Carlos Dominguez. And Carlos Dominguez has been stabbing Karim in the park. And so the testimony is going to establish that this is not a short or a quick assault, but this is a prolonged and sustained assault against Karim. Because the assault starts, Karim is yelling for help, Dr. Massey has to realize that something is going on, make the decision to go across the street. He goes across the street and he goes out there and gets there, and the assault is still going on. Mr. Dominguez is still there with Karim. So Karim is on the side of the path when officers find him, and Dr. Massey's performing CPR. He's trying to save Karim's life. And the lighting here is good for a photo, but it's a dark area of the park. Again, there's very poor lighting. It's kind of difficult to see what's going on. In fact, Dr. Massey has to take out his phone and use like the flashlight on his phone to assist him and see what's going on in this area of the park to assist with Karim. And when Dr. Massey is there, Mr. Dominguez then takes Karim's bicycle and rides it away. He rides the bike over that bridge that Karim was going to take, and he takes it down Crystal Grove. Now, Karim has been killed. Dr. Massey spends a significant amount of effort, and the officers tried to perform CPR, and he tried to save him. But he's been stabbed 40 times with an additional 12 incised wounds. So 40 are stabbing punctures, and 12 are like cuts or less deep injuries, for a total of 52 knife wounds over this assault. And the vast majority of these are in his chest, right in the area of his heart. He's also sustaining knife injuries to his neck, to his face, even has one coming in and going in his lip and knocking out one of his teeth and leaving his teeth on the ground there. And so this evidence is going to be that not only is this a sustained assault, but that it's targeted at the vital portions of his body, and that it's taking place with extreme force, enough to knock out a tooth of Karim. Again, we're going to have a forensic pathologist come in, different doctor for this. They're going to talk about the specific injuries that Karim suffered, and they're going to talk about the location of these different injuries, and it's going to come with two diagrams as well. We're going to have a documentation of his front and back injuries. So here we have injuries primarily focused on the front and in the chest, and then also injuries to his head, his forehead, the left side of his head, and to his neck. So where's the defendant going after this? Well, after taking Karim's bicycle in Sycamore Park, he rides across the bridge here and comes down this bike path that's on Crystal Grove Lane and abandons Karim's bicycle on the side of the path. And that's ultimately found by officers on the side of the path with no person around it. It's kind of by this bush area here. And so this wall here is kind of the edge to the freeway. And so you have it's kind of to this side between the path and the freeway. On the ground, kind of in this rear area of the bike, is a water bottle. And this water bottle is important because it's going to be one of the few pieces of evidence at the crime scene linking Mr. Dominguez to the stabbing. Now, I told you earlier that Mr. Dominguez's knife has got Karim's DNA on it, and so that's going to be evidence that's found later. But as far as what's going on April 29th, this is it, because this is Carlos Dominguez's fingerprint in blood on this water bottle that's left here where the bike is left behind. And that's showing that Carlos Reales Dominguez is the person who killed Karim. But what does he do after this? He's fled the scene, he's abandoned the bike, he's left this piece of evidence, because there's no evidence back at the crime scene of the actual stabbing. The bike and the water bottle is where he's kind of abandoning his property on the run. We have him powering on his phone here. Again, the morning after Karim is killed, at 11:43, he's powering the phone back up. So what else do we know about kind of what he's doing during this time frame? Well, we know that he's home at different points. We have that location data. And so when officers ultimately search his home, they find different things of suspected blood, meaning that it's red and it's kind of smearing and it looks like blood. But all that's tested actually turns out to not be blood. The officers looked for blood, they tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood. Which means that Mr. Dominguez, who committed the first stabbing of David Breaux and the second stabbing with 52 different wounds on Karim, who left Karim's bicycle with blood on the handles and blood on the frame because blood was dripping everywhere, managed to get home and not leave any blood anywhere lying around his home that was going to be detected later. In fact, nobody's blood is found at Mr. Dominguez's home or linked to any item in his home. The only places where victim's blood is found is on the knife and on his clothing that he was wearing when he killed Kimberlee, or when he attacked Kimberlee, and when he killed Karim. David Breaux's blood is not on the clothing. It's not detected anywhere. You only have the latter two. So we have kind of this more evidence for the offenses as the offenses are going on. We have Sunday, April 30th. Mr. Dominguez is at his home on Hawthorne. We just have a bunch of points, no movement showing anywhere on that day. It's a Sunday, so there's no school that day. The next day, though, May 1st, we have more points, and they're going to again correspond with the defendant's schedule, because we have him, he has Monday, Wednesday classes, and so when we look at his phone and the movement that his phone is doing, it's again to the UC Davis campus. He's just going to class and carrying his phone like he normally does during his time when he's going to his class, and then he's going back from class again. And this is again going to come through Mr. Kumit. So from this point, we can't track what he's doing from his phone anymore, because his phone is there the rest of the day. It's there until 11:58, right? But we know that Kimberlee Guillory was stabbed at 11:30, and we're gonna have more location data for May 2nd, the next day. But during the time of the stabbing, he's not brought his phone. He's brought it when he goes to class on multiple occasions, but when he's out again and ultimately stabs Kimberlee, he leaves the phone behind. But we do have an idea of what he's doing based on surveillance video that's collected from the downtown area where Kimberlee was stabbed. And so you're going to get this chart which kind of lays out different points where he's spotted on different surveillance videos. So we're going to walk very briefly through them. First, we're going to look at these green arrows which kind of show movement towards the stabbing, and then blue arrows are going to indicate movement away from the stabbing. And we have arrows 1 and 2 here, and these are at 2nd E, and then here at 2nd G, Illusion Smoke Shop. And these are cameras where Mr. Dominguez is on his bicycle, kind of going down 2nd Street, and he's captured on camera. And Mr. Dominguez rides a kind of distinctive bicycle. It's got these white rear frames and a white front fork. And it's a bicycle that is really identifiable on these various surveillance videos. But from this point, he's not seen on bicycle headed towards the stabbing anymore. After 2nd G, we have kind of a train station here, and it is possible, and you'll see from the photos, it's possible to kind of tuck in this train station and follow the train tracks up to where the stabbing actually takes place. So this movement here towards the stabbings taking place at around 11 p.m. From there, we have movement again at 11:06 at 320 K Street. Now, if we look here, 320 K Street is a building that is just off the scene here. It's at the top, and it's a camera that kind of looks south. And it's a dark night, and it's a really long view for a surveillance camera. So this surveillance camera is not like the other two where it's clear enough that you can identify someone. It's showing silhouettes. Right? You can't tell man, woman, anything about the individual other than that it's someone and that they're walking. And you see somebody walking down 3rd towards the encampment, and that takes place at 11:06. And then you see someone walking back from the encampment the other direction, and that takes place at 11:08. So this is going to be important. You're going to hear from one of the unhoused persons living in that encampment by the name of Alberto Orozco, and he's going to talk about how he saw an individual at the encampment 20 minutes before the stabbing. And he's going to talk about how that person was wearing a black sweatshirt and Adidas pants with white stripes on them, which is exactly the clothing that the defendant was wearing during this time. And that the person that Mr. Orozco saw wearing that distinctive clothing did that walk where they're coming up L, away from the encampment, and then down 3rd, away from the encampment. 4 minutes later, the defendant, and he's identifiable by his pants on this surveillance, is at the SPCA Goodwill over at 3rd and I, here at this corner. And so there's kind of a few blocks. It's about a 4-minute walk. And this camera is an interior camera from the shop, and it kind of has a view that through some glass doors, and so you'll be able to see the area is kind of right in front of the shop. And you'll see Mr. Dominguez, he's walking westbound on 3rd Street. As he's walking, a car comes the other way, and Mr. Dominguez turns around and then heads back towards where the encampment is. The next 20 minutes or so, Mr. Dominguez is somewhere in the area, but he's not on any cameras. We know that he's on foot because we saw him at the SPCA thrift shop. And we know that he's still in the area because the stabbing hasn't occurred yet. He's somewhere in the area of L between 2nd and 3rd, where this substation is and the stabbing occurs, and where he was last seen at the thrift shop. But then, at 11:36, we again see kind of a silhouette from that 320 K Street camera coming by. Then Kimberlee is stabbed. Now Kimberlee is, at the time of this, living in a tent. So you have the substation in the back here, and her tent is just off the sidewalk here. There's about a foot or so of dirt in between her tent and the sidewalk. And this is the walking path, so that someone coming past that 320 K Street camera would be coming to the right and then down this way. So the person would have walked from the bottom of this picture up toward the top. And Kimberlee is in this portion of the tent, and she's sitting with her back up against the side of the tent, and she's on a tablet. Just like the other two scenes, the scene is dark. You're going to see some body camera videos from the officers, and you'll see them with their flashlights and how dark it is when they're not shining their lights. But Kimberlee has a light. The light is coming from the tablet that she's looking at. And it's right in front of her as her back is up against the tent, and it's casting her shadow on the back wall of the tent. And so the person walking here, Mr. Dominguez, can see exactly where Kimberlee is in that tent because she's lit up on the side of the tent. Now she comes in, he comes in, takes the knife and stabs her twice through the tent wall. Pandemonium ensues. Okay? There's been multiple stabbings in Davis, and people have been on edge, including unhoused people. One of the unhoused people goes into try and defend her, Mr. Chessman, and he actually ends up going to the wrong tent, thinking that he's defending her, and punching another unhoused person because he thinks he's trying to fend off this attacker. But again, we have Mr. Orozco, who sees what's going on and sees the defendant running from the scene, and he sees him running back the way he came down L Street towards 3rd Street. Ms. Guillory has holes in her tent that are very big, and you're kind of going to see that this is because she has to be extracted from the tent, and so the tent is ripping at different portions on the scene. So this side of the tent is not the entrance. This is the side wall of the tent, and the entrance is around the side. Okay, you're going to see that we have the exact same make model tent in a non-ripped up form, a demonstrative, that we can set up, and you'll see that this kind of gray top here is a rain fly that goes over the bottom portion here. Because on this night, not only was it dark, it was raining at the time that she was attacked. It's also going to be instructed as to what the height is for the stabbing, and that it's not a stabbing that happens at this height, but it's a lower stabbing, because you'll see how high the rain fly is and that it doesn't have holes in it, and you'll see that it's a stabbing down here on Miss Guillory as she's in the tent. So what do we know of movements after that? We have back to 320 K Street. Now this time, instead of a walking silhouette, we have a running silhouette running westbound on 3rd Street. From westbound on 3rd Street, there is an interruption of just a few minutes, 3 minutes in fact, and then we have the defendant now back on his bicycle, riding his bicycle past Davis Glass here on 3rd Street. He's kind of on the far side of the street riding his bike. He then makes a left turn here onto H Street, and this turn we're going to see from a surveillance video that's from this Ace Hardware, that's in Ace Hardware parking lot. This one is, again, kind of a distance shot, so it's not one an identification can be made from, but you'll see that the defendant just passed Davis Glass and is now at the hardware store riding his bike, and he rides south on H. And from there, disappears for 5 minutes. Okay, so Ace Hardware, you see at 11:45, he's not seen back to the Illusion Smoke Shop until about 11:50. What's also going on here is that he's coming down H Street, but then when he's next seen, he's seen coming down G Street and making a turn here onto 3rd. So he doesn't come down H and turn here on the 3rd. At some point, he cuts through these parking lots or city block here between 3rd, 2nd, G, and H. Okay? And it's kind of a long period of time for him to be cut out, and we can see when he reappears on G Street here that something has changed. His bike is now disabled. The chain or something has come off the bike, and he's not able to pedal the bike anymore. Something happened cutting through this area here where his bike isn't working anymore. And he's on the seat, and he's kind of just pushing the bicycle along with his feet, getting away from the scene with that. And he continues down 2nd Street, all the way into the UC Davis campus, and he's picked up by several different surveillance videos. Again, Illusion Smoke Shop, 2nd Ave, Blue Peak Credit Union, Palace Optometry, and then finally he's on the UC Davis campus. On the UC Davis campus, he comes across 8th Street, and he's here by Taylor Hall, and then goes north along the walkway that's on the east side of Memorial Union. And there's a Taylor Hall kind of blue light film camera that picks all this up that's located right outside Taylor Hall. Now, just a few minutes later, after coming up Taylor Hall, he comes back again into view, southbound on that same walkway, in front of these ATMs. So if we look at Taylor Hall, or at Memorial Union, this is the side view of Memorial Union, you can see that there's these ATMs here. It comes back down through the ATMs, and it comes around this corner, kind of into this alcove here. And so this is kind of a tucked-in little utility area, and he comes into that utility area, goes to the back, turns around, and then starts trying to fix his bike, trying to get it back in working order. And we're going to see this from that same Taylor Hall surveillance, and this is kind of a zoomed-in shot. You can see if there's a light pole in the way. But what you're going to see is that he pulls in his bike here, and he's kind of leaning over the bike, working something in the chain area of the bike, getting his bike into sorts. It doesn't work. He's not able to get his bike fixed. And then he walks around the side of the Memorial Union, starts checking doors, starts trying to find a way to get in there, goes off camera, and then his movements aren't being tracked. He's not on camera again, and again, his phone is at home, and so it's not giving information as to where he's at. So what's going on after this third incident where he's attacked Kimberlee Guillory? When she was attacked, her kidney was lacerated, and she was taken away by paramedics. They were able to save her. And she's actually going to come in and she's going to testify. She's going to talk to us about that experience. But Mr. Dominguez, he's got class the next day. So the next day, he's now carrying his phone again. He takes his phone, and he goes down to class, and he's down in the area where his classes are. This time, actually, while he's at his classes, he shuts down his phone again while at class. And then his movement information is not followed from that point. So Kimberlee was stabbed 11:30 on May 1st. At this point, you'll hear information about kind of what was going on in the city of Davis after 3 different stabbings, including 2 fatal. And this is going to be that everyone was borderline panic, that people were concerned for their safety. They were scared to go out at night. People were scared to go in parks. People were scared that anyone could be stabbed because so far 3 strangers had been stabbed with no apparent reason. Officers were able to get descriptions based on Dr. Massey and from the surveillance video downtown. We're able to put out kind of descriptions of this person with long curly hair who is suspected to have committed these stabbings. And the city of Davis responds. People are being called in left and right as possible suspects. Anytime someone sees anyone anywhere near that description, the officer's getting called, and they're going call to call, doing nothing but responding to people's reports of having spotted the individual that is responsible. And officers are having to contact each of these individuals and check out, is this the person? Is this the person? Is this the person? So on May 3rd, one of those calls comes in from Justin Schaefer. Justin Schaefer is at Sycamore Park, and he sees the defendant in the kind of play structure area. We saw this earlier when we saw the points within Sycamore Park, but he's in the play area, kind of sitting, watching. Something doesn't seem right. He's wearing clothing and looking similar to the person that committed the stabbing, so Justin Schaefer calls it in. Now, Davis PD is not ignoring Mr. Schaefer, but they are very swamped, and so they're getting units over there, and it's going to be a minute before they get there. And so Justin Schaefer does his civic duty, and he's watching this person and responding with updates. And when Mr. Dominguez notices Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Dominguez leaves, and Mr. Schaefer follows. So they go up to the Safeway that's here. If you go up Safeway and you go into this kind of shopping area that's right here by the freeway by Covell, there's a Safeway shopping center, and the defendant goes inside. And so we have surveillance video from within the Safeway. We can see his movements of what he's doing inside the Safeway. And he's walking around and he's shopping. He's going to different shelves, and he's selecting items, and he's putting them in his bag. And he's carrying this bag in his hand. The thing about this bag is, he again doesn't have his phone. His phone is back at his house again. He doesn't have his wallet, keys, phone. The things that he is carrying is that shopping bag, and inside that shopping bag is a bloody knife. And that's all he brought out for his trip out to Sycamore Park on the 3rd. And when he walks away from the park and Justin Schaefer is following, he goes into Safeway and he's selecting items, he's putting them into the bag. And you'll see he's walking fine, he's able to steer around people, he has no issue selecting items, and you'll be able to see his movements and how he selects items in the store. He selects them and then he walks out without paying and goes out of the store because, again, he doesn't have a wallet, he doesn't have any cash. He left anything like that back at his house. So after he leaves Safeway, he comes back down and he comes to this area here where you have like Pine, Villanova, Colby here, and he's walking back towards his house on Hawthorne, which is down towards the bottom of the map. And the officers show up. It's Officers Gonzalez and Story. And first they call out to him and say, hey, can we talk to you? But they're behind him. And he keeps walking down the street. And one of the officers gets in front of him with a cart, gets out, says, hey, can we talk to you? And the defendant stops and talks with him. And you'll see this video, this is a body camera recording, and you'll see that he's making eye contact with the officers, that he's having a conversation with him, that he's asking him things like, why do you need my information? And he's acting like people tend to act during police contacts. The thing is, and I told you this, and so you know, and he knew, but there's a knife in that bag. The knife is in that bag. And he's got the things that he's taken from the grocery store in that bag. And so you're going to see his mannerisms with this bag. Because as he's talking to the officers, you'll be able to see him even pull up his bag and kind of look inside to see, can this knife be seen in this bag? You'll see him looking down inside of it. And the officers are talking to him. They explain to them why they're stopping him, that there's been a series of homicides and that people are calling in, those who match the descriptions, and they're asking about what's going on. And the defendant is lying the entire time. They ask him for his name, and he tells them his name is John Joas. Completely made up name. They ask him for his date of birth, and he takes his date of birth and he tweaks it. Instead of telling him 10/5 of 02, he tells them 10/10 of 99. So close, it's just tweaking the details. They ask him his address, and instead of 762 Hawthorne, he tells them 782 Hawthorne. Okay, 782 Hawthorne doesn't exist. When the officers are trying to verify what's going on with him, they ask him things like, hey, do you live with anyone? He tells them no. And he says, well, actually, I do have roommates, I just don't talk to them. So the officers, at one point, they ask him, can we see your hands? You know, the person they're looking for has been involved in several stabbings with a sharp object. They'd like to see if there's injuries on his hands. And so at this point, the defendant's got the bag in his hand, and he actually goes down as if to set it on the ground, and then stops, because the bag has no handles, it's not closed. As soon as you set it on the ground, it's kind of open up, and you'll see the knife. And he actually stops himself from doing that, and then shows them his hands while holding the bag, so that he's got a grip on that bag. Now, officers interviewing him are noting all these suspicious things, and ultimately decide, hey, we got to search this guy for weapons. And the officer comes in to do a search. They're starting the search and spot the knife in the bag. They put him in handcuffs and secure him at the scene. He's sitting there on the curb for a while, and officers are still trying to figure out who he is. He tells them again that he lives at 782. Okay? Again, that doesn't exist. Officers are trying to figure out who he is. They ask him his name again. He tells them again his name is John Joas. And the officers can see that he's not being entirely honest about what's going on, and they're trying to get the information as to what this is, because this is not the first person they've dealt with, right? They've been contacting people all over the city of Davis trying to eliminate them, and they're trying to see, is this the person or is it not? And officers eventually talk to him and say, hey, why don't we come down to the police station and talk about what's going on, because there's a lot going on. The officers have seen the knife, they see the cuts on his hands, they see that he matches the description, that long hair with those Adidas track pants, and what's going on. And you'll see kind of the progression through this interview at this scene. You'll see where we have him at Safeway, he's walking around. You'll see his initial contact with the officers, where he's making eye contact and asking questions and providing responses. And then the cuffs come on, the detectives come out, they talk to him, they take off the cuffs to interview him. But the knife's been found, and everything starts shutting down. He stops asking questions, he stops being as responsive. He's still lying to them about the information, despite them saying, we just don't believe you if this is your name. And shutting down his emotions and blocking out and starts staring off and not talking to the officers. And we have this kind of closing off of. So hopefully this has given you kind of the broad picture of what's going on. And so when you see a witness coming in and they're coming in the middle of something that we're talking about, Central Park, and suddenly they're talking about being on L Street between 3rd and 2nd when Kimberlee was stabbed, it's going to fit in, and you're going to be able to switch gears and say, hey, we're talking about this stabbing, we're talking about that stabbing, we're talking about what's going on. But at the end of the day, as I said at the beginning, the evidence is going to be that the defendant not only stabbed David Breaux, not only did he still stab Karim, not only did he stab Kimberlee, but for each of those that he did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, and I'll ask you to find him guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. That concludes the people's opening statement. So we are going to take a break now. The break is 15 minutes. Let me walk you through this, how we're going to do breaks. And so generally, they're 15 minutes. And when you come back in, try to come back in sequence 1 through 18. It makes it a lot easier for you. Each break, I admonish, and it becomes part of everything that we're doing. Don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research, right? We're going to take a break now. We're going to invite Hudson to do defense opening statement when we return, and we'll end up taking a hard break at noon, from noon until 1:30. So this is just a 15-minute break. Wear your badges and enjoy your break. Thank you. Counsel, enjoy your break. Okay, off the record.
All right, yes, we can zoom, but I'm going to do a little recap here so I don't get too far behind. So the charging documents are count 1, felony willfully and unlawfully deletion of DB. So they said the initials in the charging documents, but then of course we heard all their names. So actually everything is here. So we got this right. So first 2 counts, first degree with enhancements, use of a deadly weapon, special circumstances were multiple murders, then 2 counts of attempted with enhancements, use of a deadly weapon, right? All right. Let's come back here. I guess we can. All right. So you're going to hear from testimony from witnesses that are unhoused, and this is. They said they're going to. Bring them in as they can locate them. Their schedule allows. They're going to bring them in. So they may be in the middle of one testimony and then stop and bring somebody in to testify. So April 27th. Oh, here, I guess we can come here. So we have the defendant, Carlos Dominguez. We have, let's see if their numbers. Okay, so April 27th, David Breaux was found deleted on a park bench in Central Park. He was sitting upright and he had rigor mortis, which is interesting. 3 nights later, April 29th, Karim was attacked and deleted while riding his bike going home. And then the 3rd stabbing, Kimberlee, May 1st, she was sitting in a tent and she gets stabbed through the tent. Now she survives that. So December 5th, 2022, Carlos is a student at UC Davis, and he's struggling with his grades. He's just struggling in general. His girlfriend broke up with him. He has no job. His roommates are asking for rent money. We find out that finals are scheduled for December 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th. And on the 5th, he does an Amazon search for combat knife and hunting knife. He eventually buys a 9-inch dual-edged a knife that's a 9-inch dual-edged knife with the blade is 4.7 inches. So let's see, just to give you an idea. All right, so 9 inches is here. All right, so that's 9 inches. That's the knife itself, and then the blade is basically 4. So that's how long the blade is. So that's that's going to cut through. That's going to do some serious damage, right? That's basically going to go deep into you. So he gets expelled. So UC Davis eventually expels him, but he does file an appeal. Now, April 19th of 2023, he texts his ex-girlfriend and says, "Hey, what are you doing? Want to hang out?" And she's like, "I don't know if it's a good idea for us to hang." And then April 25th, his phone dies, and there's no location for him for April 26th. Then they talk about David Breaux, and he's seated on the back of the bench, and the majority of the wounds are on his back, right? And there's dirt patterns on his sweater and his undershirt. His arm is out of his sweater. He has a hooded sweatshirt, light shirt, and undershirt. So he was sleeping. They're saying he was sleeping on the bench with his arms tucked in, right? He has 31 sharp force wounds, 16 in the torso, 10 in the right arm, and 5 in the left arm. So there's not a lot of evidence, just the black knife sheath. So now this knife, this 4.7-inch knife is unsheathed. So it's kind of hard to hide that. Plus, you got to be careful, So then April 29th, Karim, he's riding his bike, and this Dr. Macy hears the screaming in the park. So he runs out to the park, and he finds Karim and Carlos. This is a prolonged and sustained assault. Right, because the doctor hears this guy screaming, he runs, tries to find him, and he's still being attacked. So it's not just like a minute or two. I don't know if it's how long it is, but it's definitely more than like a minute or two. So Carlos takes that bicycle and he rides away. Dr. Macy tries to save Karim. Paramedics get there, but he's stabbed 40 times and 12 incised wounds. So he's not only stabbed, but he's also sliced. He has 52 wounds in total, mostly around his heart, his neck, his face, his lip, so hard his tooth is knocked out. Oh, Jesus. This is a sustained and targeted attack at the vital areas. There's a water bottle that's found with Carlos's bloody fingerprints. The victim's blood is on the knife and on his clothes, meaning Carlos's clothes. There's no blood found at Carlos's home, though, so he cleaned up. Then there's May 1st, Kimberlee. She is stabbed at around 11:30, but Carlos leaves his phone behind, so he doesn't bring his phone with him. But there's surveillance, right? There's surveillance video of dark figure. They can't tell if it's male or female, but there's surveillance video of him or this person moving around at 11:06. There's a witness. This guy named Alberto. He sees someone walking around with dark clothing. Now, Kimberlee, she has her tablet. And she's sitting up against the tent, and the tablet is casting light, right? So there's shadow. So Carlos sees her sitting, and he stabs her through the tent, twice through the tent wall. Now this guy, another person, hears, because everybody's on edge, right? There's already been these 2 stabbings, 4 nights? It's basically every 2 nights, right? So this guy comes, and he just starts punching somebody in the tent, but it's the wrong tent, right? But he does see Carlos running away. Then there's big holes in the tent because Kimberlee needed to be extracted, so they cut these big holes in the tent. It was dark and it was raining that night, so Carlos rides his bike away, but that's also captured on surveillance. And then he kind of rides through this brushy, non-pavement area, and something happens to the bike. Maybe the chain falls off or something like that. So let's see. The city was on edge, borderline panic, scared to go out. So May 3rd, this call comes in from this guy named Jason Schaefer, and he reports seeing Carlos. Then Carlos goes shopping at the Safeway, and he tries to buy some food, but he doesn't have any money. He doesn't have his wallet. So he's walking out, and the law enforcement, 2 officers stop him, talk to him. He fits the description. He's got this bag, and they ask him what his name is, and he says it's John Joyce. Then he lies about his age. They ask him to see his hands, and he goes to put the bag down, but he knows that if he does, the knife will be shown. So, all right. So let's do some zooming here. Okay. Let's get you caught up here.
Okay, let's go back on the record in case 23-1391, and we are ready now. Live stream? Okay, thank you. We're ready now for the defense opening statement. So let me invite Mr. Hutchinson. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Over the course of this trial, the circumstances that led to the tragic events of April and May 2023 will be very much in dispute. What is not in dispute is that Carlos Dominguez did the physical acts that caused the deaths of David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and injured Kimberlee Guillory. The question to be answered in this trial is not one of who did it. Rather, the question that will be presented to you is what was Carlos Dominguez's specific intent and mental state when he did those physical acts? What was happening in his mind? And the evidence will show that it was a mind that had been devastated by a severe and debilitating mental disease. Mr. Dominguez has schizophrenia. Every psychologist and psychiatrist who has thoroughly examined him has reached that same conclusion, and none have found any evidence of malingering, which is a term used to describe exaggerating or faking mental health symptoms. As he sits before you today, he has been treated with antipsychotic medication for the past 21 months in a secure and controlled hospital or jail environment. But as the experts will tell you, medication is a treatment for the symptoms of schizophrenia. It is not a cure. And Mr. Dominguez continues to have a very serious mental illness to this day. Schizophrenia is a brain disorder that affects how a person thinks, feels, behaves, and perceives reality. It causes hallucinations of hearing, seeing, feeling things that aren't there, that have no basis in reality. These hallucinations can be fantastical and terrifying and maybe things that a healthy person would never believe. But to someone with schizophrenia, they are a reality. Schizophrenia also causes delusions, which is a fixed false belief in something that has no basis in reality, as well as grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior.
Oh, thanks. Just a moment. Yeah, go ahead.
Hallucinations, delusions, grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior. The experts will tell you these are called the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. Not positive because they're good, but positive because they represent an addition to what is a normal, healthy experience. You will also hear about what are called the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which represent an absence or a taking away from what a person once had. This includes minimal speech, diminished emotional expression, what is often described as a flat or blunted affect, an inability to maintain eye contact, concrete, simplistic thinking, avolition, which is a complete lack of motivation to do anything. You will hear how people with schizophrenia often have a very significant decline in personal hygiene and are unable to care for themselves and others. Anhedonia, which is an inability to experience pleasure. Slowing of movements, maintaining rigid, unusual postures for long periods of time, distrust of others, and social withdrawal. And over the course of this trial, you will see that Mr. Dominguez exhibited all of those symptoms, beginning sometime in the summer after his freshman year. Another hallmark of schizophrenia is the inability of people to recognize that they're sick, to recognize their symptoms. This is particularly common, the experts will tell you, when you have the first onset of schizophrenia, what experts will describe as the first break, before someone has had the opportunity to be placed on medication or treatment. Although it is obvious to everyone around them that they are ill, people with schizophrenia don't recognize that. And because of it, it is common for them to deny all symptoms of mental illness and deny any mental illness whatsoever. Schizophrenia is a disease that attacks the young. For men, the onset is typically sometime in the late teens or early 20s. Mr. Reales-Dominguez is 22 years old. He was born on October 5th, 2002. Although it is impossible to identify the exact time that he first began exhibiting symptoms, as I mentioned, the evidence will show that it probably occurred sometime near the end of his freshman year at UC Davis in the spring of 2021 or shortly thereafter. Prior to that, for the first 18 and a half years of his life, Mr. Reales-Dominguez was completely healthy. Born in El Salvador, he immigrated to the United States as a very young child. He was raised in Oakland with his parents and his two siblings, Dylan and Mia, who are 4.5 and 9 years younger than him. You will see that he was extremely close with his siblings. Given the hours that his parents worked, it was Mr. Reales-Dominguez who often had the responsibility of getting them to school, walking them home, and giving them food. Although he spoke only Spanish when he first began school, he quickly learned English and would ultimately excel academically. At Castlemont High School in Oakland, he was an honor student, a four-sport athlete, participating in varsity football, soccer, track and swimming. Although not big in stature, he had a muscular, athletic build, and through hard work, he became the starting safety and captain of the football team. And through his hard work in the classroom, he would ultimately graduate 11th out of his graduating class. He was also a typical teenager. He started a YouTube channel which consisted of him doing silly activities or pranks with his friends and siblings, and also playing video games with running commentary. He was friendly, he was outgoing, and he was healthy. And through his hard work, he earned admission to UC Davis, which he began in the fall of 2020. Now, this was a time of COVID and online learning, and it was difficult to begin college in these circumstances, and Mr. Reales-Dominguez was more shy than he had been in high school. Growing up, he had been referred to as Carlos Reales, which is the paternal name of his father. And Davis, they started referring to him as Carlos Dominguez because that is the last name on the Zoom screen. During this trial, he will be referred to as both, but I will refer to him as Mr. Reales-Dominguez because that is the name his parents gave him. Despite the challenges of COVID, Mr. Reales-Dominguez, during his freshman year, developed multiple friendships across different social circles. The first person he met who became a good friend was a man by the name of Nathan Riegos de Dios. They met over a Zoom class. Mr. Riego de Dios is a former football player himself, and he invited Mr. Reales-Dominguez to throw the football around. And over the course of their freshman year, they would become very close friends. Through Nathan, Mr. Reales-Dominguez met a young woman by the name of Kaylee Gallardo, who by the middle of his freshman year would become his girlfriend and is probably the person at UC Davis who knew him better than anyone else. Also during his freshman year, he became friends with a group of older UC Davis students from a different social circle, Sidney Sleslicki, Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. And they ultimately invited Mr. Reales-Dominguez to join their fraternity. Witnesses will describe a young man, although somewhat on the shy side, was friendly, enjoyed social activities, liked being around people who they would see laugh, joke around, and smile. Throughout his freshman year, he had a close-cut, fade haircut, what Kimberlee Guillory described as pristine hygiene. He had a build that was described as normal, athletic, muscular, and even got a little chubby during COVID. A former athlete, he enjoyed playing basketball and other pickup games, and all the people who played with him during his freshman year did not notice anything unusual about how the way he walked, how he stood, or how he carried himself. Like many students entering UC Davis as a bioscience major, he found the academic work far more challenging than he expected, but he struggled through it, and he finished his freshman year in good academic standing with 3 Bs, 5 Cs, 1 D, and a calculus for neuroscience class that he and many other freshmen had to repeat. Even in the time of COVID, it was a typical freshman experience. And then Carlos Reales-Dominguez got sick. There is not a known cause for schizophrenia. They believe genetics plays a large role, but the experts will tell you it is a combination of genetics, brain chemistry, and environmental factors. And like so many individuals who experienced that first break of schizophrenia, Mr. Reales-Dominguez was unable to recognize that he was sick. He was unable to recognize the symptoms that were clear to everyone else. When he left Davis for summer break, he went to Tracy, California, where his parents and siblings had recently moved. And his sister Mia recalls seeing him several times a day, just staring blankly at a wall for long periods of time. And she saw this multiple times throughout the summer. But at such a young age, she didn't know what to think about it and didn't think to tell her parents. But she did notice that he had stopped showering, which seemed very unusual to her, knowing the teenage brother who had showered multiple times a day in high school. When he returned to Davis for the fall of his sophomore year, he moved into the Parkside apartments with Nathan Riegos de Dios and 2 other roommates. But it became clear to Nathan very quickly that something had changed in his good friend. Suddenly, the athletic build had changed to someone who, quote, got really skinny. And Mr. Riegos de Dios will describe how over the course of that year, he would see Mr. Reales-Dominguez moving his lips, like having a conversation with someone, but nothing was being said. And Nathan will tell you this freaked him out. And over the course of the year, which they began as good friends, they ultimately stopped communicating at all. Most of the time he spent his sophomore year was with his girlfriend, Kimberlee Guillory. But she also will tell you the differences she saw between the young man she met her freshman year. She also noted the dramatic weight loss and the pristine hygiene that she had dealt with for the first year, when he had to go back and take a shower before they could do anything, was gone. And she noticed in addition to this decline in hygiene, he became withdrawn. He didn't want to go out and do anything. He preferred to just stay in his apartment room, making beats with music or writing songs. When they did go out, he was paranoid. She will tell you how on multiple occasions, when they are walking down the streets of Davis or in some other public area, Mr. Reales Dominguez would believe that people had just said something about him. And these were people who Ms. Gallardo knew were clearly engaged in their own conversations or hadn't said a word. And she could not even give you an estimate of how often this happened. She initially said 10 to 15 times, but it was so frequent, she can't even put a number on it. And this obviously concerned her, but when she would try to speak to Mr. Reales Dominguez about it, he just shrugged it off. She'll tell you about an incident in around March and April of 2022 when they were entering her apartments at the Parkside Apartments on Olive Drive in Davis. And they were going through the door, and another couple was coming behind them. And when nothing was said, Mr. Reales Dominguez suddenly turned around and got in the man's face and confronted him about what he had just said. And the man hadn't said a word. Ms. Gallardo, it was clear to her that Mr. Reales Dominguez felt threatened by this man. He even attempted to tackle him to the ground. And Ms. Gallardo had to separate them. Unable to calm him down, she then tried to drive him back to his apartment complex, only to have him consistently try to open the door and get out while the car was still moving. Finally, when she was able to come to a complete stop, he got out and walked off into the darkness. And then for the remainder of the night, when she tried to call him and tried to text him, he did not respond. And she was so worried that the worst had happened. And then the next morning, she was able to get in contact with him, and he shrugged it off and didn't want to talk about it. And for Ms. Gallardo, this event was a sign that as much as she cared for Mr. Reales Dominguez, as much as she wanted to help him, she needed to end the relationship, which she did sometime in March or April of 2022. Although they would still see each other occasionally as friends, the relationship never resumed, although it was clear Mr. Reales Dominguez wanted it to. Now, after Ms. Gallardo ended their relationship, Mr. Reales Dominguez's mental illness continued to progress. In late summer, he was able to get a job at the Jack in the Box on G Street in Davis. But it didn't last long. You will hear from a coworker named Gladys Verdeen. She will tell you on her first day on the job where she was reporting, Mr. Reales Dominguez just stood behind the counter and didn't even acknowledge her for 10, 15 minutes till finally someone came out and spoke to her. She will tell, now they had overlapping shifts. Mr. Reales Dominguez worked earlier than her, but they would have about 2 or 3 hours they would overlap, and she would describe how every shift they would see him standing like a statue, arms straight by his side, staring at a wall for 10, 20 minutes. And this happened multiple times an hour, every shift she had. She will later tell you about one incident where Mr. Reales Dominguez, attempting to work the drive-thru, stood motionless like a statue, staring at a wall, while the beeping of the drive-thru order was heard throughout the restaurant. She'll tell you how she called out his name multiple times with no response. Finally, she walked over, pulled the headset from his head, and in her words, he flinched really bad, got scared, and fled to the back of the restaurant. Ms. Redeem will tell you how sometimes he just stopped, he didn't show up for his shifts, and ultimately he stopped showing up altogether. Now in the fall of 2022, Mr. Dominguez moved into a house located at 762 Hawthorne Lane in Davis, where he was housemates with Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. He actually took over well, he wasn't on the lease, he took over the room that had been previously occupied by Sidney Slazicki, who had moved back home in Sacramento County due to family issues, but would still visit the house frequently. And when he moved in, it was immediately clear to all the housemates that this was very different than the young man they had met freshman year. Extremely thin, with long hair that hung in his eyes. He wasn't showering regularly, if he showered at all. He walked with a stiff gait, arms straight at his side, which some of them would describe like almost a zombie. He isolated himself in his room, and when he would leave the room, he wouldn't even acknowledge him. Maybe 10% of the time. During housemate meetings, they would describe how he would stare off into a space or stare off into a wall, and they would have to say his name multiple times to get his attention. All three roommates saw or heard things that caused them to believe that Mr. Dominguez was hearing voices. Mark Capito actually remembered an incident early in his friendship with Mr. Dominguez, where Mr. Dominguez asked Mr. Capito if he had ever heard voices, which Mr. Capito recognized in retrospect was likely a request for help, although Mr. Capito didn't realize that at that time. Now, sometime after moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, Mr. Dominguez began to engage in a very unusual routines when he would leave his home at night, or leave his home most often at night, and he would walk or ride a bike to a small number of seemingly random locations where he would sit and stare or engage in other seemingly bizarre behavior. Now, one of these locations was Sycamore Park. Before moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, he had been to Sycamore Park on a few occasions. He had played basketball at the elementary next door with Nathan, but it didn't have any meaningful connection. But within a few months, he was going there regularly, where he would sit on or near the play structure and stare at the ground or stare off into the distance. On one of his walks, he found a knife blade without a handle, and he started engaging in a routine where he would take the blade and just try to throw it into the ground, trying to get it to stick, or throw it into a specific tree, trying to get it to stick. And he would do this over and over. And when he realized that the dullness of the blade was making this routine difficult, he did go on Amazon and he ordered a knife, which you've already heard was ordered on December 5th, 2022. Another seemingly random location that Mr. Dominguez would regularly go to, although less so than Sycamore Park, was an area along the railroad tracks at the intersection of 2nd, or the gravel portion of 2nd and K Streets. This was the location of a downed and abandoned wooden power pole, which I will refer to as Mr. Dominguez's sitting log. Now, during her sophomore year and into the fall of her junior year, which was in the fall of 2022, Kimberlee Guillory lived at the Ryder Apartments, which are right there. For point of reference, over here is the intersection of 2nd and L Street, which was near the area where Miss Guillory was stabbed. Now, when Mr. Dominguez was living at the Parkside Apartments, he would follow the rail when he would go to visit Miss Gallardo at the Ryder Apartments. He would follow the railroad tracks that run north and south through Davis, and you see they split at 3rd Street. He would follow it east into, which is a gravel portion of 2nd Street, and although you're not supposed to do this, he would cut across the railroad tracks, and then he would enter the Ryder Apartments through a gate. There is a locked gate. It has signs that say no trespassing, but you will see it's wide open, and people commonly pass through there. And somehow, during this time, he became aware of the down power pole that I would call the sitting log. It's not there anymore. It was finally removed, but fortunately, Davis police officers named Alex Torres, who, when taking photographs at the scene where Miss Guillory was stabbed, he took hundreds of photos, not knowing what is relevant. And he got 4 photos where you can see the log. It's not clear. There is a gravel pile there. You see an overturned chair, but behind it you can see the pole. And even after Kimberlee Guillory moved out of the Ryder Apartments, Mr. Dominguez would find himself either walking or riding to this location, sitting on that log and staring off across the railroad tracks toward the Ryder Apartments. This photo doesn't have the log anymore, but you can still see the gravel, and you can see the Ryder Apartments directly across. And he would come here at night, sometimes in the day, and he would sit and stare. Sometimes he would get up and walk around before coming back. Now, you've heard about Central Park. Unlike Sycamore Park and his sitting log, Central Park was not one of his destinations when he would leave on these walks. He was familiar with Central Park. He had attended farmers markets there, just like most people in Davis. But when he would leave to go on these walks, it wasn't a destination. It was, however, a place he would stop on his way back home, whether from the sitting log or some other location. Now, when Mr. Dominguez obviously ordered that knife on December 5th, it was right during the time of finals and then Christmas break. We don't know when it arrived, but we know he went home to Tracy over winter's break. And his parents were so shocked and concerned at the physical decline they saw in their son that they urged him to stay home and not go back to UC Davis. They could see something was terribly wrong, but they did not have the knowledge to recognize what it was, and as immigrants themselves, they did not know how to access the resources to help him. And because Mr. Dominguez was an adult, and did not rely on his parents for financial assistance to attend college. They did not even have the financial leverage to keep him to stay home. By the time Mr. Dominguez returned to Davis for his winter term, he had stopped communicating with his housemates altogether. He wouldn't acknowledge their presence. He had only minimal communication with his family, and then it cut off altogether. Ms. Guillory will tell you about how on February 6th, she received text messages from both Dylan and Mia concerned that they hadn't heard from their brother, and if she could help them get in touch with him. And for Ms. Guillory, who knew how close Mr. Dominguez was with the siblings, this terrified her. But ultimately, she was able to give them a number, and they were able to contact him. He continued to isolate himself in his room. He would only leave to attend class or go on his nightly walks. And as I mentioned, when he did appear, he walked stiff and erect, arms straight at his side. He continued going on his nightly walks. He started carrying the knife he purchased on Amazon, both to Sycamore Park and the sit-in log, and he would continue the bizarre routine of trying to throw it into the ground, trying to get it to stick, or throwing it at a specific tree. You also see that he used the knife to carve into one of the trees at Sycamore Park what he thought was a face, or something that looked like a face to him. He tried to attend his classes, but his disease made that impossible for him to comprehend the material or perform the work. And you will hear he received all Fs his winter term. By April of 2023, Mr. Dominguez was in a state that multiple experts will tell you is florid psychosis, where he was seeing, hearing, and believing that he was being stalked by a group of shape-shifting supernatural beings that he described as the shadow figures. He had these hallucinations for some time, but as his disease progressed, they became more frequent, more vivid, and more terrifying. And you will see it was the progression of this disease and the hallucinations that came with it that ultimately led to the tragic encounters with David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and Kimberlee Guillory. When Mr. Dominguez was first stopped by the police on April 3rd, you will hear he was at Sycamore Park, sitting on the bench, staring off into space. The individual who followed him and called the police will describe how he seemed to walk not in any sort of deceptive way, but as though he had no idea where he was going. It was simply random. When he was contacted by the police, he was paranoid. He was in a state of florid psychosis. And you will see he did not believe in his mind that he had stabbed or killed anyone. After he was taken to the Davis Police Department, he was placed in an interrogation room where he would remain for the next 7 hours, not moving, not eating, not drinking, not asking to use the bathroom. Detectives Steve Ramos and Matt Muscardini would spend approximately 5.5 of that hours asking Mr. Dominguez leading, forced choice questions, to which they would receive contradictory responses of yeah, no, or I don't know. When they did not get the responses they wanted, they became frustrated, they became angry, and they repeatedly told Mr. Dominguez what they, quote, already know. that he stabbed people, that he killed people, and they told this to him over and over and over again. During this 7 hours in the interrogation room, Mr. Dominguez sat motionless, speaking in a halting, monotone voice. When officers moved about their chair like normal people do, Mr. Dominguez sat like a statue. Even during a break, when both officers left the room, the only movement was Mr. Dominguez standing up, putting on his hoodie, and starting to walk out the door before the officer watching the door stopped him and said, "What are you doing? Sit down." Mr. Dominguez said, "I was just going to go for a walk." Completely oblivious to the situation he was in. He didn't make eye contact, except for the times the officers ordered him to look at them, which they did over 20 times. He exhibited grossly disorganized thought processes and disorganized speech. Although he persisted in giving the name of John Joas, he gave his correct phone number, and he tried to give his email to UC Davis under the name Carlos Dominguez, but he was unable to spell it correctly. Other information he gave was close to accurate. You heard at the scene he said he lived at 782 Hawthorne, when in reality he lived at 762. He spelled his mother's name as Varla instead of Carla. He spelled his high school as Castlemont instead of Castlemont. And what experts will tell you, this is not examples of lying, it is examples of a completely disorganized mind. And for the experts who watched that interrogation, it is obvious and clear it is a person who is exhibiting multiple symptoms of schizophrenia. But it was being conducted by two detectives who had absolutely no knowledge, no training, and no experience to recognize what they were seeing. Now, you heard that Mr. Dominguez was separated from UC Davis. He had the appeal, which was mentioned, that was for academic probation. When he received his separation letter, they simply sent him an email, which he never responded to and never acknowledged that he received it, which there is no evidence he ever received it. And you'll see it is an email written in a way that even a mentally healthy person would have difficulty understanding what it meant. You saw from the prosecutor's PowerPoint that even after this first two stabbings had occurred on May 1st, he appears to be trying to go to his classes at their scheduled time. You will see he arrived at one almost right as it ended, but then appeared to go to the other one. And then the following day, May 2nd, after the stabbing of Miss Guillory, again you see him trying to go to his classes. And you will see, with respect to this power on, power off summary that the prosecutor showed you, you will see that Mr. Dominguez had an old cell phone that didn't hold a charge, and this power on, power off pattern existed for multiple months. And there was a very good reason why someone would need to bring a cell phone to a class at UC Davis, and that will be explained to you. You will see also after his arrest, when the officers told him that he had been separated from UC Davis, he maintained that he had not, that he was still a student. After his arrest, Mr. Dominguez was housed in an infirmary of the Yolo County Jail. He spent each day in an empty cell, dressed in a suicide smock, staring at the wall or staring at the ground. He never expressed any desire to hurt himself. He was in the suicide smog just because of how he presented to the mental health staff. He consumed only an extremely small amounts of food and water. They describe it as a hunger strike, but he wasn't asking for anything. He just said he wasn't hungry. And soon, the former starting high school safety had fallen to about 108 pounds, resulting in multiple trips to the emergency rooms. But like so many with schizophrenia, he denied any mental health symptoms. Every question asked of him, he denied. And when they offered to give him antipsychotic medication, he refused. For nearly 3 months, he sat in that cell without showering, without brushing his teeth, staring at a wall or staring at the ground. For the first month, he was minimally communicative. You heard he made statements concerned that he was missing his classes at UC Davis, that he needed to register for classes, and he was wondering if he could have a laptop so he could keep up with his classes, still believing he was a student. Ultimately, he stopped communicating verbally, would only use hand gestures, and then basically stopped communicating at all. The psychiatrist who was treating him at the jail, her name is Patricia Tyler, and she treated him via telepsychiatry. She didn't actually meet him in person. She diagnosed him as suffering from schizophrenia, and she recommended emergency involuntary medication. Medication he would have to take whether he wanted to or not. You will see that finally in late July, he was given a single dose of antipsychotic medication, and finally the jail sought and received an order on August 3rd, 2023, an order from the court that allowed them to administer antipsychotic medication involuntarily. And shortly thereafter, Mr. Dominguez began receiving antipsychotic medication for the first time in his life. Once the order was signed and they showed it to him, he didn't physically resist. You will hear that the criminal case was paused on September 13th, 2023. He was admitted to Atascadero State Hospital for treatment. He remained at Atascadero for approximately 3.5 months before returning to Yolo County Jail in January of 2024 when criminal proceedings resumed. You will see that while antipsychotic medication is very effective, or can be very effective, at treating the positive symptoms of schizophrenia, the hallucinations, the delusions, it is far less effective at treating the negative symptoms. And you will see that many of Mr. Dominguez's negative symptoms, though less pronounced, are still present today. But having now received treatment, received medication, he does now recognize and fully accept that he has schizophrenia. Now, I would like to respond to a few things that was brought up by the prosecutor, because it'll likely be several weeks, if not more, before the defense is allowed to call any witnesses. And they spoke to you about what Dr. Matt Mousy saw. He was the individual who found Mr. Dominguez in Central Park at the location, Central Park, in Sycamore Park, at the location of the stabbing of Karim Abou Najm. And what Dr. Massey will tell you is that when he approached and he had a flashlight on his cell phone, Mr. Dominguez seemed scared. He said, "What do you want? Leave me alone." And he spoke in a childlike voice. And that Dr. Massey's initial reaction when Mr. Reales Dominguez got on the bike and rode off was that he had scared him. And then he saw Mr. Abou Najm on the ground. What you will see is that although Mr. Reales Dominguez did ride across the highway and drop that bike, he immediately returned back and crossed over that bridge. A young woman named Hannah Cheney, who was riding her bicycle by when she saw Dr. Massey on the phone before police even arrived, saw someone who you will see was Carlos Reales Dominguez crossing back over. In the state he was at that time, he was just trying to go home. And that is the only way he knew. Another thing the prosecutor said is that there was no blood found at the Hawthorne residence. You will see that statement is absolutely not true. To the contrary, the evidence found at the Hawthorne residence will show that Carlos Reales Dominguez made no effort to clean or wash anything. Another thing I want to mention is that you will hear testimony from Kimberlee Guillory and other members of the unhoused community in Davis, and they are very close, some of them are very close to each other, and they speak amongst each other. And you will see they are operating under a belief that approximately 9 o'clock on May 1st, when Kimberlee Guillory was stabbed, that Mr. Reales Dominguez was across from the tents, hiding behind trees, scoping them out. This is what they told the law enforcement. This is what many of them still believe. And that two men named Isaac Cheeseman and Albert Osorio did chase him. What you will see is that is absolutely not true. There was a person who they chased at 9 o'clock. His name was Khalid Siddiqui. He worked at Steve's Pizza. And when he would later talk to police, he would tell them how he was trying to walk home from work. And he got to that area, and suddenly a group of unhoused individuals started chasing him for no apparent reason. And an officer named Derek Russell, through an anonymous source at the FBI, was able to get a video of this incident, which clearly identified it was Mr. Siddiqui. But for some reason, he did not get a copy of the video. And Davis police ultimately determined that Mr. Siddiqui had no involvement whatsoever, and who those individuals saw was Mr. Siddiqui, not Mr. Reales Dominguez. But you will see to this day, law enforcement has allowed those witnesses to continue to repeat that false statement, even though they know it is not true. You heard just last week, Ms. Guillory was meeting with law enforcement about her testimony. She repeated that statement, and they let her continue to believe it. And keep that in mind when you evaluate the testimony of Ms. Guillory and the other members of the unhoused community, how that false belief affects their testimony. Now, an opening statement is not an opportunity to discuss the law. And it will be many weeks before the judge instructs you on the specific intents and mental states that the prosecution must prove for the charges in this case and the various enhancements. So please, as Judge McAdam told you, reserve your judgment until you have heard all the evidence and have had all the law explained to you so you can see how it fits together. But as you hear the evidence, much of which is going to be very difficult to hear and very difficult to see, please keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, that this trial is not just about the physical acts that Mr. Reales Dominguez did, but also what was happening in his mind when he did them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That concludes the defense opening statement, and that concludes the opening statement phase of this trial. So the next turn will be the evidentiary phase of the trial, and we'll begin to take witnesses produced by the people. We're right here up against the noon break, so we're going to go ahead and take our break. This afternoon, you'll be hearing from witnesses. Okay, and then I had a question from juror number 7. We're all good where we're at. Thank you for your disclosure. It's not a concern to me. Okay, thank you. And then I had a question also from another juror about judging credibility. And I recognize that each of you have a little bit different angle and so forth. The witness stand is right here, and you're to use your best ability to see the witness, and I'll make sure you can hear each and every witness, okay? And so we'll do that. So at this time, we're going to resume at 1:30. I'd like you to be up here a little bit before. Please wear your badges in the courthouse. And remember the 3-part admonition at all times. Do not discuss this case other than scheduling. Do not research the case. And do not form any opinions until you're deliberating. Enjoy your break, and I'll see you back this afternoon. Thank you, folks. All right.
All right, yes, we can zoom, but before we do that, I'll go through let me go through what we heard already. So we heard from the state, now we're hearing from the defense. So the defense opens up with not disputing the actions. The question is, what was Carlos's specific intent and mental state? Evidence will show he has schizophrenia. Every professional has reached the same decision, and there's no malingering, which means he can't fake it, he's not exaggerating. He spent 21 months on medication. This is a brain disorder that causes hallucination and disorganized speech, among other things. And those are positive symptoms. Then there's and that's a positive symptom, right? Then there's negative symptoms, and that's what's taken away. So minimal speech, flat and blunted affect.
Counsel, we're off the record. You got witnesses lined up? Yes. Outstanding. Full afternoon. I'll see you then. Thank you, folks.
Okay. So that was nothing. Nothing there. All right. Excuse me. So negative symptoms are what's taken away. So minimal speech, flat and blunted affect, inability to make eye contact, lack of motivation, decline in personal hygiene, inability to enjoy pleasure, distrust of others, social withdrawal. Carlos experiences all of those. Inability, and they have this inability to recognize their symptoms. Let's see. So men get hit in their late teens and early 20s. We were talking about that yesterday, I think, in chat. His birthday is October 5th of 2002, so he's 22. He was born in El Salvador with parents and 2 siblings who are younger than him. Carlos had the responsibility of walking the siblings to school and getting them food. He went to high school in Oakland. He was an honor student, football, track, swimming, soccer. He was the captain of the football team, safety. He played safety. He graduated 11th in his class. I don't know how large his class was, but that's pretty good. You graduate 11th. He has a YouTube channel. He was friendly, outgoing, and healthy. He starts at UC Davis in the fall of 2020. He's a little bit more shy now. So he grew up Carlos Reales. That's his father's name, but you'll also hear Dominguez. So we may have to change that to Reales, I guess. Then they talk about this guy Nathan, who is a former football player. He becomes a close friend of his. They talk about his girlfriend Kaylee. He meets, and she's a freshman. They're freshmen. They become boyfriend girlfriend. He's then asked to join a fraternity. He says you'll hear that he liked being around people. He laughed. He joked a lot. In his freshman, he had close-cut hair. His girlfriend said he had pristine hygiene. And then schizophrenia can be a combination of genetics and environmental factors. Carlos didn't recognize those symptoms. And then the summer, between freshman and sophomore year, his sister recalls seeing Carlos staring blankly at a wall several times a day for long periods of time. He had stopped showering. He used to shower multiple times a day in high school. And then fall comes, he goes back to the frat, and this friend Nathan sees Carlos. He's skinny, he's moving his lips without nothing coming out, and it freaked him out. And eventually those two stopped communicating. He spent his sophomore year with Kaylee, and she noticed a dramatic weight loss, and his pristine hygiene is gone. He became withdrawn, and he wanted to stay in his apartment and make beats and create music. Interesting that the music was the only thing that was comforting to him. Walking outside, he believed that people were talking about him. He got really paranoid. At one point, he tackled this guy. Kaylee eventually calmed him down, and they were driving home, and he kept wanting to get out. So eventually, she was able to stop, pull over, and he just walks out into the darkness. So their relationship ends. Now he's extremely thin. He's got long hair in his eyes. He walked like a zombie, with his arms at his sides. He stayed mostly in his room. He was barely acknowledging his roommates. He would just sit, and then they talk about this log that he would go to at this apartment complex or near it, and he would just sit on this log, staring down the train tracks. Then he gets his hands on this knife, and he would throw the knife at the ground and the trees, and he carved a face into the tree at one point. He kept trying to attend classes, but he received Fs all winter term. We'll hear from multiple experts that will say Carlos was seeing, hearing, getting stalked by shapeshifters he called the shadow figures. Law enforcement, when they eventually did find him, he was sitting on a bench staring off into space. They interrogated him for 7 hours. He has a disorganized mind. He would be misspelling names and addresses, but just slightly. Like I think they said his mother's name was Varla, so he would say Carla, or the opposite, something like that. His address was like 682, and he would say 652 or something. So it was close, right? He wasn't like completely going off, although he still would say his name was John Joyce. So UC Davis sent him a separation email. After the arrest, he just sat and stared at the wall, and he was in a vest. They said, well, you're having a hunger strike, and he's like, no, I'm just not hungry. He was down to 108 pounds. He denied he had mental health symptoms, and he refused antipsychotic meds. He didn't brush his teeth or he showered. I think they said for like 4 or 5 months. I missed how long, but it was pretty long. He asked for a laptop because he wanted to keep up with his classes. He kept trying to go back to that. Then eventually he went to hand gestures, and then he just eventually stopped talking altogether. A doctor came in. He was diagnosed, and she wanted to put him on emergency meds that would be against his will. So eventually, August 3rd, they get an order signed, and he is assigned regular antipsychotic meds. September 13th. The criminal case is paused because he's admitted to a hospital, and then January 2024, he's now deemed competent enough, so he comes back, and criminal proceedings start again. Now he recognizes that he's got these symptoms and he has these issues, and then the defense says what the state said about no blood being found at the residence is not true. Carlos made no effort to clean up or wash anything, so that's interesting, right? We'll have to see which one is telling the truth. Kimberlee, she was one that was stabbed and survived. She will testify along with several other members of the unhoused community. They are operating under a belief that around 9 o'clock, Carlos was hiding behind a tree scoping them out, when they're now saying, in fact, this guy, Isaac and Albert, they chased off Carlos, but that was indeed false. They chased out this other guy who was just walking home. I think he worked at like Domino's or some kind of pizza joint, and he was just walking home, and they chased him. That stinks. And then he says, there'll be many weeks before the judge instructs you. So we have many weeks. We heard 10 weeks. Well, it's 3 separate, right? It's 3 cases, so it's 3 trials in one. So that's why I think it's going to be a long trial. Then juror number 7 had a question, and the judge basically said, it's all good. That's not your concern. And then another juror had a question, judging credibility. He says, use your best ability, because some of you are right here by the stand, some of you are over there. Just use your best to your best of your ability to judge. Okay, let's do some zooming. Unless you guys have anything to say. Let's see. How long do they predict the trial to last? Yeah, about 10 weeks. Just make sure you can see us all. Northwest, taking steps to cover up, clean up crimes is a sign of rational thinking. That's what state will stress. Yeah, there's lots of instances of rational thinking, I think, right? Don't want to do that, Chris. I think there's a lot of signs of rational thinking. Let me see, I'll put it down here. But there's also signs of him not thinking rationally, you know? Hey, Just Shamrock. Good to see you. Only fan, but if they stipulated he did it, it'll shave some time off the trial, hopefully. Yeah, just keeping an eye on our other trial over there. Yeah, we're going to have to see. We're going to have to see how long this actually goes. They are going to have to bring in law enforcement for all three trials, or all three cases. They're going to have to bring in the medical examiner for all three, witnesses for all three. So it's going to be, the Amazon search for the knife. There's a lot on both ends, I think. There's a lot that say he was thinking rationally, tried to cover it up. Then there's a lot where he's just, his family, he's just staring off into space, We'll see. I'm interested to see where this goes. If it's like a Chloe Driver situation, I think the jury got it wrong. I think she was insane, and I wish she had gotten the help that she needs. I think this kid needs help initially. That's just my initial thoughts. But again, I haven't really seen any evidence. So let's get to it. Yeah, I'm wondering that, OnlyFan, with his family. I wonder if it's going to be a cultural thing, too. I wonder if it's going to be a cultural thing where they saw it, but they didn't. They just ignored it, maybe.
All right, let's go on the record in case CR 23-1391. This is the people of the state of California versus Carlos Dominguez. And we're now ready for the evidentiary phase of this trial. So I'll turn to Prosecutor DeMora. Do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Your Honor, the people will call Maria Breaux.
Okay, let's get Ms. Breaux. Counsel, I'm going to ask her to stand pretty much where you're at. Just give her a second, and then I'll let you move in. Good afternoon, Ms. Breaux. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here this afternoon. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you, and after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand, and then we have two lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the about to give and the cause not been for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for record and spell them both.
Ms. Breaux, if you could state your first and last name and then spell it for the record.
On my birth certificate, Anne Maria Breaux, ANNEMARIA, and Breaux, BREAUX, and I also go by Maria Breaux.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Breaux.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Breaux, if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, who you're related to.
I live in San Francisco. I'm 56, will be 57 in December, and I make my living as a writer, marketing writer, as well as a filmmaker. Would you like to know anything beyond that?
Well, let me ask you, I mentioned who you're related to. Did you have a brother?
I did.
Who's your brother?
I have two brothers.
Do you have a brother named David?
I do.
And who's your other brother?
My other brother is Joseph Breaux.
And you know why we're here today to talk about David, correct?
I do.
So I'm going to show you two pictures, People's Exhibit 55A and 55B. All right, approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you People's Exhibit 55 on the top, 55A, and then 55B on the side. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And who's the individual in there?
David Henry Breaux.
And are those pictures that you're familiar with?
I am.
Did you take those or did you have those at some point?
I did not take them, but I have both of them.
And is this, in life, was this a fair and accurate depiction of David?
It is.
Thank you. Ms. Breaux, could you tell us a little bit about David?
Yes, he's my so-called little brother. He was 6'2", and we grew up in the same house, same parents. He is 4 years younger than me. We both went through the same schools. We grew up in Doherty, California, in Southern California, and I left there in 1987 to attend Stanford, and he also went to Stanford 4 years after that, and went through, he studied urban studies with a focus on community development. And after that, had odd jobs. He worked as a high school teacher. He worked in a sporting goods store. He also worked with at-risk youth as a case manager in Los Angeles, and had a couple of different relationships during that time. After college, he graduated. He took kind of a longer route and graduated in 1998, after which he went to go take care of our ailing father in Doherty. Our mother had passed away in 1997. And we had a difficult upbringing and childhood with a volatile father and a mom who had schizophrenia. And after I left, David became her caretaker. I was her caretaker before that point. And so he went back home, took care of my father, who passed away in 2004. David had moved out of the house by then, and he and I started the process of renovating our family home. Over the course of 2 years, my dad passed in 2004. He had signed the house over to us. And so David and I worked together to bring it to a livable state and sold it in 2006. And then he moved to the Bay Area. I was working at Genentech at the time as a supervisor of technical writers, a technical writing team. And then he met someone who reported to me. I introduced them, and he had a very serious relationship with her, and then struggled with depression for a number of years while he was in high school. Also, when he came up to the Bay Area, and was suicidal for some time. But through a loving community and this relationship that he was in, but he was not able to overcome his depression, we recommended therapy for him, and he did go to therapy. But he, go ahead. Sure, I know this can be a long story.
Oh,
so.
Okay. About what time frame are we talking about right now where you talked about David graduated from Stanford?
Yes, he graduated from Stanford in 1998.
And then when did you and David sell the house?
We sold that in 2006.
And then the relationship that we're talking about right now, about what time frame are we in? Right?
That, I believe, started in 2005. If I'd have to check, but I believe it was in 2005.
And you were talking about with the help of the community, and I think I cut you off right there. So you were talking about with the help of the community, what happened?
So he broke up. Him and his girlfriend broke up. He moved to Oakland, and he was in a studio apartment, and he decided that he was going to pursue According to him, he said he had exercised his body by working out, his mind by going to college, his heart by being in a relationship. So he wanted to exercise his spirit. So he spent about a year and a half doing deep research into Western religions, Eastern religions, and philosophical thought, and looking at YouTube videos, reading books, and he came across a TED Talk by Karim Abou Najm, who's a religious scholar, British religious scholar, and she had a TED Talk on compassion and about how she was kind of calling different institutions, communities, individuals to place compassion at the core of their values and their belief system, and that spoke to David. And so he continued about his life, but he thought, I want to do something compassion related. But at the same time, he was having health issues. And one day he kind of had a blackout and ended up in he called his friend, and his friend called an ambulance, and he ended up in a psychiatric hospital in San Leandro. And while he was there, he realized he was okay, and that he would devote the rest of his life to raising awareness of compassion.
So I want to use that to ask you about, did David have a nickname that you're aware of?
Yes.
What was that?
Compassion Guy.
And do you know where or how or when he got his nickname?
On the way back from the psychiatric hospital, he called a friend, Davis, and his friend Josh said, yes, you can stay with me. David had $50 left in his bank account, and he said, I need to do something. So he came to Davis, California, and with a note, his intent was he was going to start asking people, and he had started doing this work in Oakland, but he had a notebook and a pen, and he would ask people to write their definition of compassion. And so he did that from June 3rd, 2009 until his passing, and that's how he got to be called Compassion Guy in Davis.
And so June 3rd of 2009, is that about the time frame that he came to Davis, California?
That's the time he started collecting definitions in Davis. He came in May 2009.
And did you have a chance to visit with him when he was in Davis? Did you ever get the opportunity to come up and see him do his work and interact with people?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Me and my family would come up. We always knew where to find him. He was at the corner of 3rd and C. And because sometimes my memory is a little spotty, I actually met people through email threads that I didn't really know who they were until later, and I met them in person. So people from the community, some people who are probably in this courtroom right now. And David made a lot of friends, and he brought some of them to San Francisco. Since I'm a filmmaker, he would come to see my movies, and he would bring friends from Davis. And so through that, I got to know some of the people in his sphere, and people who later helped him with his compassion work.
When you say he was usually located at 3rd and C, are you talking about the intersection of 3rd Street and C Street in Davis?
That's correct.
You said you always knew where to find him. When you were with him, is that sort of the area of downtown Davis that he would stay in and interact with members of the community?
That's correct.
When was the last time that you got to see David?
The last time I saw David, it was in July 2019.
Did the two of you keep regular contact in between when you were actually able to see each other?
Yes, we did.
How so?
Through either, in various means. He sometimes had a phone, sometimes didn't have a phone. It was either through phone calls, texts, Twitter messages, or Facebook messages.
But it's fair to say that during that time, you were always sort of seeing what his work was doing, keeping track of him, and just staying connected.
That's correct.
You said that he came up and he messaged a friend when he came up to Davis to stay with that friend. Was he housed or unhoused when he was in Davis?
He was technically homeless, but not on the street until, as far as I know, 2018. And until that point, he was either couch sitting, house sitting, making use of the interfaith rotating winter shelter, so was inside. And as far as I know, he wasn't outside until 2018.
And do you know, did he prefer to live outside amongst the community, or was he actively looking for stable housing? Do you know?
He was actively looking for stable housing after a certain point. I should also add he was for 1 year on a tour around the U.S. called the Compassion Tour. Each month someone would host him and he would give talks and had his notebook set up at an appointed bench in that city. But it wasn't until sometime during the pandemic where he actively sought to go back inside full time.
In 2023, do you know where he'd been staying?
I believe he was staying outside.
When was the last time that you and David had the opportunity to either talk or text or Twitter, just communicate in general?
On his birthday, February 26, 2023.
And on April of 2023, April 29th, did you receive news about David?
I received news about David on the evening of April 27th, 2023.
And what was that news?
Someone from the San Francisco Medical Examiner's Office came to my door and said that David had died.
Since David's passing, have you had the opportunity to visit areas where David either frequented or a corner where there is a bench and memorial set up there?
I have.
To show you equals 43B. Approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Breaux, do you recognize People's 43D?
I do.
And how do you recognize that?
At the Compassion Bench.
And so you're familiar with this area?
I am.
Is that in the city of Davis and County of Gilbert?
It is.
And is that picture of 43D, is that how Compassion Bench looks in honor of David?
It's covered with flowers, and yes, it is in honor of David.
And you've had the opportunity to visit that area?
I have.
Say, is that a fair and accurate picture of David's bench?
It is.
Thank you, Ms. Breaux. Quick questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
I do not have any questions for this program.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Breaux, appreciate you coming in here and testifying. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Demora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
I do. People would call Aiden Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds. Come on in and stand at the podium here in the well. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me.
My name is Sam McAdam. I'm presiding over this trial. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath, and after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand. We have 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Okay, understood.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to what to give and cause nothing for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. for the record and spell them both.
My name is Aiden Reynolds. First name spelled A-I-D-A-N. Last name spelled R-E-Y-N-O-L-D-S.
Okay, thank you. You don't need to lean into the mic. We're picking you up well.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So, Mr. Demora, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Reynolds, I wanted to go back to April of 2023. Do you remember where you were on April 27, 2023?
Yes. At around 11.
Correct.
My colleague Ian Halliburton and I were working on a research project involving monitoring bird nests around Davis and other urban areas. That particular morning, we were monitoring a bird near Central Park who was foraging in the northern portion of the park. We were following it southbound through the park when we passed by some benches. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw someone sitting in one of the benches, but it was only when we approached like that area about like 10 or 15 yards away where Ian noticed that he was in a really bad state. I remember he said, that man is dead. And I turned and looked more closely at the man sitting on the bench, and it was very clear he was in a very bad state. And that's when Ian...
Well, let me stop you real quick. Let me break up a couple of things first.
Absolutely.
I want to go back to, you said that you and Ian Halliburton were working on a research project involving birds. What were you doing at the time? What was your job or your trade or field of study?
Yeah, so the project is called Project Phoebe, and we kind of analyze the effects of urban environments on a specific songbird species called the black phoebe.
What's the name of the bird?
Black phoebe.
Can you spell it?
It's B-L-A-C-K-P-H-O-E-B-E.
Okay, that's for the court report. Thanks.
Yeah, and it's a little black songbird. They build mud cup nests on the underside of roofs, so they're very common in urban ecosystems. And so we have a bunch of sites where we monitor those birds and their nests in multiple parks around Davis and Sacramento and Woodland. And yeah, on this particular morning, we went to a bird that we were monitoring near Central Park. I believe its nest was located northwest of Central Park across the intersection.
Let me stop you right there. Real quick. When you say Central Park, you're talking about the city of Davis?
Yes.
And
Yes.
When you say across the intersection, what intersection are you referring to?
I believe it's, I'm not actually sure. I've lived in Davis for 4 years and I still can't remember the streets, but yeah, it was, can I pull up my phone to?
That's all right.
How about this?
We're good.
I will show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2B. Am I first, John?
Okay, did you say 2B as in boy?
2 as in boy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, I'm showing you People's Exhibit 2B. Are you able to recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is Central Park. I could see the bench where we found David.
And you're familiar with this photograph or this overview of Central Park?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so before we get into too many of the details about this, I'm going to ask you some questions in a little bit.
Okay.
But the intersection you're referring to, do you see it on here?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, and you're pointing to the bottom left corner of this exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, that's not a total quarter.
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Now if I can, see if I can get this published with permission from the court.
Okay.
There we go. So you were saying the intersection on 2B is this bottom left-hand corner right there. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so When you and Mr. Halliburton were tracking this bird, you mentioned that you got about, and I wanted to say this incorrectly, about 15 yards away from the benches?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
All right. So if you're able to, with one of the landmarks in this photograph, identify where you and Mr. Halliburton were about the time you first saw Mr. Breaux.
Here, you want to point it out?
Sure.
You push the button, there's a laser on it.
Yeah. So we walked across this crosswalk, and we're walking around this trajectory, where around here is where we noticed that there was something wrong, and and that's when we took a closer look at the body, and that's when Ian decided to call in a wellness check. But it was...
So, for the record, you took the laser pointer, went from kind of the middle of the grassy area up to the right of the exhibit.
Yes.
And you stopped where it looks like there's people to the right side of that white square, which is the tent.
Yes.
So you mentioned that Ian had said that person looks dead.
Yes.
Did you look in that direction at where David was sitting on the bench?
Not before Ian had mentioned that. In my peripheral vision, I did see someone sitting on the bench, but I wasn't looking directly over there. I was focused on the bird that was flying towards the carousel.
And that carousel is off to the upper right of.
Yes.
So when Ian said that, when you heard him say that, what did you do?
I turned to my left and looked closer at what Ian had pointed out. It was from there where we both concluded that the man was probably deceased and that we should call a wellness check to confirm that.
Why did you believe he appeared deceased?
There was a visible pool of blood directly beneath him, below the bench, and there were a lot of flies buzzing around him.
Did you get closer to him than the 15 yards when you first saw him?
Yes, we got about maybe 5 yards away.
Were there any signs of life, such as movement, gasping for air or breath or words, anything like that?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you or Ian ever come into contact with the body? Did you touch it or move it?
No.
Did you see any items on the ground around the body?
No.
Did you see any clothes or backpacks or anything like that?
No.
Prior to, I'm going to step back for a second. When you saw Mr. Breaux, when you saw the body on the bench in your periphery, prior to Ian seeing anything, had there been anything to draw your attention to that body?
No, I would say not. Nothing that stood out that drew my attention to the bench, besides the fact that there appeared to be a man sitting on the bench.
Did you ever hear any struggle or fight or screaming coming from that direction or that bench?
No.
Did you see anyone lingering in the areas around that body or that bench?
No, I believe there was a meeting with some of the administration of that park. I think in this general area, and there was a man who was approaching us and asked if we were gonna call it in once we told him that the man was dead and that we wanted to call in a wellness check. And But that was the only like activity in that area besides some like families in this playground over here.
All right, so the first place you had pointed to where there's that meeting was off to the right of the exhibit.
Yes.
Looks like there's concrete and some benches. And then the playground area, for the record, you indicated was at the upper portion of the exhibit, just along that tree line.
Yes.
Did you see any type of weapon on the ground, like a knife or a sharp object?
No.
And how long did you and Mr. Halliburton stay in that area?
I'd say we waited about 10 minutes for the police, and we waited in the general area for probably another 45 minutes.
And just to step back for 1 second, when we started our questioning, you said at 11, and we talked about morning, which is to be clear, we're talking about 11 a.m. on April 27th.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reynolds, thank you for making time for me today. Have a great day.
Thank you, you as well.
All right, Mr. Demora, the witness?
People call Ian Halliburton.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Halliburton. Come on in, stand here at the podium before me. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath, then I'll have you take the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to speak about to give and the cause now pending for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Ian, I-A-N, last name Halliburton, H-A-L-I-B-U-R-T-O-N.
Okay, thank you. You won't need to lean in, I don't think. Yeah, just relax. Thank you. Mr. Demora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Halliburton. Mr. Halliburton, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently an ornithologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum.
And could you tell us what an ornithologist is?
Yes, I am a field biologist, an ecologist, specifically working with birds.
In April of 2023, did you have the same position or were you doing something different?
In April of 2023, I was a graduate student at UC Davis.
What were you studying?
I was studying animal behavior.
And when did you graduate?
I graduated in June of 2024.
So I want to take you to April 27th of 2023, around 11 a.m. Were you at Central Park in City of Davis, County of Yolo, around 11 a.m. with Aiden Reynolds?
Yes.
Who was Mr. Reynolds to you at the time? Were colleagues, friends? Was he your researcher?
Yeah, so Aiden is an undergraduate at UC Davis still and was at the time, and he was an undergraduate technician on the project that I was working on.
You just spoke a little bit about that, but you the two of you were tracking a specific type of bird.
That's correct.
Did your project take you into Central Park?
Yes, Central Park is one of our study sites.
Just after 11 a.m. That day, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes, we were following this particular bird that he likely mentioned across the road there at B Street into Central Park. It took us through that like northern part of the park towards the carousel, and as I passed by a bench on that northern side of the park, I noticed someone who wasn't moving, and then stayed there, continuing to observe this person.
How long did you observe this person?
It only took maybe about 5 or 10 minutes, probably even less, before I realized that something was wrong. Given that the person wasn't moving, that was what first drew my attention. And then I started noticing other concerning things that convinced me to call the police, such as blood.
When you say such as blood, what did you observe about blood?
The first thing that I noticed was blood, what I presume was blood based on the color, underneath the bench. And then as I looked more carefully at the person on the bench, I saw stains on their clothes as well that appeared to be blood.
How close, when you first made an observation that something was wrong, about how far away were you?
Maybe about 15 feet.
And did you get closer when you started to observe more concerning things?
It wasn't really necessary. It was apparent from that distance that the person wasn't moving and that there was blood.
And during the entire time you were observing this individual, did you at any point see any signs of life?
No, I did not. Of course, I realized that in cases like this, people often will like call and request that police check for life, or I don't know what the term is, but that's something that can be done. And I didn't feel competent assessing that myself, but of course with blood, it felt like something was seriously wrong.
And based on those observations, is it fair to say that you and Mr. Reynolds, you didn't touch the body or do anything, you called it in?
That's correct. We stayed about that same distance or more the entire time.
Did you see anyone else prior to the police getting there? Did you see anyone come up to the body, touch the body, move the body, anything like that?
I did not see anyone interact. There were other people in the area, and their attention was directed towards the body as well. I noticed things and, keeping roughly that same distance, asked these people, if they had noticed the same things and if they had called the police already, and no one had called the police.
Did you, from the distance, from your vantage point, did you see anything, any items on the ground around the body that we now know is David Breaux?
No, I did not.
Did you see any knives or sharp objects?
No, I only remember seeing the body, and below the bench, all I remember was blood.
Mr. Halliburton, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. Mr. Hutchinson? All right, Mr. Halliburton, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeMora.
We'll call Sergeant Antonio Diaz.
Okay, let's get the sergeant. Okay, Sergeant Diaz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Come on into the podium right here, ma'am. Yeah, let me stop you there. Thank you. Every courtroom does it differently. And I'm gonna have the clerk administer the oath to you there, and then take the witness stand for the questioning.
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear to swear you're about to give and the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please first and last name for the record. Welcome both.
First name is Antonia, last name is Diaz. Antonia is Antonia. Diaz is Dias.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Diaz.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant Diaz, where are you employed?
With the City of Davis Police Department.
And are you a peace officer?
I am
How long have you been a peace officer?
about 13 and a half years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
about 3 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant?
Well, currently I'm the community-oriented policing sergeant, so it's a lot of community outreach, working with the in-house community, problem solving as problems arise in the city.
In April of 2023, what was your role as a sergeant at that time?
I was a patrol sergeant.
And when you say patrol sergeant, is that where you supervise patrol officers and call and respond to services?
Yes, typically it's the watch command for the city, which includes reviewing all the calls for service, reviewing reports, supervising the officers.
And did you have a collateral duty as part of being a peace officer with the Davis Police Department?
I had several.
How about as a member of the evidence response team?
At that time, I was transitioning out of that role, but I was still acting as a consultant to the team.
Were you acting as a consultant because you had been in that assignment or that collateral duty for a period of time?
I was, yes.
About how long?
At that point, probably about 8 years.
So I want to go to April 27th of 2023. Were you working during the daytime hours on that day?
I was.
Around 11:22 a.m., did you receive a call that required police response?
We did, yeah. A call came in for a person at the park who appeared to be deceased.
And when you say the park, what park are you referring to?
Central Park,
Is that in the city of Davis, County Guillory?
it is.
Did you respond to that scene?
I did,
Were you the first peace officer to arrive there?
yes.
Were there other personnel or other individuals, first responders that were there?
Yes, EMS was there, so fire and AMR ambulance personnel.
And on that date, did you have your body-worn camera with you?
I did,
And was it functioning?
yes.
And did it capture the events of when you first responded to Central Park?
It did.
Show you just a still shot of People's Exhibit 3.
Is that the projector?
Normally you'd show the witness here. Are we stipulating, Mr. Hutchinson?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, you can go ahead and publish that.
Thank you. Sergeant Diaz, looking at the screen on Exhibit 3, do you recognize that still shot?
It appears to be from my body-worn camera.
And have you reviewed your body-worn camera related to the case that we're here in court today?
Yes,
And From the still shot, are you familiar with the contents of your body-worn camera?
Yes.
And does this fairly accurately depict your first arrival on scene to Central Park on April 27, 2023, just after 11 a.m.?
It does.
Permission to play the video, Gary?
Is there audio? Do we have a transcript?
Oh, I do have a transcript and there is audio, yes.
Okay. Let me instruct the jury and the court reporter. Throughout this trial, we may watch video and or hear audio. The actual evidence is the video that you're watching with the audio. To assist you from time to time, but perhaps not in every case, it'll be a video by video. I'll make a judgment call. And we may hand you a transcript. And that's what we're doing for this one. The transcript is merely a tool. It is not a piece of evidence. And it likely, almost probably, will not go into the jury deliberation with you. I always hesitate to hand out these transcripts because human nature is to put your head down and to read the words on the page. But I just told you that the actual evidence is up on the screen. So, just be mindful. You have a transcript, and it's there as a tool, and you can read it and keep looking up, making sure you're observing the video. I'm spending a little bit extra time because we may have other videos, and so I'm just kind of walking you through this. And I'll remind you also, I may not always give you a transcript, but this one we are giving a transcript. And then the second rule I want to advise is that the court reporter will be relieved of transcribing any video or audio tape, and that goes for every video and audio used in this trial. All right, with that, Mr. DeMora, carry on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hi. Also, homicide looks like you might have been stabbed multiple times. He's been dead for a while. He's got a breaker set in. Medically called him.
Can whoever called it, can you guys hang out for a minute? So I got people coming that can, since it's now a homicide.
You got a knife sheath there. You got multiple puncture wounds that look like they're from a knife.
On the other side of the body, and then I think cover the blood. So, do you want us to cover it or just leave it?
Hey, hang on just a sec. There's a lot of air traffic going on right now. Do you have like a blanket?
Yeah, right there.
Is it like fresh out of a package?
Yes.
Is that all of it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And I can help you do it. We want to do it with like fresh gloves because of any potential DNA.
I have a
Perfect.
question. You have a question?
Yeah, Santa, can you notify SH, and we're going to need the screens that Kimberlee mentioned, and we're at the bureau to secure this area. All right, yeah, so AMR, and then let me get like people that run your rig, you get that info, and then once you guys clear to go to the next call. Oh, you guys are first? Okay. All right, you're right, let me get some paper, get some tape. Next up again, it said, put your cars up on the lawn, and let's see if we can like shield it for now with the cars. I'm gonna do the same. And 40 if you have crazy tape. Okay. And Timber, can you reach Munoz?
you guys ready there? Fine.
Sergeant Diaz, was that a clip from your body camera, or was that the full body camera from April 27th?
It was a clip.
And was that a fair and accurate depiction of part of the events that captured on your body camera?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about a couple things that were discussed in that clip. It looked like an individual with EMS was asking about a blanket. Can you tell us about, you said you get a fresh one? I think I got a start on that. Why do you get a fresh blanket?
Well, I mean, DNA is trace evidence. It's very small, and so if a blanket had been used prior or laid out on any surface, it could pick up other DNA and then cross-contaminate the scene with that DNA.
And was that similar to why you were talking about fresh gloves?
Yes.
I guess I should probably ask this question. That is, when you have, did this appear to be a crime scene?
It did.
When you have a crime scene, is it your desire to protect the integrity of that crime scene and make sure that the evidence is preserved?
Yes.
As you were walking prior to moving your patrol car up onto the grass, I want to talk about that bench where we now know it was Mr. David Breaux on that bench. Is there any sidewalk or footpath that leads directly to that bench?
Not an established one or an official one. No.
When you say not an established one or official one, what do you mean?
Next to the green fence, from what I recall, there was an absence of grass. I'm going off of a 2-year-old recollection of like a little section of dirt around it, but it wasn't like an established path. It was like a worn footpath.
Worn because people walk on it?
Correct.
Say you're going from your own recollection, is that because that area is now under construction?
I haven't visited. It is under construction, yes, but I hadn't visited it after this event.
And I'm going to show you people's 2A and 2B. Permission approach.
Okay.
And 2A first and then 2B underneath. Sergeant Diaz, the areas in 2A and 2B, do you recognize those as being the scene we just saw from your body-worn camera?
Yes,
You're familiar with those areas?
I am.
And do those pictures capture the area on April 27, 2023, as you recall?
They do.
Is that a very accurate depiction of what you saw or what is captured on a date?
Yes.
So in 2A and 2B, is that bench that Mr. Breaux is located on, is that up against or back up to a wrought iron fence?
It does.
And are you able to tell or estimate, based on, I believe, 2B, where the nearest established sidewalk is?
It would just be a guess.
Object, foundation, or
Sustained.
About how long would it take you? How long did it take you to walk from the bench to the sidewalk where your car is?
Maybe 20, 30 seconds.
Based on your walking, are you able to estimate about 100 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet?
Maybe 100 feet.
Now, here. Thank you. So we're looking at 2B equals 2B. On the left side of the page of the exhibit, what street is that?
On the left side is 5th Street.
And on the bottom, what street is that?
B as in boy.
Which direction is north based on this photograph?
It would be towards 5th Street,
So,
to the left.
Looking left.
Yes,
And that would make east the top of the page,
correct.
and south the right,
Yes.
and west the bottom. Thank you. Have you gone to or been to Central Park at night?
Yes.
And I want to focus specifically back in April of 2023. Did you ever do patrol at night?
Not in many years.
Have you ever been to that area at night?
I have.
Do you recall the lighting in that area where Mr. Breaux was located back in 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
In Central Park, at least the northwest, or the northern portion of it, is that an area that is well lit, that is bright?
I don't recall.
When you first arrived on scene, did you see any weapons on the ground, like a knife or anything bladed?
I did not.
Sergeant, no further questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jamara. Mr. Hutchinson, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Sergeant Diaz, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Okay, Mr. Jamara, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Do. Sergeant Lewis Cameron?
Okay, let's get Sergeant Cameron off the record. Feel free, I'm going to stand up and stretch, folks. Feel free to join me. Podium. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath, and after the oath, then the witness stand.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear that you're about to give the cause not being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Lewis Cameron, Louis-Cameron.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Cameron.
Afternoon.
Sergeant Cameron, are you currently employed as a peace officer at the rank of sergeant with the West Sacramento Police Department?
I am.
And in April of 2023, were you also a sergeant with the West Sacramento Police Department?
Yes.
As a member of the West Sacramento Police Department, did you have a collateral duty at that time?
Yes.
And what was that?
As a UAS or a drone operator.
Okay, when you say UAS, what does that mean?
Unmanned aerial system.
And is that where you're able to operate a drone and fly and take videos and pictures of that?
Yes.
On April 27th of 2023, actually, let me step back. Do you have to go through a certification process to be able to operate a drone or a UAS?
Yes.
And did you complete the courses and the requirements necessary to do that?
Yes.
And are you familiar with FAA regulations and things like that on how to properly operate it?
Yes.
And your department recognizes you as a drone operator?
Yes.
So did you get called on April 27th, 2023 to assist the Davis Police Department for potential homicide that they had at Central Park?
Yes.
Did you bring your drone with you?
I did.
And what was the purpose that you were brought out there?
One, they wanted overall photos of the area, mostly the park, and as well as to search some rooftops that they couldn't necessarily get to on foot.
And did you capture 2 still shots with your drone that you turned over to the Davis Police Department?
I think there were more than that, but yeah, I captured some still shots, yes.
So I'm going to show you people's exhibits 2A and 2B. So showing you people's exhibit 2, then we'll show you 2A and 2B. So Sergeant Cameron, do you recognize 2A?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this?
That is a photo that I took that day of the crime scene.
And is this a fair, and do you recognize 2B?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
That is also a photo of the crime scene, just a little higher up and a little bit further back.
Did you take that picture?
Yes.
And are both those pictures very accurate depictions of what you captured with your drone on April 27, 2023?
Yes.
No further questions?
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Hutchinson?
No questions.
Sergeant Cameron, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. DeMar, next witness.
We will call Detective Alex Torres.
Okay. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Come on in, stand at the podium right here, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to defend what you give, and the cause not bring before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. First and last name for the record. Ms. Sheldon Bowe.
Alex Torres. Alex is A-L-E-X, Torres, T-O-R-R-E-S.
Thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Torres.
Good afternoon.
Detective Torres, where are you employed?
City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I am currently a detective with the City of Davis.
So you're assigned to the Investigations Bureau.
Yes.
In April of 2023, what were you assigned as at that time?
At that time, I was assigned to patrol in the position of corporal.
And did you also have a collateral duty?
I did, yes.
What was that?
I was team lead of the evidence response team, ERT.
On April 27th, 2023, did you respond to Central Park in the city of Davis, County of Iowa?
Yes.
Why?
For a report of a male possibly injured and possibly bleeding on a park bench.
And did you see that individual on the park bench?
I did, yes.
Did that individual appear injured?
Heavily so, yes.
And if so, did the person appear to be alive or deceased?
Deceased.
When you got on scene and you saw this individual, you said heavily injured. Why did you say that?
The exterior of his clothing had notable puncture marks on the upper torso area of his body. There was a saturation around those puncture marks that was red in color. It appeared to be blood.
step back for a second. When you got on scene, how was this, that we now know as David Breaux, how was Mr. Breaux positioned on this bench?
David Breaux was in a seated position with his back up against the back brace of the Green Park bench. His head was tilted back over the back curve of the bench. His mouth was open. His arms were down at his side. One of his feet, I believe it was his left foot from what I could recall, was flat on the ground, the sole of the foot. However, I believe it was the right foot was canted slightly so that the right side of the shoe was on the ground while the sole was pointed to the left.
Was there anything on the bench, on the actual bench next to him, or actually, let me rephrase. Was there anything on the bench next to him?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a backpack filled with items, and also underneath David was a cloth item, looked like a shirt.
Could you tell how many, let me rephrase, what was he wearing?
He was wearing, on his legs, he had blue-colored sweats. His feet, he was wearing black socks that were extended up over the cuffs of the sweats, and shoes that were closed-toed. On his upper body, he had approximately 5 layers of clothing, and
Showing you People's Exhibit 1, photos class 4 7360.
Wait, hold on. Listen, you've got to either get a stipulation or lay a foundation with the witness first. I mean, I'm welcome to stipulations, and all these have been in discovery, but we have to go through that procedure. Mr. Hutchinson?
I'll stipulate.
Okay, thank you, Counselor.
Showing you People's Exhibit 1, photo 7360. Detective Torres, do you recognize this photograph?
yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is a photo of David Breaux as I found him on the bench.
And what you described as this clothing, is that, in that photograph, are we able to see the photograph, or excuse me, the clothing you just described?
Yes, if we could go back to the photo. Yes.
Now, where are, and if you could explain this, are his arms, or his sweatshirt arms, the sleeves to it, are his arms in that sweatshirt or outside of that sweatshirt?
Outside of it.
When you were inspecting Mr. Breaux, did you notice anything about whether his clothes were clean or his clothes were dirty?
I noted that they were dirty.
How so?
His pants and his shoes and the exposed socks on his legs had this dusting of brown powder or dirt along the knees of the legs and the socks, as well as on the exterior layer sweater. And there was also red stains around puncture areas of the sweater.
When you say this dusting of brown powder and dirt, did you see, was there a consistent color of dirt in that area?
Yes.
Where?
Underneath the bench, there was a circular, not sphere, not completely circular, but an area that was the same colored brown dirt.
When you say a dusting, what do you mean by that?
It looked like smearing of this dirt on him. Like it looked like he had been in dirt.
So I'll give you this example. If you were to walk through like a freshly plowed field or something like that, where you get dirt on your shoes and you try to dust it off, it comes off fairly easily. Is that consistent with what you're talking about, or is it something different?
This is slightly different, more concentrated in certain areas where it wouldn't just be enough to wring out or fling out the pants to get all that dirt off. It would have to be washed.
Now, I want to go to, I'm going to transition for a second, let me come back to a few more questions on this. But the puncture wounds that you were describing on Mr. Breaux, from your observation, could you tell how many were in his upper torso area?
From my recollection, I do not recall an exact amount, but it was close to a dozen.
And where were they concentrated? Concentrated anywhere?
They were, I would say there were, from what I saw, there were several on a right sleeve, two on a right sleeve area near the forearm. There were several on the back lower portion of his body and left side arm, from what I can recall.
And that was just from your initial observations being on scene?
Yes.
Counsel, are we done with this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. If you can you remove it?
Yes. Now, what other observations, Detective, did you make about Mr. Breaux in terms of what items he had with him or what he was wearing?
I noted that his upper torso was, he was wearing about 5 layers of clothing. The exterior being a black hooded sweater. Underneath that was, I believe, a knitted sweater, followed by a Gap brand sweater, then a zip-up brown sweater, and then a long-sleeve black shirt was the base layer. Also, next to him, inside the backpack was a laptop, a wallet, which had his ID and how I was able to identify him out at the scene.
Why were the layers of clothes that he was wearing significant to you?
Because the penetration of how far an object would have to go, given the layers of clothing that a person's wearing, also consideration as to during something that had occurred, what happened with those clothing items or how they were involved were considerations.
When talking about the layers of clothes and how far something would have to penetrate to make those puncture wounds that you described, did that lead you to believe that, well, what did that lead you to believe?
Given the layers, the amount of punctures, and the fact that that would prevent blood from seeping out too much, catch most of any blood seeping out of a wound. The saturation that was coming out meant to me that there was significant blood loss that occurred, as well as significant injuries that likely was the result of this person's death, or resulted in this person's death.
Would you also need a really sharp object to get through that many layers?
I would say so, yes.
You mentioned a backpack that had electronics in it. Why was that a significant issue?
Part of my examination of the scene is also to try to understand cause, if possible. Given that the items of value left behind at the scene, it caused me to not believe robbery was an intended purpose.
Was there anything that you located on the ground around Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
What was that?
There were two noticeable objects on the ground near that bench within about 5 to 6 feet of it.
And what were those?
One was a large blanket, and the other one was a sheath, leather sheath, boot knife style leather sheath for a knife.
Start with the blanket. Why was that of significance to you?
To determine if it was involved in some way for any staining that may have occurred, any punctures that were visible on it.
Let's talk about this knife sheath. Where did you first observe this knife sheath?
It was on the ground, from my recollection, under the blanket.
How far away from Mr. Breaux was it?
Roughly within 5 feet.
You say it was leather and for a boot style knife. What do you mean by that?
I own several boot knives. The back of the sheath had a little clip that was meant to either go on a belt or, if held inside a boot, an actual cowboy boot, it can hang off the edges of the boot. Plus, the leather itself had a little clasp on top, so to keep a knife sheathed as a person moves around. And yeah, it was also the leather itself wasn't. It didn't have apparent wear, a over-aging look new.
Can you tell what brand knife would go into this sheath?
The sheath itself was a Smith & Wesson brand knife sheath, and which made me believe that it was in fact a Smith & Wesson knife that goes to the sheath.
Did you find a knife on scene?
No.
Did you collect the knife sheath?
Yes.
Did you book it as evidence?
Yes.
Was that, do you recall what item number that was?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
If that will, with his honor's permission.
Okay.
I'm refreshed.
Okay, what did you book it under?
Item number 21,
I may approach the evidence, Your Honor.
Okay. What number exhibit are you looking for?
Number 9.
Number 9, okay.
I had it earlier. First, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you People's Exhibit number 9. Gloves. Now, Torres was mine. Can you open up People's 9? You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the Smith & Wesson knife sheath that I located at the scene near David Breaux' body.
Okay, and that's the one that we've just been talking about for the last several minutes?
Yes.
Now, at some point during the investigation into the events that happened on April 27th, 29th, and May 1st, are you familiar with all those dates?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mr. Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing for me?
It is the gentleman at the second table furthest from me, seated on my right, wearing a dark gray suit jacket, blue tie, and a light gray button-up shirt. Clean shaven, approximately age 25, male.
May the record reflect that Detective Torres identified Mr. Dominguez?
He does.
And when you're familiar with his arrest on May 3rd of 2023,
Yes.
were you aware that a knife was recovered from him?
Yes.
Have you seen or inspected that knife?
Yes.
Is that knife that was located, what type of knife is that?
It was a double-sided, sometimes referred to as dirk or dagger, Smith & Wesson brand boot knife.
Okay, thank you. Detective, I'm going to stop you. We're going to take a break. And on the other side, we've got more questions for you. I appreciate your patience. Why don't you sit tight for a second? Let me excuse the jury, and then you're free to take a break as well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 15-minute break. We're going to be in session at 4:30, so whatever you do, if it's calisthenics or whatever, be ready to go for another hour and whatever that is. Don't form your opinions, don't discuss, don't research. Enjoy your break, folks. Thank you. On break. Okay, I will zoom in a moment, but let me just do a quick recap here of what we've seen and heard so far. So we heard from Maria Breaux, who is the sister to David. He was the first person to get attacked and unfortunately lost his life. She lives in San Francisco, so she's the older sister. Or are they going to come back? She's the older sister. She said David was about 6'2". He's 4 years younger than her. They both went to Stanford. He went into
Presence of the jury. Mr. Vanderhook, did you have an issue for the court? Mr. DeMora, was there an issue
No.
for the court?
Oh, actually, there is a witness issue.
Okay, I need to do that right now.
Yes, if we could hop in, order it now.
Okay. is the witness here?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, sir, come on in. Good afternoon. My name is Sam McGavin. I'm the judge presiding over this trial. My understanding is you have been subpoenaed, court ordered to come to court today. Thank you for honoring that subpoena. It sounds like we're going to need you on a different day, so I want to issue a new order that you return on a certain date and time, same location, Department 14. Mr. Vanderhook, when's that?
Wednesday, May 7th at 9 a.m.
Wednesday, May 7th at 9 a.m. Sir, can you state your name for me?
Alberto Osorio.
Alberto
Osorio.
Osorio. Okay, great. Do you understand the order of the court?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to be here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it's good to see you today. All right, I'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other business we need to take care of?
Mr. Osorio, the court previously issued a material witness warrant. May that warrant be recalled?
Sure, it wasn't dealt with?
No.
That's a different witness?
Different witness. He was contacted today and came voluntarily without the warrant needing to be served.
Warrant's recalled. Yeah, the order was vacated for the warrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else before we break? All right, let me just add one other thing. Mr. DeMora, Mr. Hutchinson. We heard opening statements, set forth the disputes of fact. If you can stipulate to the admission of exhibits and certain facts, I think we can really speed this up. So anyway, I know you want to present your case, but a lot of this is not disputed, and I think we can move through some of these facts a lot quicker. So anyway, it's first day of trial. Meet and confirm that, okay?
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Off the record.
Well, that was interesting. They did tell us at the beginning of this that because a lot of, well, not a lot, but there are going to be witnesses that are unhoused, that the witnesses are going to be shuffled around. So that may have been one of them, that guy that just came in. I don't know. So they moved him to May 7th. Wow. So here we are. Oh, man, this is April 6th, and they're already talking about May 7th? Wait a minute. No, wait. Today's May 7th. Today's 8th. We're in May, right? All right. So they shifted that guy from, actually, this was yesterday. So they shifted that guy from May 5th to May 7th. Lordy. I got to get my head around this. Okay. Maria Breaux, sister to poor David. He was the first victim. She's the older sister. They both went to Stanford. He was a high school teacher, worked at a sporting goods store as well. He graduated in 1998, and he took care of their ailing father. She said they came from a tough family upbringing. Their dad was very volatile. Mom had schizophrenia. So imagine that. This guy ends up getting stabbed and attacked by another person who suffered schizophrenia. I mean, just the irony is just unbelievable. So their dad passed away in 2004. They sold the house in 2006. He was struggling with depression while in high school. This is David, and he was of that, wanting to take care of that himself. He went to therapy, as a matter of fact. He started exploring different religions and philosophies, and this is when he ran across a TED Talk about compassion. Then he had a blackout. And he ended up in a psych hospital, and from that point on, he would devote the rest of his life to compassion. Now we have his YouTube channel, so I'll play that at the end of today's. I'll play that at the end. All right, I don't want to mess up my stream or anything. So you know what? In between these streams, because I have to do day 1, then day 2. In between the streams, I'll play some of David's content from his YouTube channel. So look forward to that. That's going to be cool. All right, his nickname was the Compassion Guy, and they made a bench. It's so sweet. You know what? Here, let's. Did we have a picture of that? All right, here. Let's check this out. While I talk. So this is the this is the bench that they set up in his honor. Let's see. For those that have not seen it. All right, so this is the bench that they set up in his honor. All right. So he came to Davis in May of 2009. So he set up this corner, 3rd and C, and that's where he would ask people to give him quotes like, "What does compassion mean?" Right? So okay, so sorry, I missed this part. Okay, so he started in Oakland about asking people their definition of compassion. Then he eventually brought that over to Davis. And I think he interviewed like over 10,000 people, and he actually came out with a book. Excuse me. He came out with a book titled Compassion, a compilation of concepts on compassion. So he recorded over 10,000 responses. You know, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. All right, so he basically was couch surfing until about 2018. That's when he went back inside. I'm sorry, he went back outside. So he was couch surfing, then he went back outside. He was actively searching for stable housing. And he went on a year-long tour called the Compassion Tour. And then, of course, COVID, the pandemic, got him, kind of forced him back inside. But as of 2013, he was staying outside again. His birthday was February 25th, 2023, and that's when Maria talked to him. And then April 27th, she found out. San Francisco medical examiner came to her. She has seen the memorial corner, and she's seen the compassion bench. So there's his compassion bench. Right? It's nice. Oh, OnlyFan, thank you for the 5 gifted Trial TV Live memberships. Appreciate that. Oh, here, let me pull this. There. Thank you so much for that. Becky and B, we ain't got no quit. Oh, Akasha, we know you. And Wayne, cool. Akasha, please join us. We know you from Joe Schmo. There was no cross, interestingly enough. Next up was Aidan Reynolds. Now, he is one of 2 people that discovered David. So Ian Halliburton and Aidan Reynolds, and they're basically ornithologists. Ian is the ornithologist, and Aidan is a undergraduate. So they were checking on this black phoebe, which is a songbird. And they were checking out a nest, and they were cross-cutting Central Park. And it is weird to say Central Park because, of course, all I think is New York City. But anyway, there's a Central Park here, obviously, and they're cutting across the park, and they see David, and they pretty much know immediately that he's not in good shape, and then ultimately they see pretty quickly that he is not alive. He's got flies buzzing around him. Rigor mortis has set in. There's blood on underneath the bench. It's pretty bad. So that's Aidan and Ian. I'm sorry. So that's witnesses 2 and 3. No cross on either one of them. Next up is Sergeant Antonia Diaz. She's a community services officer. They introduce her body cam. And then we have Sergeant Lewis Cameron. He's the drone operator. The photograph that we see, that's where that came from him. And now up is Detective Alex Torres. He collected all the evidence. He lets us know that David was sitting upright on the bench. His head was tilted back. His mouth was open, and his arms were at his side. He had 5 layers of clothing on. And he also discovered the knife sheath. And then at that very end, the witness was subpoenaed, but he needs to have him come in May 7th at 9 a.m. So, and then the very, very last thing we heard was the judge say, hey guys, if you can stipulate to the evidence and certain facts, because we're not denying that this happened, so maybe we can speed through this a little bit. So, all right, let's get through it.
Detective Torres on the witness stand. He's subject to direct exam. Mr. Moore, carry on.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Detective Torres, where we left off was you mentioned that the knife that was recovered for Mr. Dominguez upon his arrest appeared to match that knife sheath that you recovered on April 27th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so going back to the items you collected or you observed on April 27th, 2023, I want to go through a few more of those items, and then I want to go back to a couple of photographs from People's Exhibit 1. Bill, if I may.
Just a second. Sorry. We learned something about our friends in the jury when that happened. Very, very nice tune. It's off. Everyone's got it off. No worries.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Showing you Detective Torres, actually I should say, did you collect the clothing items that you just described from Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
And did you book those in the evidence?
Yes.
So I'm showing you people's 52C. Do you know what 52C is?
Yes, this is the Gap sweater that he was wearing as one of the layers that day.
If you wouldn't mind going ahead and opening that up.
Got it open. Want me to take it out?
Could you, and with permission from his honor, you could hang that on PVC pipe?
Sure.
Detective Torres, while you're up here, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
From photographs, the fact that I collected it, the packaging, and what I recall of it.
And you remember seeing this on Mr. Breaux when you observed him on April 27th?
Yes.
This is the actual clothing item that was recovered from his person?
Yes.
Great. I have another exhibit.
Can I ask you, is that the front or back that we're seeing?
Currently, you're seeing the front.
Okay. You want to flip it around so we can see the back too?
Absolutely.
And now we're looking at the back. Detective Torres, from what you're able to see, are there any cuts or incisions in this piece of evidence?
Yes.
All right, can you point to some of those for us?
Yes. From the base upward, you have a cut here, 2 here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 here, 12 on the right sleeve, 12, 13, 14, 15 is here, top. Left sleeve. Yeah. For the rear, that's what I see.
And we can see it for the record. There appears to be a reddish color on this piece of evidence. Yeah, based on your training experience, is that suspected blood?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, we put that back in the exhibit bag. We'll go on to our next piece of evidence, which is going to be People's Exhibit 52F. That one. And before you display that, Detective Torres, what is that?
This is the black sweater, item number from the original case 29.
And are you familiar with that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with it?
I collected this piece of evidence and had it packaged.
And did you see it on Mr. Breaux on April 27, 2023?
Yes.
Go ahead. The way you have that on the DVD, is that the front that we're looking at?
Yes.
Now, in looking at this, when you describe the 5 layers of clothes that Mr. Breaux had, which layer is this?
From my recollection, this is the outermost layer.
So, one question I forgot to ask is when we talk about the base layer, where you started out with the outermost layer on the face, just to be clear, the base layer is more closest to the body itself.
Yeah, what was touching his physical skin.
And on this, earlier we had talked about some of the dusting and the dirt. Is some of that, what you described, still on this piece of evidence?
Yes, on the front. Here.
When you say here, you're referring to the what?
The front chest area and stomach area of the sweater.
And are you able to see any incision marks or puncture marks on this piece of evidence?
Yes.
If you could point those out to the jury.
All right. On the front, there is one here, 1, 2.
Actually, let me stop you real quick. When you're saying here, if you could say where on this piece of the evidence we're talking about.
All right. On the front of this sweater, to the left of the double front pocket, there is 3 puncture marks within a 2 to 3 inch radius of the entry part of the pocket. On the right sleeve, about 4 to 5 inches down from the shoulder seam, There's an additional 4 puncture marks on the sleeve. And further down from that, about 5 inches, is another puncture mark at the elbow. Frame. And on the back, and on the back of the sweater, near the base, within about 3-4 inches of the base, there are additional 1, 2, 3 puncture marks. About 2 to 3 inches above those are an additional 1, 2 puncture marks. And then about 8 to 9 inches up and probably 6 inches from the left side of the back area, there's another puncture mark here. And then another puncture mark about 6 inches above that.
And one question I have is, we're looking at sort of where the seam is on the bottom of this. It's looks like a tear of about maybe 8 inches. That isn't, just to be clear, that's not one of the puncture wounds or marks we're talking about, correct?
No, I'm not talking about that one.
Kind of fair to say that looks like wear and tear.
Fair to say, yeah. Fraying on either sides, yeah.
You wouldn't mind putting that one on? We'll move on to the next one.
Before you do that, Mr. Moore, do you want to move it a little closer to the jury?
Sure.
Yeah.
Also, City of Detective Torres.
Steps.
Yes.
Feel free to get up anytime, counsel, if you need to walk around and take a look.
I will hand you People's 52D. It's 52D. The same routine. If you would first tell us what that is, or if you have to open it, tell us what it is.
This is a brown Goody Ello and Company sweater. The brand is Goody Ello.
And are you familiar with the piece of evidence that's in that bag?
Yes.
How so?
This was an item worn by David Breaux that I collected out at the scene.
You can assist, counsel. Go ahead.
Thank you. And which layer of clothing was this?
I would refer to my notes.
Will that refresh your
It
recollection?
will refresh my recollection.
With his honor's permission?
Okay.
Yes, this is second to last layer. This is what was over the base layer, the shirt.
And a similar question that I had with the previous pieces of clothing. Are you able to identify where there are puncture marks on this?
Yes. So about on the front of the shirt, sweater, I should say, sweater, there are 3 puncture marks that are about 9, grouped together about 9 inches up from the waistline, and about, in a grouping of about 4 inches away from the left side of the sweater are 3 puncture marks. On the opposite side, there are 2 puncture marks on the front near the armpit seam of the sweater. And then on the back, there's a puncture on the right side sleeve near the top. And then on the rear, there's a series at the base, within 2 to 3 inches of the bottom of the sweater. There are 1, 2, 3 puncture marks. About 4 to 5 inches above that, there's another puncture mark, and above that, within about 4 inches, is another puncture mark. And then near the center, towards the left, is a puncture mark, center back. And then another 3 grouped together near the top right side, where the shoulder blade would be. If someone were wearing this, or additional 3 closer together. And 2 more up at the right shoulder.
And in looking at this, same question I had with other exhibits, is we see this is obviously a light color garment, and we see what appears to be red stains throughout this. Based on your training experience, is that consistent with blood?
Yes.
Right. If you wouldn't mind putting that one away. Table 52A. While you're opening that, is 52A?
52A is from the original case report, item 34, and it is blue sweatpants.
And are you familiar with those blue sweatpants?
Yes.
How so?
These were the blue sweatpants that I collected from David Breaux, and they were worn by him at the time they were collected.
You just rotated this. Is the jury looking at the front or the back of this sweatpants?
This is the front that is facing the jury. This is the front of the sweatpants. Yeah.
No. Any incision marks on this portion of the pants or this exhibit?
Nope, not that I am seeing. I'm not seeing one on the front or the back.
Right now, I want to ask you, looking at, you just rotated it, now the jury's looking at the back, correct?
This is now the back.
Right, so now, looking at the left leg, what is it that is on the left leg that we're observing?
So on the left leg, on the outside area, is brown.
Let me interrupt you for a second.
Yep.
Let's turn this slightly. Perhaps a better view.
Yep. Is brown dust or dirt that goes up and down the leg, heavy concentration just around the knee area and below. There's also a, on the left side, pocket going down at the front, noticeable dust here, and then here at the bend of the knee area, a circular patch of brown dirt.
And you said the bend of the knee, and it looked like you grabbed a different leg. Is that on the right leg?
The right leg, at the bend of the knee area, concentration.
And was this dusting that you just talked about consistent with the coloring of the dirt that was underneath the park bench?
Yes.
So we can switch exhibits now. Wouldn't mind putting that one away. I'll give you another one. Give you this exhibit 52B as in boy. And what is that detected for us?
This is from the original case. Item number is 37. Black shirt that was worn as a base layer by David Breaux.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes, I collected this out at the scene from his body.
Now, while you're displaying that, in reference to the original case, when you say original case, are you talking about the first case number that was created by the Davis Police Department?
Yes, the first case number, which is Davis PD case number 23-1830, actually 1930, 1930, that case.
And just for clarity's sake, when there's an incident that takes place, whether it's crime or an incident, does every incident generate a new internal case number by the police department?
If it is a police report, yes. If it's an incident, then it just gets an incident number, which is not a police report. But if a case is actually taken, that means an investigation occurring, then a case number is taken.
Okay, so based on your involvement in the case involving Mr. Dominguez, were multiple case numbers generated?
Yes.
Is that just for tracking of evidence, or does that have any significance other than internal tracking purposes?
It tends to be focused on a core victim tied to also a core location. But typically it's tied to a core victim that we take an initial police report with. If it turns out that there is another victim and we don't know if there's correlation, we get a second case number. If there's a third or fourth victim, each one gets their own case number until there's a correlation. Once there's a correlation, we choose one of the cases to be the main case report that gets everything. Every single evidence item, every supplement that gets added, and sometimes they get referred to the others. It can be very confusing.
So, original case number just because Mr. Breaux's case was the first one that was open?
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify.
Okay. There is significant biohazard in this, but I'll do my best.
First, before we even go into that, I missed it. What was this 52B that we were looking at?
This item is a gray long sleeve sweater, which was the base layer worn by David Breaux in the park. It was underneath all the other sweaters collected.
When you say significant biohazard in there, is there any concern about bloodborne pathogens or something like that that you think it would be safer to keep it in there as opposed to displaying it?
That would be, even though it's dry, that is my opinion, yes.
Okay.
Given the soap level, what I can see.
Well, for that, let's just leave it as is. But is that something that you collected and looked at evidence from Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
We'll go with 5 people exhibit 5. Take it forward, what is that?
This is item number 22 from the original case. It is a red and white blanket that was on the ground near David Breaux.
And you're personally familiar with that?
Yes, I collected this out at the scene.
And as we were talking about before the break, was this the item that was located by the bench on the ground?
Yes.
Any incisions or punctures on this piece of evidence that you were able to identify either then or now?
No.
Any, from what you're able to see, any signs of blood or other evidences that someone was stabbed?
Of being stabbed? No. Of staining, yes.
When you say staining, what do you mean?
At the, this is, the way I'm hanging it, at the top, there is a dried, crusty substance near the top layer that is the top of how it's being displayed. Opposite the knot that is at the bottom, there is staining, reddish, and hard now that it is dried.
And based on your training experience, is that consistent with blood?
Yes.
Now, you're rotating the exhibit.
Yes.
What are we looking at now?
It is a blanket with a knot at the top, a slight hooded area, much like a poncho.
And have you seen individuals in Davis or elsewhere who have taken items like this, garment items like this, and tied them around their neck or area to make sort of like a hoodie or a blanket they can walk in?
Yes, a makeshift poncho. Yeah.
Great, we can put that exhibit away. All right, and last one I will put right up here for you. People's Exhibit 6. Would you mind telling us what that exhibit is?
This is a backpack, which was this was packaged as reference item CS-6 for CS being crime scene, 6 being the 6th item collected from the crime scene, so CS-6.
And you're familiar with these items?
Yes, I'm familiar with this backpack. Yes, I'm familiar with these items. This is the backpack that was next to David Breaux that contained the laptop, his wallet, which I used to identify him.
And where was this located next to him?
This was located as he was seated on the bench. This was just to the right of him. Yeah.
You can put that away. And I'll show you people 7 and people 8. Seven. So we're going a little out of order, but. What is people 7?
This is a brown scarf, which was next to David when he was seated on the bench. And I collected from that bench.
Any signs of blood or anything like that, incision marks on this from what you could recall back on April 27th or today?
From what I could recall, no. And even on the examination today, no.
And then just put that up for display. We're going to go with People's 8. 8. And what is People's 8?
People's 8 is a Eddie Bauer checkered large shirt. Which I recall was next to David as well, next to the scarf on the bench.
Is there a biohazard issue with that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, then we won't display it. So you're familiar with that?
Yes, yes I am.
Okay. And you collected that?
Yes.
And sorry, I missed it when I was telling you it was biohazard. Where was that located?
This was located on the bench underneath the area that David was sitting. And next to that was the scarf and the backpack.
Great. We help you move this back, and then we can do it back on the stand.
And pick it.
It's all right. Slide it over. And now, during the break, you have a chance to examine a series of photographs on People's Exhibit 1.
Yes.
And are you familiar with all those photographs?
Yeah.
And without going into each one specifically, what were those photographs pictures of?
Those were the evidence photos, overall photos for the scene at Community Park as evidence was being collected.
And were those? Were you familiar with the contents of those photographs?
Yes.
And were those fair and accurate depictions of the scene on April 27th when you were there and the evidence collection at that time?
Yes.
Do you know who took those photographs?
Yes, that was PSS Linda Schwinn, SHWEND. PSS stands for Police Services Specialist.
Great. And all those pictures, I may have asked this, fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Great. We can permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
So, on People's Exhibit 1, item or photograph ending in 7333. What are we looking at here, Detective Torres?
So this is this is Central Park, directly in frame near the center of this photo is the park bench where David Breaux was found. He is currently seated there underneath a white colored covering.
What's behind him? What's that area behind him?
So that area behind him is play structure area. The back of the bench, there's a gap to the wrought iron fence line for the play structure. It's a play area.
When you say there's a gap, you're talking about between the bench and the fence?
Yes.
Right. How big is that gap?
About 2 to 3 feet, somewhere in there.
Is there any lighting in this area by this bench?
No.
Have you been to this area at night before?
Yes.
Can you talk about the lighting?
The dominant lighting at this park area, near where this bench is, would actually be in the enclosed play structure area, would be lit. This area where these trees are located, it would not be well lit.
So when you say not well lit, dark.
Dark. It'd be dark.
When you've gone there, is a lot of the lighting blocked by the big trees?
Yes, they provide both shade during the day, but also at night, shade from light.
Go to the next photo. Good one. This is photograph ending in 7334. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the same area, slightly closer to where David Breaux was.
And do you have the laser pointer or a laser pointer there?
Sure. Pretty good, Detective.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we're able to see Mr. Breaux's left leg right there. You're pointing to it.
Yes.
What is that on the ground right there?
This here on the ground is the white and red blanket that had that knot in it that I hung up earlier.
When you described it as a poncho?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
Right. Next photograph. This is ending in 7335. What are we looking at here?
Again, of David Breaux on the bench here. Red and white blanket, slightly closer, and the play structure behind, enclosed by this wrought iron fence.
Where his left foot is that the area you were talking about where the dirt was that we were just describing on his pants?
Yeah, yes, the area around where his left foot is, it is brown dirt. Just outside that, ringing it slightly, is brown dry pine needles. And then it's grass further out. So brown pine needles there. You can't really see the brown pine needles there. And then dirt right here.
Next photo. Ending in 7336 on Peoples 1. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the previous one. There is a Smith & Wesson black leather knife sheath, a blanket, and David Breaux's bracelet.
Okay, so when you said that Smith & Wesson knife sheath, is that what that long sort of dark object just to the left of the top of the blanket?
Yes.
And that was the same knife sheath that you booked that you showed the jury earlier this afternoon?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has anyone moved any items on scene or given you reason to believe that that item had been moved?
None that I recall.
Next photograph. Ending in 7337. Detective Torres, describe what we're looking at here.
This is a close to similar angle as the previous photo. Here is the blanket, knife sheath, the right foot of David Breaux, and there's David Breaux, wrought iron fence behind.
Okay, now I want to go to the bench itself. Can you see that backpack, People's Exhibit 6, that you showed to the jury?
Yes, this is the backpack that was right next to David Breaux.
Okay, so left side of the photograph, but if you're sitting on the bench, it's on On your right, on Mr. Breaux's right.
On Mr. Breaux's right there.
Thank you. Next photo. All right, ending in 7338 on People's One. Just a close-up view of what we just described. What do we see underneath the bench here?
So underneath the bench right here is that brown, dusty dirt that's underneath the bench. Here is the backpack. Next to the backpack is a brown-colored scarf, and then in between Mr. Breaux and the bench is this shirt with red lines right here.
In that photograph, is there any blood that's on the dirt from what you recall?
Yes.
Can you point to that with the laser?
So there's, when I arrived on scene, I noticed like a piling of what appeared to be drying blood underneath is where he was seated.
And so you're moving the laser around. Can you just use the laser to point to where you're seeing that?
So there's this pooling right here.
And is that off on the photograph, the left side of his ankle?
Yes. Well, yes, on the photograph, from photograph view, yes, left side.
But then, if you were looking at this, the pool, is it actually behind his leg?
Yes, behind his leg.
Okay. And describe where else you see it.
Then there's trailing right here, coming down, and then right here, coming down.
When you say trailing, what do you mean?
It appears that because liquid tends to go down a grade if there's an incline, liquid coming down from a higher point to a lower point.
And is that on the back side of the bench?
Yes, on the backside where one's butt would be as they sit.
And looking at the bottom left-hand corner of that photograph, that dark object right there.
This one?
Yes.
That is the knife sheath.
Do you recall what direction the portion that is open where you put the knife in, what direction that's facing?
That is currently in this photo facing north.
So north would be off to the left side of the photograph.
Yes. If you're sitting on this bench, if you're out looking at this bench, looking where someone is seated, to the left is northward, to the right is southward.
This is photograph 7338 in People's One. Next photograph. Photograph 7339. What do we see here?
This is a view of Mr. Breaux seated on the bench, the backpack, which is on his right side, the scarf, and a shirt, a sleeve sticking out down here.
Right, next photo. Ending in 7340. And describe this one. What are we seeing that's new or different?
This is David Breaux seated on the bench. However, a screen to prevent passerbys from seeing him has been erected to the left side of the photo, that black screen.
So, privacy screen.
Yes.
Okay, next photograph. Ending in 7341. What are we looking at on this angle?
This is, you can see more of that reflection of liquid that is pooling underneath him, red liquid, with trails coming down. Since where that liquid is a high point, liquid tends to go down at a grade, so it's going to low points.
And
suspected blood.
And looking at Mr. Breaux's shoes, anything else significant there?
Yes, one shoe, his left shoe is planted sole down. His right shoe is planted with the right side of his ankle down instead of the sole. There's also red staining on the tip of his left shoe.
And looking at his left leg, are you able to see the dirt and the rest that we talked about?
Yes, it's along the top of his shoe, left shoe at the top, and also his exposed right sole. You can see it at the bottom of his shoes.
How about his right knee?
And right knee, where the bend is, there is brown dirt dusting, similar color as to what's underneath, and up and down the left bottom leg that's exposed. Bottom leg pant.
Next photograph. 7342. What are we looking at here?
The camera angle is currently facing northward. The screen is on the left side here. David Breaux seated on the bench.
And looking northward, is that street where those cars are, is that Fifth Street?
Yes, this street right here that goes left to right, which is west to east, that's Fifth Street.
And can you point to where the knife sheath is in this photograph, if you can see it?
Right here.
Top, just off to the center of the towel that we were talking about.
Yes.
Okay, next photograph. Ending in 7347 on People's 1. Is this another photograph of that knife sheath and towel we were just talking about?
Yes. Knife sheath, and here's that blanket or towel.
Yeah, sorry, the towel, I meant like the poncho, what you refer to as a poncho.
Yes.
Can you tell where the knot is on this one?
No. Not on this photo.
Off to the far right, there's, so go to the, take your laser point, go to the right. Go right.
This is my right.
Yep. All the way to the end.
Oh.
Right there. What's that?
Oh, that's David Breaux's shoe. His right shoe, that's the tip.
And next photograph. Ending in 7348. What's this angle that we're looking at?
This is the bench that David Breaux is seated on. It's more focused on the backpack to the left and the scarf.
Next photograph. Ending in 7349 on People's 1. Is this more of a upward angle looking downward?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at here. It looks a little dark on the backside.
So this is the area next to, on the bench, next to David Breaux, and there's no objects there.
Okay. Where is Mr. Breaux's head at this time?
His head, it's hard to see, but it is up here.
And so you're pointing sort of the center of the top of the page, of the exhibit.
Yes.
Right. Next photo, ending in 7350. What's this?
That's David Breaux's left shoe and leg.
And similar to what we described earlier, you can see the dusting in the dirt.
Yes.
And is this the, he's seated on the bench, that area that you had described in the previous picture, there's no objects there, is that what we're seeing right there?
Right here.
Next photo. And in 7353 of People's 1, what's this?
This is a photo taken in, the angle is northward. This is a photo of the left side of David Breaux seated on the bench. He has his outer layer hooded sweater with the hood up.
And immediately behind his head, is that the wrought iron fence that you were talking about?
Yes, right here. Wrought iron fence.
Is there a lot of room to walk back and forth between that fence and that bench?
Not a lot of room. Now,
let's go to the next photograph. We move from 7353 to 7360. What is this?
This is a photo of the right side of David as he was seated on the bench. And this is his right side, his right hand, and this is his head.
As you mentioned earlier, his arms are outside of his sweatshirt.
Yes, this is the actual sleeve right here, and this is his arm, and the tip of his shirt, the sleeve of his shirt that he's wearing.
In the sleeve of his shirt, that wasn't the base layer, correct? That was that sort of off-white shirt we were talking about?
From what I recall, what's on that sleeve right now is the base layer. That arm is in that sleeve right there, I think is the base layer from what I recall.
Understood. Next, actually on this, on 7360, are you able to see where, or pointing with the laser pointer, where there were puncture wounds on Mr. Breaux?
Yes, right about here.
That is right shoulder area?
Looks like right shoulder area was one prior to moving him.
And when you say prior to moving him, you're able to identify this, and then you moved him, right?
Yes.
Okay. He hadn't moved prior to this.
No.
All right, next photograph. 7361 equals 1. What are we looking at?
This is a downward view of Mr. Breaux as he was seated on the bench.
Are there any other puncture wounds you're able to identify or saw in this photograph?
Not that I recall.
Looking at his sweatshirt in the chest area, is that just the sun or is that dirt on him?
This is dirt. This brown that's on his chest and down here on the stomach area. That is dirt.
Similar to the dirt you were talking about on his hands?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7362. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph view behind the bench that he was seated on. This is his right leg, his left leg, and this is his main body here with liquid dripping down here.
Okay, but liquid, you say dripping down here. If we go to the left side of the exhibit, 7362, and it's just in the center along where the bench starts to curve from going vertical to horizontal, is that correct?
Yes, from the backing down becoming the base.
That item that's hanging through the gaps in the bench, what is that?
That is the shirt that was laid out underneath him where he was seated.
Next photograph. 7365. What are we looking at here?
This is his right arm resting on the bench. This is the base layer, the gray shirt, long sleeve base layer that he was wearing underneath the sweaters.
And it looks like there's some incision marks or some cuts or something like that in that. Were you able to tell if those were associated to a puncture wound or some sort of injury?
I do not recall.
Dropping down by his arm on the actual bench itself, just below his hand, what is that's on the bench itself?
Red drying liquid.
Is that consistent with blood?
I suspect blood, yes.
Right, moving to the left, that piece of that garment on there, you have a red and white one.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the shirt that was laid out underneath David on the bench.
And when you say laid out underneath them, how much area of the bench did it cover?
Roughly from the backpack to the area where his butt was seated on the bench. Roughly 2 feet wide. It was a button-up shirt, unbuttoned at the time, I believe.
Did it appear to be used as like a sheet to sleep on, or could you tell how it was laid out?
It was stretched, taut, and laid out underneath so that very little parts of it could get in between the gaps, as if to prevent either a draft or to sleep on.
And what on the far left of that photograph are we looking at?
That's the backpack that was next door.
Next photograph. 7367. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of David Breaux at the belt line. His pants, the blue sweats, underneath the sweats, blue jeans with the belt, and this gray shirt is the base layer underneath the sweaters.
Next photograph. 7369 on People's One. What are we looking at here?
This is the left leg of David Breaux with brown dusting on it.
Now, at the top of the photograph, just if you move from the knee area, right there you go. You know where I was going. What's that?
That black item is the sheath.
Next question? Or not next question. That's what I do. Next photograph. 7370. What are we looking at here?
So this is the back of the bench, looking at the back of David Breaux's left side.
Now, previously you had mentioned the blood, suspected blood that was dripping. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, it's right here, these droplets, right here.
And with the laser pointer, you're just going underneath the bench and going sort of on an angle as the bench, the bottom of the bench, moves in the exhibit.
Yes.
Next photograph. All right, 7371 at People's One. What's this picture we're looking at?
This is the left side of David Breaux up at his shoulder. This is the black sweater on the exterior, the outermost layer.
Is that dirt or sunlight that we're seeing on that? That light?
At the seam of the shoulder, it is brown dirt.
Any puncture or other wounds that you were able to see in this?
Yes, there were two puncture cuts into this sweater that had noticeable red staining around.
What's this like little white circle in the middle of the, yes, that right there.
This looks like a hole in the outer sweater. Yes.
Now, moving down on Mr. Breaux's arm, so go towards his forearm area. Right there. Is there anything that you can tell in there? It looks like there's two dark blotches on there. Is that anything that you recognize?
These two right here?
Oh, no. If so go up. Right there.
Right here. The redness or the stains?
You tell me.
I'm noticing dirt here,
Okay.
dominantly.
Dirt. Got it. Next photograph. 7372. What are we looking at here?
This is a photo taken from the south side of the bench to show its backing height here, which was about 32 inches.
Okay, so just under 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Photograph.
This was a photo to show the height of the armrest.
How tall is that armrest?
23 inches, I believe.
That's photograph photograph 7373. Next photograph. Looking at 7381. What's this?
These were punctures that I noticed along where underneath this is his arm. This is the stomach area of the sweater, the outer layer, but underneath it is his arm. And there were two with red soaking liquid around it. One here, another here.
Are we looking at the left side of his body or the right side, or are we looking down on his orient us to this photo?
So this is a left, we're looking at the left side of his body, and the angle is northward, but it is the left side of his body.
Okay, where's his head in relation to this?
If this had panned out further to the top, his head would be the further top right of where this photo is.
Next photo. 7382. What are we looking at?
This is that same area and the use of a reference scale for puncture comparison.
When you say reference scale, what does that mean?
Putting down a scale in the photo so you have so whoever views it has a general idea of the size of something.
So what wound is being measured here?
Could you zoom in more for me? Go up. It's hard to see, but I think usually I think there's one right here.
And when we say right here, you're circling the area where if you took one and went across to make a square, would be within that.
Yes.
Next photo, 7382. Next photo. 7383 on people's 1. What is this?
That is a puncture wound just to the right of the pocket entry, outer base layer.
All right, next photo. 7384. What is this?
The same wound using the scale as a reference.
And what side of Mr. Breaux's body was this on?
Left side.
Left side. Right, next photo. 7385. What are we looking at?
So this is a view of his right side, specifically his right arm as it rested on the bench.
Are there any visible wounds on his right arm?
Yes, there is a cut on his right hand and then around the area of these punctures.
And areas of punctures, you're looking at his forearm area on that base layer.
Yes.
Next photo. 7386. What's this?
This is his left forearm, and this is the sleeve, left sleeve of that shirt that he was wearing, the base layer.
And that zoomed in version of the previous photograph that we just described.
Yes.
Next photo. 7387. What's this?
It's a photo of his face and upper torso.
Okay. Where are the puncture wounds, if any, that you're able to point out in this photograph?
I do not recall.
Let's go to the next photograph. 7388. What's this photograph?
This is the right side shoulder area of the sweater with 3 puncture marks in the sweater. Punctures.
7388. Next photograph, please. 7389. What is this?
One of those punctures, but slightly closer up view.
Next photograph. 7390. What is this?
Those are the other 2 punctures that were next to the previous photo.
Next photo. 7391. What is this?
This is a puncture on the left side of David Breaux up near the clavicle area.
And in the upper left-hand corner of that photograph, is that Mr. Breaux' chin facial region?
Yeah, left side chin area.
Next photo. 7392. What is this?
That puncture with scale at a different angle.
And again, upper left-hand corner, is that his facial region?
Yes. Here's the left
How
cloud.
many more do we have of these?
Yeah.
About 30, Your Honor.
30 more? Okay, all right, we're going to stop. Okay, thank you. Detective Torres, thank you for your testimony. We got more questions for you, and we're going to resume, Mr. DeMora, with this witness first thing in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm ordering you back for 9:30 call.
9:30 call.
Okay. And you can leave any exhibits you have here, take your investigatory binder, your excuse. Thank you for your testimony today, sir. I really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have a 3-part admonition every time we break. Do not form any opinions, do not discuss the case other than scheduling, and absolutely do not research anything. So thank you for your service today. Tomorrow we're going to have the same schedule. So I'd love to see you here in just a few minutes so we can start at 9:30. Have a great night, folks. Thank you. Off record. Is there outside the presence of the jury? And so, Mr. DeMora, is there a way we can move through the pictures? I worry that it's cumulative evidence. I mean, you're going to have the pathologist, of course. You showed the clothing, and I think the jury's got a feel for the nature of the cuts in the clothing. So I don't know whether you have any thoughts on that or not, but.
We're almost done with the clothing photos, so it's going to go to other areas of interest that I don't think will be cumulative. The relevance of what we're showing right now, or the angles at the time when Mr. Breaux was found, which I think is going to be significant for our future arguments in proving up elements of communication. But it will move faster tomorrow once we go through the remainder of the photos. So,
okay.
So make sure we're not being duplicative in what we introduced.
I mean, I think in a situation like that, you can show a few of them without losing the jury, and then you can indicate other pictures show similar cuts. But in any event, I would just be mindful of that.
Sure.
And just keep thinking about your evidence. I mean, I watched a 4-minute video, I think, from Sergeant Diaz, and I'm a little unclear why we watched that video. And so it just seems to me, again, as I mentioned earlier, the opening arguments really focused the dispute of fact. There's a tremendous amount of facts here that are not in dispute, and those facts need to be set forth, of course, but they can be done directly and efficiently, and the trial can be focused on those facts that are in dispute, which go to really the state of mind evidence. And obviously I understand from listening to your opening argument that the nature, the way the crimes are committed are part of the people's case. I understand that, but I would just admonish you as a consumer, the judge has eyes similar to a jury. You don't want to lose your jury. You want to be able to draw the attention to the really critical facts. So anyway, give you that direction. Also, I appreciate the professionalism of the lawyers. Stipulations regarding the evidence speeds things along too. Do we have is there a way, Mr. DeMora, that Mr. Vanderhook can cover on Thursday for you? Is there any update on you had a private issue on Thursday? I'd sure like to use our court time.
Well, I have good news for the court. I was going to email the parties this evening, but it's all taken care of. It's not going to be an issue, so we have a full day on Thursday.
Okay. Well, thank you for the update. And again, I'm always it's always sad to hear that families have trouble. So anyway, I want to wish the best to your family.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
I appreciate
We
the update.
managed to arrange so we won't have an issue on Thursday, and we'll have a full court day. I can tell the court in terms of scheduling, since we finished jury selection earlier, we have been shifting witnesses to move them up and make sure that we have full and complete days. And it looks like we're going to do that. There may be one day coming up where we may ask the court to adjourn slightly early, but I'm trying to fill those timeframes.
I appreciate that. It's really important to keep the momentum going and to get the case going so the jury's focused and interested. And I appreciate your commitment. Who do we have tomorrow besides Detective Torres?
Let me pull up my list quickly, Your Honor. We'll have, finish up with Detective Torres. We're going to have Sergeant Ranger. We'll have Ms. Guillory available. She's available today in case we needed to move in her testimony. Dr. Massey, Corporal Lee, Officer Peel, Sherry Kolb, Chris Kumita, Mr. Anaya, and we have Nadine Abou Najm as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that summary. I appreciate it. Okay, anything else?
Actually, I had Ms. PSS Linda Schwend as well to come and authenticate the photographs that Detective Torres is talking about. I'll email Mr. Hutchinson and see if we can do a stipulation so she doesn't have to go through those photographs and authenticate them.
Yeah, that'd be great. That's exactly the type of thing we can do to reasonably save time. Anything else for the prosecution?
With Mr. Anaya, because he was one of the witnesses that we had been having trouble with, I may ask the court to call him out of order tomorrow, and we can get him in and out very quickly.
Yeah, we'll take him whenever he's here. Yeah, that's great.
And he will need a Spanish language interpreter that we did arrange for. So.
Okay. All right, noted. Does he need an attorney for this?
Ms. Warren is representing him.
Right, but we don't anticipate any Fifth Amendment issues. He's just a percipient witness. There's no legal jeopardy regarding his testimony.
He does have an active pending case that he does need immunity on that we are prepared to give.
Okay. And
we could email Mr. Hutchinson.
Ms. Warren knows to be here?
Yes.
Okay. You want to explain that immunity?
Yes, Mr. Vanderhook has been handling that, so he can speak on that.
Your Honor, so I've communicated with Ms. Warren on this issue. She indicated that letter immunity was sufficient, and so drafted a letter from my office indicating that with truthful testimony that his testimony won't be used against him in other proceedings. It's not going to require forced immunity through the court, and that Ms. Warren indicated that they're accepting just the letter immunity that we offer in this kind of circumstance.
Well, do we expect him to state anything that's incriminating?
We're not aware of what the cross-examination is going to consist of. He does have an active criminal case for substance use, and so it is conceivable that that could come up, and we're just trying to be prepared for what could happen. We couldn't say.
Okay, all right. Okay, any other issues for the prosecution?
Oh, Mr. Vanderhook has one more.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. I know the court was asking about the physical bench, and we've been thinking about what the court has said. We're not going to bring in the physical bench. As the court may have determined from the opening statement that there is an intention to use the tent briefly in court to kind of demonstrate some dimensions of the tent. And then the last thing is there was a video played with Sergeant Diaz. It was number 3. There was a transcript, and just I wanted to know for the record, a copy of the transcript was marked as 3A.
Oh, it was? We got the transcript, Mr. Clerk? Oh, okay, I missed that. All right, court exhibit. The transcript's really, I mean, I want to label them court exhibits so they don't get mixed in with everything. Can you relabel that? What was my first court exhibit? Oh, yeah, just call it Court Exhibit 2. Yeah, thank you, counsel, I appreciate that. All right, Mr. Hutchinson, anything?
Your Honor, just anticipating some additional body cameras that people may intend to play. I know I brought a motion for no transcripts for the jury. I think for body cameras, transcripts take away because you can't see what the person is doing. So I made that motion to eliminate. I understand for audio recordings, transcript is helpful, but for body cameras, I don't think the jury should be provided transcripts. Even with the court's admonition, they're looking at the transcripts.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll wait till the next, I'll make a game time decision on the next one. It's hit and miss. I get your point though, and that's a fair argument.
And Your Honor, if I may, I don't mean to interject, but I would agree with Mr. Hutchinson on some of the body cameras. I know there's one coming up with Corporal Lee, where I believe that having the jury focus on the actual footage is going to be much more compelling than having them read the transcript, or the risk of them reading it versus watching the video.
Thanks. All right, anything for the defense?
No.
Okay, all right, see you tomorrow. Listen, the jury trial starts at 9:30. I don't have any outstanding issues. I'm not ready to address the one pending motion. So I don't see why you just get here, ready to go. And if you get in at 9:15, I can check in with you and see how you're doing. But we're going to call the case at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Off the record.
All right. Did you hear that they were bringing in a bench? I did not hear that. I can't imagine they're bringing that bench in. They are bringing the tent in. Yes, they did say that they had the original tent that Kimberlee was attacked in. They had to cut open to get her out. So they're bringing in another similar model, but there's no way they're bringing that bench in. Hey, Trial Junkies United. Did you see his hair? Yeah. And the funny thing is, he could be like a rock star. He could be like the lead singer of some cool band. All right, hey, I want to play. We're going to go to day 2, but before we do that, since this day is all about David, I want you guys to check this out. He's got a YouTube channel and he's got a lot of content on it. So let's check this out.
I did go through a period in 2008 in which I inundated myself. I soaked in, read saints and sages and masters and mystics and philosophies, religions, psychology. I spent a year and a half reading and going online and watching YouTube videos, and then eventually let go of all that and decided to experience for myself what these people were talking about. And it was a surrendering process where I laid down on my back, and it's connected with what I do now. I laid on my back and surrendered and let all the thoughts empty, and watched them for a while, and then let them empty, and then reached an experiential point where the knowing came. There's a knowing that comes with it. And as I was saying before, the thoughts and the feelings glide by on this knowing like a conveyor belt, like being a witness to a conveyor belt. You see all these thoughts passing by and all these feelings passing by, knowing that they are a part of who you are, and simply that, a part, rather than the core of who you are. There's an existence of which I am a part of which I am. And it's a knowing, and experiencing that, it comes without question. It's here. It's here. It's this. And once that's experienced, then the feeling comes from here. That's where compassion comes from. The inner peace is established, and that's baseline. That's the foundation. And then through that, the compassion comes as a feeling, if one allows it. And through that, forgiveness and gratitude and all the things that one chooses to experience out of the bedrock of inner peace of existence. People are walking around with their heads down and unhappy and intoxicated, whether it be with a substance or an action that they're doing. I think compassion allows me to see that, to see what's underneath. It takes a lot of shedding of the roles and the costumes and the makeup and the masks that people wear. Being in that space, I think I'm able to see a little deeper into an authentic self. And people have called me a mirror as far as what I do. And I tend to mirror the authentic self of another, and people recognize that. And they drop the role, they drop the thought processes that are supporting that role and go into a deeper sense of who they are. And I think that's what I see, is the deeper sense, the more authentic self that lies within the heart of people when they are interacting. And people tell me that. And part of it is, like we were talking about before, is to remain in that space of silence and stillness and emptiness, and to allow everything, and to recognize everything that's manifesting in this moment. And then when you think about it, for me, it creates a sense of awe, and you see the beauty in everything, even in moments when there's a lot of noise. It was and is the experience of emptiness. If emptiness is layered with stillness, even, I think emptiness is layered with silence. Emptiness is the experience of which all things manifest. In the emptiness, there is knowing. That's where wisdom comes from, through emptiness. And that's why wisdom is like the flares of the sun. The sun's always shining, and then every now and then you see this little flare, quick flare of wisdom that comes out. But the sun's always shining. The truth is always there.
So he's asking people to, here, let me come back over here. He's asking people to write into his compassion book, right? And then he had people sit down on this bench. Now this was, here, let's check this out. Let me just check this out. This is some people sitting on the bench. I don't know if this is before or after he was deleted. This was 2 years ago. So I don't know if this is before or after he was deleted. Well, let's watch this.
I think about the idea of like being able to just intimately be in relationship with another person, and it's almost to me like an acknowledgement of the fact that we are all connected and that we're all one, and that I am not fully myself without all of the people around me, and we can never really exist separate from each other. So when I think about compassion, I think about really that ability, like in my body, in my stomach, in my gut, to to see another person, to see what they're going through, and not have pity, not have sympathy, but a sense of almost like, because you are hurting, I am hurting in myself too.
I think compassion is, in a way, like feeling for others, having sympathy for others. Like, a lot of times these days we see everybody's closed off on their own. Not everybody goes out their way to help other people. You might see people going through things, and you understand everybody's going through something, trials and tribulations. So I believe the best thing to do is always have somebody's back, be compassionate.
I think that compassion is genuinely caring about the other people around you, even more than yourself oftentimes. I think that caring about yourself leads you to be compassionate to other people, because if you're able to fully connect with yourself, then you can connect with other people through your love of yourself, through the love that they have for you.
So what is compassion? Compassion is looking at somebody that is not where you're at in whatever particular journey you might be in, and looking at that person with the same lens that you look at, say, a grandparent. Say somebody who, you know, they're not there yet, but they will be. You see a Venn diagram and you see what they have in the middle that corresponds to what you have in the middle. I think being able to see this person through a compassionate lens is the difference between empathy and sympathy. Sympathy is like, oh, I feel bad for you. Empathy is, I know what you're going through. I don't know what you're going through, but I could only imagine what you're going through.
Compassion is a passion for love. But what is love? Love knows no patience. It knows no boundaries. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love knows no fear. Love is limitless.
I think compassion is the act of caring as one's just nature. Just caring without a second thought, just automatically moving towards being kind as your nature towards someone else.
Right, so that was cool. So he's got a YouTube channel. I just want to show that to you guys. It's called Compassion Is. So Compassion IS. So I just wanted to show that to you. I thought that was pretty cool. And actually, I think Dee found that for me, or found that for us. So I will not take credit for finding that on my own. All right, there is still no verdict in the Christopher Shore trial. So we are going to head forth. We're going to carry on, and we're going to day 2. And we have day 2. Let's see. So this is day 2. Let's see here.
Record in the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. This is case CR 23-1391. Prosecutors Demora, Vanderhook, defense attorney Hutchinson, with the defendant present. We have 18 members of our jury present. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all. And we're set for a day of evidence. That's the phase of the trial that we're in. We're in the people's case in chief. And Mr. Demora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, we'll call Detective Torres back to the stand.
Okay, all right, let's bring him back in.
So, Your Honor, no, we have another witness that we'll probably interrupt with. Detective Torres to call that witness.
Okay, it's all good. Thank you. Good morning, Detective Torres. Come on in and take the witness stand. Thank you for being here again.
Thank you.
Yesterday you took an oath. under the laws of the state of California for penalty of perjury. Do you recall taking that oath?
I do.
And do you affirm that today?
Yes, I do.
All right, we're on direct examination. Mr. DeMora, you're witness.
Yes, sir. Morning, Detective Torres.
Good morning.
Detective Torres, I want to finish up with a few of the photos that we left off with yesterday. We'll look a bit faster today. We left off with the photograph ending in 7392. Right, and this is another photograph that you're familiar with related to Mr. Breaux taken on April 27, 2023.
Yes.
Right, go to the next photo.
So this exhibit is which number again?
Exhibit 1 here.
Okay, exhibit 1, and what number? Can you go back one for me?
That was 7392.
Okay, and stay there for a second. Okay, so listen, this gives me an opportunity to remind everyone, this is, this particular judge and all courts, I hope, are big First Amendment believers, and we are live streaming this trial. The courthouse doors are open. It's important for the public to understand what we're doing in our community. And so I have made that decision to live stream this. We also have media that are interested in the case, and they're following along. The jury has been instructed repeatedly not to talk to anyone about this case, and if anyone approaches them, they're to let the bailiff know. So I have that information. But I would remind counsel and the media that while we are live streaming, the court has issued an order not to publish graphic photos of the decedents in this case, or Ms. Guillory. And so, let me just define that better. I don't want any pictures showing unclothed decedents or decedents' faces. And so I would ask the media to honor that court order, and I would remind counsel and my clerk that let's pause the live stream momentarily or do what we can. So I just want to remind everybody of that reasonable court order. And with that, then, Mr. DeMora, I know the next picture is a graphic picture, so it's an illustration of we should not live stream that. Okay?
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
Awesome, thank you.
Moving to 7393. And Detective Torres, is this a picture of Mr. Breaux?
Yes, it is.
I should ask, all the pictures that we're going to go through, the ones we have gone through, the ones we're going to continue to go through, all of those on People's Exhibit 1 were taken on April 27, 2023, and you're familiar with those, correct?
Yes.
And the pictures you've reviewed are all fair and accurate depictions of what you observed on that day when you responded to Central Park.
Yes.
Right. And is this a just a left-sided picture of Mr. Breaux?
Yes, it is.
Going to next picture, please. 7394. Is this also a left-sided photo of Mr. Breaux's head?
Yes, it is.
Looking at the previous photo, this photo, he's missing his cap or the hoodie that he was wearing.
Yes.
What was that in his ear?
That is an earplug.
Next photo, please. 7395 on Exhibit 1. And is this a picture of Mr. Breaux taken from the right side of the bench?
Yes, it is.
Next photo. 7396. Is this the knife sheath that we talked about yesterday that was recovered at the foot of the bench?
Yes.
And that was also this is also the knife sheath that you unpackaged in court yesterday and shipped to the jury?
Yes, it was.
Next photo. 7397 on Exhibit 1. This is the same knife sheath, just with that ruler.
Yes, reference scale, just a ruler.
Next photo. 7398. There's a little bit of shadow in this one, so what's this one?
That is a top-down photo showing the position of the blanket, the red and white blanket.
Okay, next photograph. 7399. What is this?
Top-down, slightly more north from the blanket area.
And in this one, obviously the blanket has been removed, correct?
Yes.
And knife sheath as well?
Yes.
What were you or other investigators looking for?
I was looking for a knife.
And did you find one?
No.
Next photo. 7400 on exhibit 1. What's this?
It's a photo of the backpack that was next to Mr. Breaux and the scarf.
And in that backpack were the contents that we took out of people's exhibit 6 yesterday?
Yes.
Next photo. 7401. What's this?
This is a photo after the removal of that backpack.
Next photo. 7412. Are these the contents of Mr. Breaux's backpack that we saw yesterday?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7420. What's this?
This is a photo of the underlayer. So the black sweater followed by the Gap sweater. This is the brown sweater, the Goody Fellow.
And that right below the hands with the gloves, is that a stained area with suspected blood?
Yes.
Next photo. 7421. Just another view, different angle of what you just described.
Yes.
Next photo. 7422. Is this another angle of that same area, but now we just removed that Goody Fellow layer?
Yes.
What layer are we looking at right here?
This is the base layer of the long sleeve shirt that he was wearing.
Next photograph. 7423. Is this a different angle of that same base layer?
Yes.
Next photo. 7424. And what is this?
This is a photo of one of the punctures with a ruler for reference on that base layer.
Is this on Mr. Breaux's left side or right side?
Left side.
What part of his body is that? Is that his arm or shoulder?
That is his arm just below. This is his elbow, and this is essentially his forearm right here.
You're saying this is essentially his forearm. For the record, you're using a laser pointer in that area where the wound is in the reference marker.
Yes.
Next photo. 7425. Is this another reference to that wound on Mr. Breaux's left arm?
Yes, just above the elbow.
And is that a different wound than the previous photograph?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7426. Is this a picture of that same wound or a different wound?
It's hard for me to tell due to the lighting in the courtroom.
Are you able to see a wound there?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7427. What are we looking at here?
This is a photo of David Breaux. We had moved him now that the coroner was on scene and placed him on a white sheet.
Why did you do that?
For preparation of removal of his garments.
Next photograph. 7428. Is this a different angle of what you just described?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7429. Zoomed in photograph.
Yes.
Why did we take the zoomed in photograph? Is there something you were looking for here?
Just the coloring on the undershirt, having the dusting of brown similar to what's on the sweater.
And next photograph. 7430. What are we looking at here?
His right hand.
Why?
There is bleeding on his right hand and a suspected puncture wound.
And where was that puncture wound?
You can see the concentration of liquid around the puncture wound near this knuckle.
And that knuckle is for the ring finger?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7431. Is that a different angle of Mr. Breaux's right hand? That puncture wound was?
Yes.
Can you see it in this photograph?
No.
Next photograph. 7432. What are we looking at?
This is his right foot and leg.
Next photo. 7433. This is a zoomed out version of Mr. Breaux's right leg.
Yes.
What were we looking for here?
Documenting the leg as found its condition and the condition of the knee.
Next picture, please. And is this Mr. Breaux's left leg?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. Oh, excuse me, that was 7434. Next photograph. 7435. Is this a zoomed out version of Mr. Breaux's left side?
Yes.
And why did you take this photograph? Or, excuse me, what was the significance of this photograph?
To show the overall condition of Mr. Breaux from feet up.
Next photo. 7436. This is the left side of Mr. Breaux.
Yes.
We talked yesterday about that dusting on his left leg. Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Next photo. And just 7437, this is just a shifted version, focusing more on the upper torso of Mr. Breaux.
Yes.
Next photo. 7438. Is this just a different view of the upper torso of Mr. Breaux as well?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7439. Just the midsection of Mr. Breaux.
Yes, it is.
When question on the last couple photographs, the clothing that Mr. Breaux is wearing is sort of, as we talked about, some of it is pulled up above his arms. Did you or anyone else pull those clothes up or move them from around his arms or from around his waist area?
When we moved him to the sheet, we had to use his arms to assist us and his pants as anchors to hold and shift after we moved him, which caused the bunching up from the elbows up to his shoulders.
Okay, next photograph. 7440. Is this Mr. Breaux's left leg?
Yes.
Why are you focusing on this area?
To show the dust pattern and the condition of the leg.
Next photograph. 7441. Is this another picture of Mr. Breaux's left leg, just touching more of the lower extremity?
Yes.
Next photo. 7442. Is this Mr. Breaux's groin area and knees?
Yes.
Next photograph.
Objection, evidence code 352.
Sustained. Sustained.
Go to photo 7445.
Objection 352, Your Honor.
Yeah, overruled on this one.
All right, moving to photograph 7445. What are we looking at here, Detective Torres?
So this is the back of David Breaux after we shifted his left shoulder up so the back could be examined.
So left shoulder up, right shoulder on the ground.
Yes.
Were you able to see any puncture wounds or things like that in inspecting Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
And where were those?
There were several puncture wounds on Mr. Breaux in this vicinity here, the lower mid-back, and then upon further examination, upper right side shoulder and upper back.
And that red liquid, did that appear to be blood based on your training experience?
Yes.
All right, next photograph. And that would be Actually, hold on a second. This is 7457. What is this?
This is a close-up photo of the back of Mr. Breaux. This is the base layer sweater, the gray one, or shirt, I should say, the gray one.
Next photograph. Uh, 7459. What is this?
It's a up-close photo of the right shoulder front area of Mr. Breaux.
And that upper shoulder area where there appears to be blood pooling or blood, is there a wound there?
Yes. Here.
Is it here and here? Are there two or is there one?
From my recollection, there were 2 wounds, upper right shoulder.
Okay. Next photograph. Uh, 7460. People's 1. Is this Mr. Breaux offhand?
Yes.
Are we looking at this?
Examination condition of his hand.
Anything of significance that stood out on this?
No.
Next photo. 7461. What is this?
Again, his left hand.
Next photo. 7464. Is this Mr. Breaux' right hand?
Yes.
And this angle, this is one you talked about earlier, had a puncture wound to it.
Yes.
Where is that puncture wound in this photograph?
Roughly right here where there's a concentration of liquid.
Right. Next photo, please. 7465. This is a different angle of that puncture wound on the right hand.
Yes, with a ruler for reference.
Next photograph, please. 7468. Is this another, the palm of Mr. Breaux' right hand?
Yes.
In the palm of his hand, can you describe what you saw, what you observed?
That there was a puncture in the palm of his hand.
Is that different than the wound, the puncture we were talking about on his ring finger, on the knuckle area?
What do you mean?
Did it appear to be 2 different wounds, or did it appear to be one wound?
Oh, it looked like one wound through and through.
Next picture, please. 7475. What is this?
That's the sweater, the red checkered sweater that was underneath Mr. Breaux.
Picture, please. 7499. What is this?
This is the back of Mr. Breaux with the base layer pulled up to his shoulders.
Can you identify where there are puncture wounds in this photograph?
Yes. To left of spine, just at the bottom of shoulder blade. Also lower down on the left side of rib cage, and then a few more at the baseline, that lower back.
Sort of in the area that's shadowed right now?
Yes.
All right, next photograph. 7530. People's 1. What's this?
This is a photo of Mr. Breaux' front without the base layer shirt.
And can you point to where you see any wounds?
2 wounds to his right shoulder, another to his left forearm below the elbow.
7503. That's it. Next photograph. 7504. Okay, forward, what is this?
This is a photo of his right forearm, the top.
Anything that you were able to identify in this photograph? I know it's a little dark and has some shadows in it.
There is a wound to his right forearm here. It's
You say here for the record, you're circling sort of in the middle of the forearm, which happens to be in the middle of the picture itself.
yes.
Next photograph. Okay. 7506. What is this?
It is a photograph of David Breaux's right arm, I believe.
Is that sort of in his elbow area?
At his elbow area, yeah.
Next picture. 7507. What are we looking at here?
This is his right arm above the elbow.
Next photo.
No, correction. Left arm below the elbow. Left arm below the elbow, I believe.
Next photograph. 7508. What is that?
That's a scale with the of the wound.
Next picture. 7509.
This is a photo of David Breaux with scale.
You recall which part body that we're looking at right now?
Without looking at the additional sequence of photos, I don't recall.
All right, so looking at 7510 help you reference 7509.
Yes.
All right, go back to 7509. All right, what's 7509?
I believe this is upper left shoulder area. Essentially, this ran out of battery. The hair above the ruler, at the top right corner of the ruler, just to the left, is body hair from the armpit.
Photograph. Going back to 7510. Is this the right shoulder area?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. And 7511. What's this picture for us?
This is the back of David Breaux, his right shoulder. This is the bend of the shoulder right here.
That's his head in the lower left-hand corner of the picture.
Yes, this is the back of his right ear.
And are those puncture wounds that are in his right shoulder?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. Uh, 7514. What is this?
This is the back of David Breaux. At the top of the photo here, this section is his right side. This bottom section is his left side.
Next photograph. 7515. What is this?
This is his right shoulder. This puncture wound has a ruler for reference.
Next photo.
Jack Dominguez, code 352.
7516.
This is David Breaux's right arm. Here's the bend of the shoulder, and this is the lower part of his upper arm.
And when you're saying the lower part of the upper arm, is that where you have the reference ruler?
Yes.
Next photo. 7517. What is this?
This is the back of David Breaux. This is a ruler next to one of the wounds on his upper right back, just to the right of the spine.
Next photograph, please. 7518. Is this a different wound on Mr. Breaux's back with reference rule?
Yes.
Photo. 7519. Is this a photo with a reference ruler to a different wound on Mr. Breaux's back?
Yes.
Okay, 352 on this.
Right, now we're going to 7520. What is this, Detective Forrest?
That's the scarf that was on the backpack when the backpack was on the bench.
Oh, 7526, excuse me. Next photo. 7527, what are we looking at here?
This was a cloth white bag that was attached to the back of the bench with a knot.
Did you inspect that?
Yes.
What, if anything, was in it, or what was this?
It was a...
Going to sorry, cutting off real quick. 7528, is this a different view of that same back?
Yes.
And next one, 7529. There we go, we got to it. Is this what was in the bag?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7541. What are we looking at here?
This is the back of the bench that Mr. Breaux was seated on, and the wrought iron fence behind that bench.
Now, it looks like there's some letters, white paper stickers that are on the wrought iron fence and maybe even on the bench itself. What are those?
I sectioned off both the bench and the wrought iron fence in order to collect touch DNA samples, and I placed those markers as a visual reminder for myself where I collected those samples.
Next photo, please. 7546. This is a different angle of that wrought iron fence and bench.
Yes.
Next photo. 7547. Is this a picture of the bench after Mr. Breaux and items of evidence have been removed?
Yes.
Next photo, please. 7549. Is this the bench?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. 7553. What's this angle show?
This is the from the north side of the bench, pointed south.
Next photo. 7560. Is this the back side of the bench from the other side of the wrought iron?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. And for last one, 7563. Just an angle from the northwest pointed towards the bench.
Yes.
And what side of the wrought iron fence was this taken on? Was it taken on the side of the bench or the side inside the wrought iron fence?
I believe inside the wrought iron.
One moment now, please. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. That was correct. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have one moment. Sir, you testified initially that you believed Mr. Breaux had 5 layers of clothing.
Yes.
After looking at the evidence, does it appear that he had 4 layers of clothing?
Yes.
Just to clarify, the first layer was the TPRO black hooded sweater.
Yes.
And that had a hood on it that was pulled up over Mr. Breaux's head.
Yes.
And that sweatshirt had a string in which a person could tighten the hoodie around the person's face.
Yes.
And when you first contacted Mr. Breaux, the hoodie had been tightened and tied in a knot, correct?
From my recollection, yes.
And approximately 75% of his face was visible. On his right side, about half of it was covered by the hoodie.
Yes.
And ultimately, someone untied the hoodie and opened it up so you could take a complete picture of Mr. Breaux's face.
Yes.
Who untied the hoodie? Was that you or somebody else?
That would have been me.
When you first arrived and you saw Mr. Breaux's body, other than basically the 75% of his face and his right hand, there was no other skin visible, correct? He was completely covered.
Yes.
It looked like underneath that hoodie, he was wearing a knit stocking cap.
Yes.
And it appeared to be some sort of cloth was then wrapped around the base of the stocking cap. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Was that cloth tied in a knot? How was it wrapped around?
I don't remember a knot. I don't recall specifically.
Were you able to determine what that was? Was that just a random cloth?
If I could refer to my notes?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
I am refreshed.
What did you determine that cloth was?
It was a black shirt and it was tied with a knot on one end.
Was it a full black shirt or a portion of a black shirt that had been tied around his head?
Could you rephrase the question?
Hopefully we're talking about the same thing. He had the knit cap on his head, correct?
Yes.
There appeared to be a cloth wrapped around the knit cap. That's what I'm asking about.
Yes.
And that you determined that was a black shirt?
Yes.
A full black shirt or like a ripped shirt?
I do not recall if it was ripped.
But it was a shirt that had been tied around the knit cap.
Yes.
Did that knit cap appear to fit snugly or did it appear to fit snugly on his head, the knit cap?
From what I recall, yes.
So he didn't need anything to tie around the cap to keep it up, based on what you observed?
Yes.
And sir, when you were facing the bench, which Mr. Breaux was on, there was another green bench to your right.
Yes.
And you did, some of the photographs depict that second green bench.
Yes.
Just a moment.
Okay.
rather than me marking it as an exhibit.
That's fine. I appreciate the lawyers working together.
So, sir, I'm showing you what's been identified as image 7555. Can you see this photo?
Yes.
And this is taken from the angle. It appears you walked into the play structure or the play area.
Yes.
And you're taking this photo looking toward the bench on which Mr. Breaux was found.
In the far distance, yes.
In the far distance, you can see the, looks like some tape or yellow caution tape around that.
Yes.
And in between where you're standing and the bench with the caution tape, there's a second bench.
Yes.
It's the same size, style bench that Mr. Breaux was found on.
From what I observed, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, that was prosecuting counsel. Any redirect?
Just one question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective Torres, when we're looking at, there we go, back to that photograph on 7555, do you recall the distance, or do you know the distance between the bench where Mr. Breaux was found and that other bench that we were just talking about?
I have an estimated distance, yes.
If you could.
My estimated distance is 45 to 50 feet.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, great. All right, Detective Torres, subject to recall, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your testimony today and yesterday. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Demora, witness.
Okay.
Jose Anaya. Okay. Interpreter needed?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, well, I'm going to swear him in first, so I'll need you here, then we have a seat for you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you want to go ahead and state your credential while he's coming in?
Certainly, Your Honor. Andres Marquez, court certification number 345672 with an oath on file.
Great, thank you. Come on in, sir. Good morning. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the trial judge here. We've got an interpreter for you, as you can see.
Yes.
I'm going to have the clerk swear you in.
That's fine.
After that, you're going to have a seat here in the witness stand.
That's fine.
And then two lawyers will ask questions.
Yes, that's fine.
Mr. Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to speak what you give, and the cause nothing but the court, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. Both both.
Su nombre y apellido y cómo se escriben ambos, por favor, para que lo conste en actas.
José Manuel Anaya.
José Manuel Anaya Jr. ¿Los pueden decir cómo se escribe?
J-O-S-E.
J-O-S-E.
M-A-N-U-E-L.
M-A-N-U-E-L.
A-N-A-Y-A.
A-N-A-Y-A.
J-R.
Okay, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Just a note for the jury, some of you may speak Spanish. We are using a Spanish interpreter. You have to accept the interpretation of our certified interpreter. So please do that. Thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct examination.
Directa, por favor.
Good morning, sir.
Buenos días, señor. Good morning.
What is your current housing situation where you live?
¿Usted actualmente dónde vive y cómo está viviendo?
Yo en realidad tengo mi familia en Dixon, pero ahorita yo prefiero estar solo porque ya tengo la mayoría de edad. Y
Truthfully, I have my family in Dixon, but I prefer to be on my own, so I'm currently homeless.
And how long have you been homeless for, sir?
¿Hace cuánto que viene siendo homeless o sin techo?
10 años.
10 years.
And were you homeless back on May 1st of 2023?
En mayo 1 del 2023, ¿se encontraba usted sin techo?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have an issue with methamphetamine?
¿Usted tiene problemas? Un momento, déjeme terminar. ¿Tiene problemas con metanfetamina?
Tenía más tiempo atrás.
I had more a while back.
How long have you been struggling with methamphetamine?
¿Hace cuánto que tiene problemas con metanfetamina?
He tenido problemas como unos 16 años.
I've had issues for about 16 years,
pero he estado limpio un tiempo.
I've been clean for a while.
And you currently have active criminal cases or an active criminal case in Yolo County where you're charged with a methamphetamine offense.
Con un delito de metanfetamina.
¿Actualmente?
Presently?
Yes.
Sí.
No.
You have active cases in Yolo County.
¿Tiene causas pendientes en el condado de Yolo actualmente?
Sí.
Yes.
What are you charged with how many active cases?
¿Cuántos casos activos tiene?
Tengo 1 o 2.
I have 1 or 2.
Right. And what charges are they?
¿Y qué cargos son?
Violencia doméstica.
Domestic violence.
Are you also on probation?
¿Usted también está en libertad condicional?
Sí.
Yes.
And are you facing a potential probation violation regarding a new case that you have pending?
Potencial con un caso pendiente.
Una violación.
A violation?
Tal vez sí.
Perhaps yes.
And are you currently represented by an attorney?
¿Lo representa usted un abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
And who's your attorney?
¿Quién es su abogado?
Karen.
¿Perdón? Karen Warren or something like that.
Is she in court here today?
¿Ella está en la sala hoy día aquí?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, were you in the Yolo County Jail on March 13th of 2025?
Marzo 13 del 2025.
Sí.
Yes.
And were you served with a subpoena
usted se
to
le
appear
notificó
in
con
court
una
for this
citatoria
case on
para
April 28th
comparecer en
of
esta sala, en este caso,
2025?
abril 28 del 2025.
Sí.
Yes.
Can I first witness here?
¿Me puedo acercar al testigo, señoría? Sí.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as
Señor,
People's Exhibit
le voy
59.
a marcar lo que se llama la prueba de carga número 59. Por favor, mire eso.
What is People's 59?
¿Qué es esta prueba?
Es una subpoena.
It's a subpoena.
Is that a copy of the subpoena that you were served
De
in
la
the Yolo
citatoria
County Jail back in March of
cuando
this
estaba
year?
en cárcel en marzo de este año.
Sí, sí parece.
Yes, it looks like it.
And did you appear in court on
¿Usted
April 28th,
compareció en corte abril
2025?
28 del 2025?
La verdad no, pero
Honestly, no, but
yo sí quería venir, sino que no tenía el right para venir y no tenía dinero ni un bus ticket para venir.
I did want to come, but I didn't have a ride, I didn't have money or to pay for a bus ticket to come.
And last Friday,
El viernes
on
pasado,
the 2nd,
el 2,
were you arrested on a
usted
material
fue
witness warrant?
arrestado por una orden de arresto para ser testigo material.
Sí, pero la orden de arresto era porque no vine a esa corte.
Yes, but the arrest warrant was because I didn't appear for that court.
Understood. And after that,
Después de eso,
did you see a judge?
¿usted vio a un juez? Yes.
And were you placed on an ankle monitor?
¿Y lo pusieron con un grillete?
Sí.
Yes, Your Honor, if counsel can speak into the mic, that would
Yeah.
greatly help.
Yeah.
And are you wearing the ankle monitor
¿Y usted
today?
tiene el grillete puesto hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that
¿Usted entiende
once
que
testimony is completed, you'll
termine
be
su
able to
testimonio
get the ankle monitor
le van
off?
a quitar el grillete?
Ya eso espero.
That's what I hope.
And as part of your release, were you
Como
required
parte
to stay
de
with
su
your parents in
liberación,
Dixon
se lo
from last
requiere
Friday
estar
until
con
the
sus
time of
padres en
testimony?
Dixon hasta que dé testimonio.
Sí.
Yes.
When you're living on your
Cuando se
own,
está
do you have
viviendo solo,
electricity that you can use
tiene
to
electricidad
do
que
things
puede
like
usar
charge an
para
ankle
usar como
monitor?
cargar el grillete. No.
But are you able to do that when you're staying
Pero
with your
puede
parents?
hacerlo cuando está con sus padres.
Sí.
Yes.
Tal vez podría hacerlo como en los shelters.
Perhaps I could do it at the shelters.
Now, regarding your testimony here today, have you been promised anything
¿A usted se le ha
from the district
prometido
attorney's
algo de la
office
fiscalía
about your ongoing
acerca de
cases?
sus casos que tiene pendientes?
No.
No.
Have we promised you any type of
Le hemos
leniency or any
prometido
kind of
algún
deal
tipo
related to
de
your ongoing cases?
perdón o algo en cuanto a unas ofertas en sus casos. No.
And you understand that you could
Y
potentially
usted
ask
entiende que
questions
usted
about
potencialmente puede
your
hacer
ongoing cases
preguntas
as well.
acerca de sus casos
Is
que
that
tiene
fair?
pendientes. ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you talk with your lawyer about an immunity agreement?
Acerca de un acuerdo de inmunidad. No.
May I proceed?
¿Me puedo acercar
Okay.
al testigo? Sí.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as people 60.
Propósito de identificación, la prueba de
Can you
carga
take a look
número
at that for me,
16.
please?
¿Puede ver eso, por favor?
Oh, sí, sí, sí hablé con ella.
Oh, yes, yes, I did talk to her about that.
Okay. And regarding that, you understand that
Cuanto a eso, usted
you're
entiende
required
que
to
usted se
answer
le
truthfully
requiere
during your testimony
responder con la
today?
verdad en su testimonio el día.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that you're being offered no type of
Se no se
leniency
le
or any kind
ofrecen
of deal in any of your
ningún tipo de
ongoing
perdón
cases?
ni ninguna oferta en sus casos.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that the extent of the deal
Y
is
usted
that
entiende que la
the
oferta,
testimony that
este
you
testimonio que
provide
usted dé,
cannot be used
no
in
puede
your
ser
ongoing
usado en
cases.
sus casos que tiene pendientes.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that if you testify falsely in court here today,
Falsamente hoy aquí en
that
esta
you can
sala,
still be charged with perjury.
que aún se le puede acusar de perjurio.
Sí.
Yes.
And have you reviewed a copy
¿Y ha
of that
revisado
agreement that
una
people
copia de este acuerdo?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you sign the
¿Y
agreement?
usted firmó este acuerdo? Yes.
Looking at page 3 of the agreement, is
Mirando
that your signature?
la página 3 de este acuerdo, ¿esa es su firma?
Sí.
Yes.
After court today,
Después de
and after you get your ankle monitor
hoy
taken off,
y que le quiten el
what's your
billete,
plan as far as your living
¿qué
situation
plan tiene
going
usted
forward?
en cuanto a dónde va a vivir de aquí en adelante?
Voy a empezar a hacer mis DRC classes
I'm going to start with my DRC classes and
y tal vez encontrar un lugar donde quedarme o regresar con mis papás. tal vez.
and perhaps find a place where I can stay or perhaps go back with my parents.
Do you plan on living on your
Mi
own?
plan es para vivir solo.
Pues
No, al momento, déjame decir, hay una protesta, el juez dijo al lugar.
In May of 2023,
En mayo del
or in
2023
April of
o en
2023,
abril del
were you
2023.
ever living in Davis?
¿Alguna vez estuvo viviendo en Davis?
sí.
Yes.
And did you ever live
Una vez vivió
on L Street?
en la calle L.
Ah,
I'm sorry, L or Elm?
L, little letter L.
La calle L.
vivir ahí.
To live there?
Did you have a place where you slept
¿Usted
on L Street?
tenía un sitio donde dormía en la calle L?
Tal vez sí.
Perhaps yes.
And what was your living situation like at that
Y
time?
en ese entonces, ¿cuál es su situación de vivienda?
Era homeless.
I was a homeless.
And how would you sleep at night?
¿Y cómo dormía usted en la noche?
Dormía junto a PG&E
I would sleep next to PG&E
en una calle de grava.
on a gravel road.
And how long have you been staying there?
¿Cuánto tiempo venía usted quedándose ahí?
Como algunos 6 meses.
Like some around some 6 months.
And in April and May
En abril o
2023,
mayo del 2023.
had you heard about
Había
any
oído
stabbings that had
usted
been
de
taking place in
unos
the city of Davis?
apuñalamientos que habían tomado lugar en la ciudad de Davis.
Sí, había oído que habían matado 2 personas y
Yes, I had heard that they had killed 2 people, and
pero luego la muchacha que navajeó una tercera vez era mi amiga.
but the woman that was attacked on the 3rd time was my friend.
All right, so I just wanted to talk to you about what was going on
De lo que
before
estaba
what
pasando
happened with your friend,
antes de
okay?
lo que pasó con su amiga, ¿ok?
Were you or anyone else in the encampment nervous or scared about what was going on in the city of
Tenían
Davis at
miedos
that time?
o estaban nerviosos de lo que estaba pasando en la ciudad de Davis en ese entonces.
La verdad, la tercera vez que pasó eso, pues sí tenía miedo y me moví de ahí.
Honestly, the 3rd time that happens, I was scared and I moved from there.
And even before your friend was stabbed,
Antes de que
when you just
apuñalaran
heard
a su
about the
amiga,
other 2
cuando había oído
stabbings,
de los otros 2 apuñalamientos,
were you scared to be living outside?
¿usted tenía miedo de vivir afuera?
Como no las conocía las personas, no tanto, pero
Since I didn't know the people, then not that much.
como que no lo podía creer todo.
Like I couldn't believe it yet.
And you talked about someone who was your friend. Who was that?
De alguien que es una amiga suya. ¿A quién se refiere?
Se llama Kim.
Her name's Kim.
Is her name Kimberlee Guillory?
Se llama Kimberlee Guillory.
Sí.
Yes.
How long have you known Kimberlee?
¿Hacía cuánto que usted conocía a Kimberlee?
A los 2 o 3 años.
Around 2 or 3 years.
And did you know anyone else?
Conocía a alguien más.
Sorry, where was Kimberlee staying?
¿Dónde se estaba quedando Kimberlee?
En la siguiente calle donde me quedaba yo.
On the street next to the one where I was staying.
And so, were you staying in the same people?
Entonces, I'm sorry, what was that?
Were you staying in the same place with other people as well?
¿Usted se está quedando en un sitio con otras personas también?
Esto es un cuadro que es PG&E, ¿no?
This is a square that's PG&E, right?
Y donde ella pasó eso es la calle que va así, la segunda.
And where that happened is a street that goes like this. I think it's second.
Y yo me quedaba en la calle que es de grava que va así junto a los trajes.
And I was staying where the street that goes like this, the gravel road, next to the tracks.
And so, I guess my question is, how many people were staying there? Was it just you and Kimberlee, or were there other people as well?
¿Y Kimberlee o había otra gente? Va a la ubicación al lugar.
So, talking about where you're
Hablando de
staying
dónde se está quedando usted,
next to the PG&E,
al lado del PG&E.
how many people were staying there?
¿Cuántas personas se estaban quedando ahí?
Yo me quedaba con mi novia allí y Kimberlee se quedaba con otra persona que se llama Jerry.
I would stay with my girlfriend there, and Kimberlee would stay with another person called Jerry.
Y el otro muchacho no recuerdo el nombre ahorita.
And the other young man, I don't remember the name.
And so, about 5 people staying there
Como
then?
5 personas se quedaban ahí. Porque es vago al lugar.
Is the location a generalized area? He's described 2 different locations.
Porque él ha descrito 2 ubicaciones
Pull up an
distintas.
exhibit here.
Voy a poner una prueba, señoría. Si hay una protesta, si el juez dice al lugar, no ha de responder. ¿Me puedo acercar al testigo, señoría? Sí.
I'm going to be showing you some photographs.
Le voy a mostrar unas fotos
24.
de la prueba de carga 24.
I'm going to be showing you the photograph
Le voy a
that's
mostrar
marked
la foto que se ha marcado
or labeled as 749-6843.
749-6843.
Can you look at that photograph?
¿Puede ver esa
sir?
foto, por favor?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
¿Reconoce lo que es eso? Yeah.
Sí.
Yes.
What is it?
¿Qué es?
es la attempt de Kim.
It's Kim's tent.
And is where you were
¿Y
staying
dónde usted
near
se estaba
Kim's tent?
quedando? ¿Era cerca de la carpa de Kim?
Esto es como un cuadro así, y yo me quedaba en la calle que da vueltas así.
This is like a square like this, and I would stay in the street that bends like this.
All right. Is this a fair and accurate depiction
Esto
of
es
that area where
una
Kimberlee was
foto
staying by the
justa y
PG&E?
exacta donde Kim se quedaba al lado de PG&E.
Sí.
Yes.
Can I publish that?
Puedo publicar, permiso para publicar.
Can you see the photograph on
¿Puede
the
ver
screen,
la
sir?
foto que está en la pantalla? Ujú.
Is that
¿Es un
yes?
sí?
Sí.
Yes.
So on the desk in front of you is
En
a
el-
laser pointer.
Aquí hay un señalador de láser.
There's a button that kind of looks like a sun.
Hay
Press
un
that, the laser turns on.
botón que parece un sol.
Could you show us on the photograph where Kimberlee was
Nos
staying?
puede mostrar en la foto dónde se estaba quedando Kimberlee con el sol ahí.
Right there.
All right, and you're-
Right there.
And are you indicating the tent in the center of the
Está
photograph?
indicando la carpa que está en el centro de la foto.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, and where were you staying? It cannot be seen on this photo.
Y donde usted se quedaba, ¿se puede ver en esta foto?
Donde se acaba esa calle, luego da la calle así para el lado y es donde están los vías del tren.
Where that street ends and the street bends like this, it's where the railways are.
Algunos 30 yardas.
Some 30 yards.
¿Puedo decir algo?
May I say something else?
Just a moment, sir.
Un momento.
I'm showing you a photograph
Vamos a ver una
that's marked
foto que está marcada
7496624.
6624.
Are you able to see that
¿Usted
photograph,
puede ver
sir?
la foto, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Does that show the area where you were
¿Muestra el área
staying?
donde usted se estaba quedando?
Sí, el comienzo de...
Yes, the beginning.
Donde está la camioneta es el comienzo de la calle de Grado.
Where the pickup truck is, the beginning of the gravel road.
Okay. And this is fairly accurate to
Y
depict that
esto
area there on L
es
Street?
un área justa y exacta de esa área en la calle L.
Esa calle no se llama L, se llama Second Street. Or,
That street's not called L, it's called Second Street.
Okay. And so
Okay.
this is depict then where
Esto
Second Street becomes
muestra
L Street?
donde la 2 se convierte en la L. Mhm. Yes.
May I publish?
Yep.
¿Puedo publicar? Sí.
This is rules 24. And so on this photograph,
En
using
esta
the laser pointer,
foto,
can you kind of show us
Con el
whereabouts you were
señalador,
staying
¿nos
at?
puede mostrar dónde más o menos se estaba quedando usted?
al final de donde está esa calle de Grado.
At the end where that gravel road is.
And so you were then,
Entonces usted estaba,
so you're pointing
usted está
on the photograph to
señalando
the
en la
right-hand
foto
side,
a mano
point the
derecha,
kind of plant-covered wall
donde
against
hay
the
una
ground.
pared cubierta por plantas, ahí es donde está la grava.
Sí.
Yes.
And what was your
Y
situation
cuál
like?
era
Were
su
you sleeping in a
situación.
tent?
Estaba viviendo en
Did
una
you
carpa,
have,
estaba durmiendo en una carpa.
bedding of some
Tenía
kind?
algún
What
tipo
kind of
de
setup did you
cama,
have?
qué tipo de arreglos tenía usted ahí.
Teníamos una casita en la rama.
We had like a little house in the branches.
And what's a little house?
¿Qué es una casita?
Pues tenemos una casita de campaña chiquita.
Well, we have a little tent house.
I showed you an overhead
Yo le
map
muestro
of that
un
area.
mapa
Would you be able to show me
de arriba del área. ¿Me puede mostrar exactamente
setup was?
dónde tenía usted esas acomodaciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked
Le
right
voy a
in the case.
mostrar lo que se ha marcado con la prueba de carga 25F.
Sí. So showing you was 25E. Could you take a look at that for me, please, sir?
Yo estoy mostrando la 25E. ¿Podría ver eso para mí, por favor?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that a Google Map image of the area?
Es una
the
mapa
second and L
del
in
área
City
en la
Davis?
segunda y la L en la ciudad de Davis.
Sí.
Yes.
And on that, can you see what you're saying?
¿Puede ver usted dónde se estaba quedando usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Does it fairly accurately depict that
Y
area?
eso muestra de verdad cómo se ve el área.
Sí.
Yes.
May I publish?
¿Puedo publicar? El juez dice que sí. Sí, puedo conseguir eso otra vez.
Sir, I'm going to project this up on the screen
Voy a
here.
proyectar esto ahí en la pantalla.
And
Y
using the laser pointer,
usando
it
el
shows
señalador
where
nos
your
puede mostrar
setup was.
dónde tenía usted la casita o el arreglo que tiene donde dormía.
Por donde dice Second Street.
I'm sorry, did you say 2nd Street?
Donde
On
dice,
this image, do you see where
En esta imagen,
your setup was?
¿usted ve dónde se está
en la
quedando?
esquina donde dice segunda.
On the corner where it
Second
says 2nd Street.
Can you use,
¿Puede usar el
laser
señalador
pointer to show
para
us where
mostrarnos?
Ahí.
Right there.
All right, so looking at this image at the bottom
Mirando
right
esta
corner,
imagen en la
Second Street
esquina
appeared three
de la
times,
derecha,
and so you're
second,
indicating
la calle
that
segunda
you're
aparece
saying
3 veces. Eso
just
indica
above,
que estaba
the center,
encima del
Second Street
el
tax line.
centro de donde dice la segunda vez 2nd Street ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
And how long had that been your setup there?
¿Hace cuánto que estaba usted viviendo ahí?
Como algunos 6 meses.
Like some 6 months.
And zooming in
Y si nos enfocamos,
on the image,
acercamos en la imagen,
are you able to see
usted puede
this
ver
kind of dirt or gravel pile in here
esta
that's
pila de
next to the
grava
rightmost Second Street?
que está ahí al lado de donde dice 2nd Street.
Sí.
Yes.
Where was your setup in relation
¿Dónde
to
estaba
kind
usted?
of that? Sorry,
En,
strike that. Was that dirt or
Bien.
gravel pile there while
¿Esa
you
es la
were
pila de
staying?
grava donde se estaba quedando?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was your setup in
¿Y dónde
relation
estaba
to
su
the dirt or
casita
gravel pile?
en relación a esa pila de mugre o de...
Ahí donde están
Grava.
esas ramas ahí.
Right there where those branches are.
Understood. So you're
Entiendo.
indicating on this
Está
image just
indicando
to
esa
the
imagen
left
a la
of the dirt or
izquierda
gravel pile.
de la pila de grava. Ujú.
Is that yes?
¿Eso es un sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Now for your setup, how
O
many
sea,
people were
para su
staying?
arreglo ahí, ¿cuánta gente estaba quedándose ahí?
Solo yo y mi novio.
Just me and my girlfriend.
And who was your girlfriend?
¿Y quién es su novia?
Cristina Pierce.
Christina Pierce.
And
Wait, hold on, can you put that back up?
Un momento, por favor.
Give me the highlighter.
It's on your, yeah.
There, okay.
this is where you say
Ahí
your tent was.
dice
Is
que
that
estaba
correct?
su casita, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
So L Street's over here.
La
That
L está
pickup
aquí.
truck was depicted
La
right here.
camioneta estaba aquí.
And I'm at the corner of L and
Esto
Second.
en
Is
la
that right?
esquina de la L y la 2, ¿verdad?
Y es una curva.
Yes, it's a curve.
Okay, and Kimberlee's tent,
Y la
is that
carpa
right
de
up here?
Kimberlee is ahí.
Del otro lado.
On the other side.
Here?
Ahí?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias. You're welcome.
Go ahead, counsel.
Well,
And sir, were you staying in a
señor,
tent or
¿usted estaba en una
what was
carpita
the actual cover situation?
o cómo era la cubierta?
Solo teníamos como unas cobijas atrás de las ramas. Ahí.
We just had some blankets behind the branches.
And at some point,
En
were
algún
you alerted
punto,
that
usted le alertaron o le dijeron
there was something going on with Kimberlee?
que había algo que había estado pasando con que le había pasado a Kimberlee.
Me recuerdo que yo iba al shelter
I recall that I was going to the shelter
cuando miré que estaba todo con las listas amarillas de caution.
when I saw that it was everything was there with the caution tapes, the yellow caution tapes.
Y yo traté de preguntar
And I
si qué había
tried
pasado,
to ask what had happened,
pero me dijeron que me fuera.
but they told me to leave.
Had you been there before the
¿Había
caution tape was
usted
up?
estado ahí antes de que pusieran la cinta de precaución?
No, la verdad yo estaba dormido esa noche.
No, honestly, I was asleep that night.
And where were you sleeping?
¿Y dónde estaba durmiendo usted?
Ahí donde están las ramas.
Right there where the branches are.
And did you hear a commotion or
¿Usted
anything from Kimberlee's area?
oyó ruidos o conmoción en el área?
La verdad no escuché nada.
Honestly, I didn't hear anything.
Did you see anyone running in the
¿Usted vio a
area?
alguien correr en el área?
Eso fue hasta la siguiente vez que estábamos en SPCA cuando vimos que alguien corrió.
That was the next time when we were at SPCA that we saw that somebody ran.
And what do you mean by the next time?
¿Qué quiere decir usted la siguiente vez?
Estábamos yo y mi novia Cristina sentados junto a la Goodwill o SPCA.
My girlfriend and I were sitting next to the SPCA, the Goodwill,
Y llegó un policía en un carro y nos preguntó qué estábamos haciendo ahí.
and a policeman arrived in a patrol and asked us what we were doing there.
Porque había alguien que
Because there was...
Pause you right there.
Lo quiero pausar ahí.
We need to understand a little bit better about what time this is all
Okay.
happening. So
Queremos saber, entender exactamente a qué hora estaba pasando esto.
you talked about seeing police
Usted habló de la cinta de policía.
near where
Esto
Kimberlee
cerca...
said,
Espere, oiga lo que está
are we talking
diciendo.
about something that happened before or
Estamos
after you
hablando-
saw the police tape?
Algo que pasó antes o después de que usted vio la cinta de policía.
Esto fue cuando pasó el primer incidente.
That was when the first incident happened.
Okay. What is it that you're calling the first incident?
¿Qué es lo que usted está diciendo que es el primer incidente?
Cuando fueron 3 personas, ¿no?
There was 3 people, right?
So what is it that, when I'm asking the
Lo que
question,
estoy haciendo una
I
pregunta.
really just want to know what you
Solo quiero
remember.
saber lo que usted se recuerda.
And so, if you have
Si
information
usted
from
tiene
hearing from someone else,
información de
what they
oír de
saw,
alguien más lo que
things
ellos
of that
vieron
nature,
o ese tipo de
that's
cosas.
not what we're looking for.
Eso no es lo que estamos
We just want to know
buscando.
what you
Solo
remember from
queremos
what
saber
happened,
lo que
okay?
usted recuerda lo que pasó, ¿ok?
Is that yes?
¿Eso es un sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Oh, well, hold on. My impression was he was being called about the incident involving Kimberlee.
Que
Right.
usted lo llamaba por el
And that was
incidente de
May 1st.
Kimberlee. Eso fue en mayo
So then,
primero.
let's focus on that.
Entonces enfoquémonos en eso.
So on the night that something happened with
La
Kimberlee,
noche que para algo le pasó a Kimberlee.
what do you remember from
¿Qué se
that night?
recuerda usted de esa noche?
Yo la verdad solo recuerdo en la mañana cuando iba al shelter.
Honestly, I only remember in the morning when I was going to the shelter.
Yo no escuché nada si no lo hubiera tratado de ayudar o
I didn't hear anything, otherwise I would have tried to have helped her.
me dio un poco de miedo, pero
I was a little bit scared, but
esa vez no me dejaron ni preguntarles qué había pasado.
that time they didn't even let me ask what had happened.
when Kimberlee had what happened with her,
Lo que le
did
pasó
you
a
go
ella.
over to Kimberlee's encampment?
¿Usted fue al campamento de Kimberlee?
Pasaba por allí, por la carretera, pero era todo.
I would just go by there on the road, but that was it.
Right. But at the time,
Sí, pero
the same time that
en la
the incident
misma
happened with
vez que
Kimberlee,
pasó el
did you
incidente
go
con
there at that
Kimberlee,
same time?
usted fue ahí a la
Moments
misma
before,
vez, momentos
during, or
antes,
after
durante
something
o
happened to
después de que algo le pasó a Kimberlee.
No, ella estaba con Jerry, con el otro muchacho.
No, she was with Jerry, with the other young man.
Yo solo pasaba por ahí porque tenía que pasar para ir a donde yo me quedaba.
I would just go by there because I needed to go by there to go where I was staying.
And that night,
Y esa noche,
talk to
usted
any
habló
police officers.
con policías.
No.
No.
Let's go ahead and break while we're looking for that.
Vamos a tomar una
All right,
pausa.
so mid-morning break, 15 minutes. Don't form any opinions, don't research, don't discuss the case. We'll be back ready to go 11 o'clock. All right, thanks, folks. Here is excused. As is the witness. Thank you.
Usted también puede pausar, tomar un receso y regresamos. Okay.
We understand. 7 here. I just wanted to confirm, I received a message from you regarding your residency, and we understand that you're currently primarily staying in the Bay Area. You have been for 2 years.
Yes.
You were a resident for Yolo County for as many as 28 years.
Yeah.
A long time.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Almost my entire life.
Yes. You are authorized to serve on this jury, and we're going to keep you on this jury. I just wanted to let you know. I consulted with both sides, and there was a stipulation. I don't want you to worry about that at all. Is there anything else you need to disclose about that? I'm confident, and I'm ready to keep going.
No, that was it. I left Yolo County January 2022, stayed in Sacramento for about 1.5 years, and then I moved to my current apartment.
It's all good. Change your address and your voter, or we're going to keep getting you in Yolo County, and then I have to get a stipulation every time. All right, enjoy your break. Thank you, counsel. Off the record. You're on.
Oh, that's funny. That's the juror that was living in another county. So he's like, change your address. All right, so right now we are hearing from Jose Anaya Jr. He was a witness. At least I think he's a witness. From what I'm getting, he's a friend of Kimberlee's, but he didn't hear anything the night of the attack, and he was afraid. But he wasn't able to ask what had happened. So I'm not quite sure why. He was just a friend. So right now he's just a friend. So I'm not quite getting anything out of him. So we'll see. I'm going to fast forward.
CR 23-1391. We have the witness, Jose Anaya Jr., in the witness stand, subject to direct examination. Mr. Vanderhook.
Sir, regarding the night that the incident with Kimberlee happened, do you know where you were at about 11:30?
¿Sabe usted dónde estaba? Más o menos a las 11:30.
Estaba dormido.
I was asleep.
And is this at your setup that you had for lodging there?
Su casita que tenía ahí donde estaba viviendo. Yes.
And do you know about when you went to sleep that
¿Sabe
night?
usted más o menos a qué hora se fue a dormir esa noche? Like around 9.
And do you know about what time you got up?
¿Y sabe usted más o menos a qué hora se despertó?
Como a las 10 de la mañana.
Like around 10 in the morning.
And at any point did you talk with police officers about any questions they may have?
Cualquier preguntas que ellos hayan tenido.
Cuando miré esos de caption, yo me arrimé a preguntarles qué había pasado, pero no, me dijeron que me fuera.
When I saw those things of caution. I approached to see what had happened, but they told me to leave.
Did you talk to a police officer later?
¿Usted habló con un policía después?
No, solo supe lo que había pasado con la demás gente.
No, I had just found out about what had happened from other people.
Okay, and do you know where the SPCA Goodwill is in that area?
¿Dónde queda la Goodwill y la SPCA en esa área?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you ever talk to an officer while you were in the area of the Goodwill there?
Cuando se estaba en el área del Goodwill, sí. Yes.
And did you talk about things that you had seen?
Cosas que usted había visto.
Ellos nos preguntaron qué estaban haciendo allí porque alguien estaba haciendo a la gente.
They asked us what we were doing there because there was somebody that was stabbing people.
And when was this that they were asking that?
¿Cuándo fue que le estaban haciendo esas preguntas?
Bueno, en la primera vez que pasó eso.
It was on the first time that happened.
So before Kimberlee had her incident.
Entonces, antes de que Kimberlee le sucediera el incidente de ella.
Kimberlee fue la tercera persona que la batió y esto, cuando yo hablé con la policía, fue la primera vez.
Kimberlee was the third person that was stabbed, and when I talked to the police, it was the first time.
Right, so Kimberlee has not been stabbed.
Entonces Kimberlee aún no la habían apuñaleado.
No.
No.
Thank you. I don't have any
Gracias.
additional questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Okay. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
Contrainterrogatoria.
Sir, when you spoke to the officer,
Con el policía.
was this at the thrift
Esto
store?
fue en tienda de segunda.
A un lado,
To the side.
And is that located
Está
on
ubicado en la
3rd Street?
calle 3.
es donde están las vías del tren,
It's where the train tracks are.
por atrás donde dejan las donaciones.
On the back side where they leave the donations.
When you spoke to this officer, was it daytime or nighttime?
¿Era durante el día o durante la noche?
Eran como las 11 de la noche.
It was around 11 at night.
And you believe that was after the first stabbing?
Después de la primera apuñalamiento.
Sé que fue la primera porque antes no había habido nada de eso.
I know it was after the first knifing because before that I hadn't heard about this.
Let me go to the night that Kimberlee was
Vamos a la noche que Kimberlee
injured.
fue lesionada.
You were asleep
¿Usted estaba dormido?
Sí,
Yes.
in your encampment,
¿En su campamento?
sí,
Yes.
and that's in the back of the bushes
Y eso es en la parte de atrás de los arbustos.
sí.
Yes.
where you hang up blankets,
Donde usted colgaba sus cobijas.
Sí,
Yes.
and then the next morning you woke up.
Y la siguiente mañana usted se despertó.
y iba para el shelter cuando miré eso.
And I was going towards the shelter when I saw that.
Pero ese mismo día me moví no de allí.
But that same day I moved from there. Un momentico.
So after you got up,
Después de que usted se
you walked
despertó,
over and you saw the yellow tape
caminó y se acercó y
where
vio la cinta amarilla
Kimberlee's camp was,
donde estaba el campamento de Kimberlee. Mhm, yes.
and that's the first time you
Y
became
esa fue
aware of what
la
happened to
primera vez que
Kimberlee.
usted se alertó de lo que le había pasado a Kimberlee.
No, es la tercera vez.
No, that was the third time.
Not when you saw the
Cuando
yellow
usted
tape.
vio la cinta amarilla.
At that point,
En ese momento,
did you know anything that happened to Kimberlee at that
que
point?
en ese
Before
momento,
you saw the yellow tape.
antes de ver la cinta amarilla, ¿usted sabía que algo le había pasado a Kimberlee?
Tenía un presentimiento o me sospechaba que algo le había pasado.
I had a hunch or I suspected that something had happened
Porque solo vivía ella y esos dos muchachos.
because it was only her and those two young men.
So let me just really focus in on my question.
Ok, quiero que se enfoque en mi pregunta. Fine.
The first time
La primera vez,
when you you remember waking up
usted se
and going
haber despertado.
to the area where Kimberlee's camp usually is,
El
correct?
campamento normalmente estaba de Kimberlee, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
And you saw yellow
Y
tape.
usted vio la cinta amarilla.
sí.
Yes.
At that moment,
En ese momento,
when you saw the yellow
cuando usted
tape,
vio la cinta amarilla,
was that the first time
esa
you
fue
became
la
aware that
primera vez que
anything
usted
unusual
se
happened
enteró
at Kimberlee's
que
camp?
algo inusual había pasado en el campamento de Kimberlee.
Tenía la sospecha porque
I had the suspicion because
solo ellos vivían ahí.
only they lived there.
Did you know there was a crime scene there until you walked over and saw the yellow tape?
Crimen antes de acercarse a la cinta amarilla.
Tuve que rodear y irme por la otra calle, por la segunda.
Tuve que arrodillarse.
Sí, no me dejaron pasar.
I had to kneel and I had to go through the other street because they didn't let me through.
Let me just back up a little bit, sir. When you woke up that morning,
Usted se despertó esa mañana.
when you woke up, did you
Cuando
know
usted se despertó,
did you think anything had happened over at Kimberlee's
que
camp the
algo
moment
había
you woke up
pasado
that morning?
en el campamento antes de que fuera a caminar hasta allá.
Yo no sabía, por eso les traté de preguntar qué había
I
pasado.
didn't know because that's why I tried to ask him what had happened.
And
We've got that, I think, 4 times now.
Creo que ya eso lo
so
tuvimos 4
they
veces.
told you to leave,
Ellos le dijeron que se fuera.
Sí.
Yes.
and it was later on that day that
Fue
somebody
después
told you
ese
about what
día
happened to
que
Kimberlee.
alguien le dijo a usted lo que le había pasado a Kimberlee.
Sí,
Yes.
los muchachos que le ayudaron a Kimberlee me dijeron.
The young man that helped Kimberlee told me.
Was that Isaac Cheeseman?
¿Ese es Isaac Cheeseman?
Sí.
Yes.
Anyone else or just Isaac Cheeseman?
¿Alguien más
Jerry.
o solo
Jerry.
Isaac Cheeseman?
Jerry.
And Jerry.
Espera que termine la pregunta, por favor.
Sir, does, during that time period,
Durante ese periodo de tiempo,
was Isaac using a lot of
Isaac
methamphetamine?
está
If you
usando
know.
mucha metanfetamina, si sabe usted.
La verdad yo no tengo conocimiento de si usaba o no,
Honestly, I don't know. I have no knowledge if he used or not, but
pero lo miraba todos los días en el shelter.
I saw him every day at the shelter.
Thank you.
No tengo nada más, señor. Gracias.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Van Der, we're done.
Señor Van Der, ya terminamos.
Redirect, okay, go ahead.
Tengo unas preguntas de redirect.
Sir, I'm here with the marked as people 61.
Vamos a lo que se ha marcado como la
No
prueba.
objection.
Well, I'm not sure what he's asking, but I
No sé qué
object
está
out that scope.
pero me
I'll allow
está
him.
por fuera.
You can revisit.
Alcance.
Can we just stipulate though, so he doesn't have to go through this with the witness?
Tengo que pasar
I don't know what he wants to
por
stipulate to.
No, pero
The foundation for the picture, so he can publish directly.
para que pueda
Well,
publicar
there-
directamente.
One of them, but
Okay, never mind. Go through it. That's all right.
Ah, está bien.
Yes.
¿Me puedo acercar? Sí.
Sir, I have here with
Señor,
people
tengo aquí
61.
la
I'm
prueba de
opening up a
carga
photo
61.
marked
Estoy abriendo una foto marcada.
photo
Foto
1.
Uno.
Are you able to see that,
¿Se
sir?
puede ver eso, señor?
Sí,
Yes.
And do you know where that area
¿Sabe
is?
usted dónde está esa área?
ahí es donde vivía yo.
That's where I lived.
And then I'm advancing it one forward to
Voy
photo
a ir a la
2.
foto 2.
Do you see that area?
¿Ves área?
Sí,
Yes.
And is that also the area that you
Ahí
live?
es el área también donde usted vivía.
yo vivía donde se acaba esa.
I lived where that street ends.
All right. And is this a fair and accurate
Y esto
depiction
es una
of that area
foto
as it was when you were
verdadera de
living
esa área
there?
cuando, como era cuando usted estaba viviendo
which
ahí.
photos is he
Sí.
showing?
Yes. ¿Cuál foto nos estamos?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay. We've got a witness that said he doesn't know anything about this. So let's move through this quickly.
Pues sigamos rápidamente a través de esto.
Sir, are you able to see this photo
¿Usted
on the
puede ver esa
screen?
foto en la pantalla?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you use the laser
Puede
pointer
usar
and
el
show
señalador
us
para
where it is
mostrarnos
that you were
dónde era
living
que usted estaba
during this
viviendo
time?
durante ese tiempo.
Sí.
Yes.
Allí.
Right there.
So you're pointing kind of at the area where
Está
that wooden log is between
donde
the
está
couch
el
and the
tronco
gravel?
entre el sofá y la grava.
Sí.
Yes.
And what was your encampment like?
¿Y cómo era su
Is that where you had the
campamento?
blankets
Ahí
and
es donde
stuff set
tenía
up?
las cobijas y todo.
Sí.
Yes.
En realidad no se pueden ver porque están atrás de un árbol.
But honestly, you can't see it because it's behind a tree.
Ese lugar todavía está allí.
That place is still there.
Okay. What is it that I can't see that's behind the tree?
¿Qué es lo que no puedo ver que está detrás del árbol?
Tendría que irse por el otro lado, como
You
por
would
la
have-
esquina y mirar detrás del árbol.
You would have to go to the other side, like around the corner, and look at it behind the tree.
Okay, so I'm going to put a cursor up on
Voy a
here.
poner aquí
Is your encampment
esta
actually
flecha.
between this
Su
couch and this
campamento
gravel
está entre
area,
la sofa
or
y
is it
la
around
grava,
the corner
o más en la
past the
esquina,
couch?
pasada
Por
el
donde,
sofá,
por donde está la flecha.
where the arrow is.
Okay, and so is it on the gravel area or
Entonces,
is
en
it
el
around the
área
corner?
de grava o a la vuelta de la esquina.
Es en donde comienza.
It's where it starts.
Okay,
Ahí donde está la flecha.
Right where the arrow is.
okay, do you see this no parking sign?
¿Usted ve ese aviso de no parking?
Sí.
Yes.
Where is your encampment in relation
Su
to that?
campamento en relación
Behind
a
it
eso,
or in front?
detrás o enfrente.
Está un poquito más para acá de donde está el primer poste.
It's a little bit closer to where the first post is.
Okay, so if you're in your encampment and you're
Si
looking at
usted
this no
está
parking
en
sign,
su campamento y está
are you
buscando,
able to see
está
the words no
mirando
parking
la señal,
anytime, or are you
usted
looking at
puede
the back of
ver,
the sign?
usted puede ver las palabras o está mirando a la parte de atrás de esa señal o ese aviso.
Ahorita no se puede ver porque estaban grandes las ramas, pero ya
Right now,
las cortaron.
You can't see it because the branches were large, but they already cut them.
Y ahora sí se puede ver.
And now you can't see it.
So I'm just, so for this question, I want you to imagine
Para
that
esta
you're in
foto,
your
imagínese
encampment.
que usted está en su casita.
When you're in,
Cuando usted
if
está
you
en
were
su
in your
casita, si usted
encampment,
estuviera
would
en
you
su
be able to see the
casita,
words
usted
of the
podría ver
sign,
las
or would you
palabras
see
del
the back of
aviso
the sign?
o la parte de atrás del aviso.
A la parte de enfrente.
The front part.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any
Gracias, no tengo más preguntas.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson?
Señor Hutchinson.
Sir,
Señor.
before today,
Antes de hoy,
did you tell anyone about this encampment to any law enforcement officer?
algún policía,
Que se le había dicho a algún policía de aquí.
that if I had told a police officer what?
About where your encampment
De
was?
dónde quedaba su casita, su campamento.
Sí, llegó al punto que me corrieron de ahí.
Yes, it came to a point where I was thrown out of there.
Okay.
Pero
When were you thrown out of there?
Cuando lo tiraron, lo botaron de ahí.
yo cuando pasó lo de Kim me moví ese mismo día.
When the Kim thing happened, I moved that same day.
So you weren't thrown out of there? you
Entonces
moved.
no lo botaron de ahí.
Sí, pero fue después.
Yes, but that was afterward.
Hay reportes
There
fueron los de las vías.
there are reports. It was the people in charge of the roads.
So is your testimony today
Su
that you were
testimonio
living
es
in
que usted estaba
encampment
viviendo en un campamento
on the night that Kim
la
was
noche
injured?
que Kim se lesionó.
¿Cómo dijo?
Come again?
You were living at the encampment
Usted estaba
behind the
viviendo
trees
en el
here on
campamento
the night
detrás de
that
los
Kim was
árboles la
injured.
noche que Kim se lesionó.
Sí.
Yes.
And then the next morning you
La
moved out.
siguiente mañana usted se salió de ahí.
Cuando me di cuenta de lo que le había pasado, sí, me dio miedo y me moví.
When I noticed what had happened to her, yes, I got scared and I moved.
Pero la pregunta es de cuándo es esta foto
But the
también.
question is, when is this picture was taken when also?
Do you know when this picture
¿Sabe
was
usted
taken?
cuándo tomó esta foto?
No.
No.
Does this look like
Esto parece
your
como
encampment at the
su
time
campamento
Kim was
en el
injured, or does it
entonces
look
cuando Kim se
different?
lesionó, o se ve diferente?
Pues de aquí no se puede ver.
Well, you can't see it from here.
So in this photo, you
En
can't see
esta
your
foto
encampment
no
at
puede
all.
ver su campamento para nada.
No.
No.
You said you moved
Usted
out
dijo que se
the morning
salió,
after
se
Kim was
mudó
injured.
la
So
mañana
when were
después
you
de que se
kicked out? You
lesionó.
also mentioned getting kicked out.
Kimberlee, ¿cuándo fue que lo votaron?
Eso ya había pasado lo de Kim. Cuando me votaron fue tiempo después.
When I was thrown out of there, the Kim thing had already happened. It happened a while after.
This is what I'm having a hard time
Aquí
understanding,
es lo que
sir.
no estoy entendiendo bien.
You said you
Usted
moved
dijo
out
que se movió de ahí
the morning after what
la
happened to
mañana
Kim.
después de que le pasó algo de eso aquí.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you then come
Usted
back
luego regresó a
and
otra
then get
vez
kicked out
y
at a later
luego lo
time?
votaron más adelante.
Como a los 6 meses regresé.
Like around 6 months later, I came back.
Before today,
Antes de hoy.
did you ever talk to a
¿Alguna
law
vez
enforcement
habló con
officer
un policía
about your encampment?
acerca de su campamento?
Muchas veces llegaban ahí, pero nunca nos corrían hasta que llegaron los de las vías.
Many times they would come there and talk to us, but we weren't thrown out of there until the people in charge of the roads came.
When was that?
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Como a los 6 meses de que había pasado eso de Kim.
Like 6 months after what had happened to Kim.
So, sir, you say
Señor,
your
usted dice
camp was
que su
behind the
campamento
tree,
estaba detrás del árbol
and it's not visible in this
y
photo,
no se
correct?
puede ver en esta foto, ¿correcto?
Ahí sí.
Yes.
Okay. Which tree? Can you see
¿Cuál
the tree?
árbol? ¿Puede ver el árbol?
Es por donde está el sign, el primer poste.
It's around where the sign is on the first pole.
My question is
Mi
the
pregunta,
tree visible in this photo?
¿El árbol se
you're referring to?
puede ver en esta foto?
No.
No.
So, if I was
Si
standing
yo
right here by
estuviera
the
de
gravel
pie
pile,
al lado de la pila de grava,
where would I have to
¿a
walk
dónde tendría que caminar
to get to the
para
tree
llegar al árbol?
where your encampment?
¿Dónde está su campamento?
¿Dónde está el primer poste?
Where the first pole is.
Which pole?
¿Cuál poste?
El poste de madera.
The wooden pole.
Standing up, there's
El que está
two of them standing
Hay
up.
dos, los dos que están ahí.
On the right or left?
I can show you,
Yes.
Okay, please point.
por favor.
That one.
So
That one.
just, sir, can you point again?
¿Puede apuntar otra vez?
Try to keep it a little. All right. Is that the pole?
¿Ese es el
you're referring
poste? Yes.
to? So, in order to get to
Para
your
poder llegar a
encampment,
su campamento,
someone would have to
alguien
walk
tendría que caminar
to what is K Street,
a donde la que es la calle
take a
K,
right,
voltear a la derecha
and then walk to that
y
pole.
luego caminar a ese poste.
No.
No.
El poste está primero.
The pole is first.
Once I get to that
Cuando llegue
pole,
al
where do I
poste,
go
¿a
now to
dónde
get to
voy
your
para
encampment?
llegar a su campamento?
Es que allí estaban las ramas grandes, pero
The thing is that there's some large branches
si
there.
ustedes van allí o lo hacen Google Lens o Google Maps, o como sea, ahora sí se puede ver
But
el campamento.
if you go there right now, or if you go on Google Maps, you can now see the encampment
Porque cortaron las ramas.
because they cut the branches.
Are the branches cut in this photo?
¿En esta foto están cortadas las ramas?
No.
No. Espere que
So-
termine la pregunta, por favor.
The tree
Entonces el árbol
that your encampment is behind, is that visible in this photo?
se puede, ¿dónde está su
Specific tree.
campamento? Ese árbol que usted está hablando, ¿se puede ver en esta foto?
El árbol sí, pero
The tree, yes.
Which tree is it?
¿Cuál árbol es?
es donde está el primer poste.
It's
ese.
where the first pole is.
Can you
Podemos.
Can you see the
¿Puede
tree
ver el árbol
in this photo?
en la foto? ¿En esta foto?
Se puede mirar las ramas.
You can see the branches.
Okay, point to the branch.
Que señalen las ramas.
Right there.
So
Right
this,
there.
that shrub,
Ese arbusto,
Detrás del arbusto.
behind the shrub.
by behind, you
Cuando
mean,
dice detrás,
so this is the shrub.
este es el arbusto.
Somewhere behind
Alguna
that
parte detrás
is
de
your
eso
encampment.
está su
Es que
campamento.
es un árbol así, y hay lugar así de este lado.
The thing is that it's a tree like this and there's space on this side.
There is space on the
Hay
other
espacio
side
al otro
of the
lado
tree
del
that is not
árbol
visible
que
in
no
this
se puede
photo.
ver en la foto.
Sí.
Yes.
And then that space on
Y
the
ese
other
espacio
side
al otro lado
is where your
es
encampment
donde
was.
estaba su campamento.
No es allí.
No, it's there.
Was your encampment in the space
Campamento
on the
estaba en
other
el
side of the
espacio al
tree?
otro lado del árbol. What was that? Concéntrese lo que está
You
diciendo.
said there's space on the
Usted
other
dijo
side
que
of
hay
the tree.
espacio al otro lado del árbol.
Sí.
Yes.
And that is where your
Y ahí es
encampment
donde
was.
está su campamento.
Sí.
Yes.
And then you would hang
Y
up
luego
blankets
usted colgaba cobijas.
Sí.
Yes.
on the branches.
En las ramas.
Sí.
Yes.
And you could remove those
Y usted podía
blankets as
quitar las
well.
cobijas también.
Sí.
Yes.
And so when you would hang up the
Entonces, cuando
blankets,
usted
that's
colgaba
where
las
you would
cobijas,
sleep.
ahí es donde usted dormía.
Sí.
Yes.
And it's your memory
Y su
that the
memoria
night
es que la noche
that Kimberlee was
que
injured,
Kimberlee fue lesionada,
you were asleep
usted
at
estaba
approximately 9
dormido
o'clock
aproximadamente a las 9
in your encampment.
en su campamento.
Sí.
Yes.
And it was not until the next morning
Y no fue sino hasta la siguiente mañana
that you found
que usted
out
se enteró
that Kimberlee had been injured.
que Kimberlee había sido lesionada.
Sí.
Yes.
And you don't recall
Y usted no se
speaking to an
recuerda haber
officer
hablado con el policía
the night
la
Kimberlee
noche
was
que
injured.
Kimberlee fue lesionada. No.
You don't recall speaking to
No
an
se recuerda haber
officer
hablado con un policía
the morning
en la
after
mañana
Kimberlee was injured.
después de que Kimberlee se lesionó.
Solo para preguntarles qué había pasado.
Just to ask them what had happened.
Other than the
Fuera
officer
del policía
by the yellow tape
que estaba al lado de la cinta
who
amarilla
told you to go
que le
away,
dijo que se fuera.
did you recall speaking
¿Se
to any other
recuerda haber hablado
officer?
con cualquier otro
that morning?
policía esa mañana? No.
I have nothing further.
No tengo nada más.
Thank you. Okay.
One question.
Una
One
pregunta.
question sounds good.
Una pregunta suena bien.
Sir, I'm handing you
Señor, le voy a mostrar
Exhibit 25B
lo
at
que se
Google
llama
Maps.
la
Give
prueba
me a
25
pen. Can you just,
Tengo
with the
aquí
pen,
este mapa
put an
con
X
este lapicero.
where your
Puede
encampment
poner una
was?
X donde estaba su
With the
campamento.
cross of the X
con una
directly on
cruz
where it was.
exactamente donde estaba.
Ahí.
Right there.
Okay. And so, sir, you've marked it with a
Se lo marcó con
X in the kind of blue blackish ink
ahí
here.
donde está en esa sin tinta azul.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, great. Show it to Mr. Hudson, make sure.
Muéstralo, señor Hutchinson.
Alrighty.
¿Dónde lo marco? May I say something else?
Hold on, confer with counsel.
I put a cross there.
He says he put a cross. We're done.
Terminamos.
Did you get everyone?
Todos están de acuerdo?
All right,
Sí.
Mr. Anaya,
Señor
thank you for
Anaya,
your
muchas
testimony.
gracias por su
You're
testimonio.
excused. Have a great day.
Puede retirarse, tenga un buen día.
Gracias.
I'll make that order subject to recall. Ms. Warren is present.
Supuesto que
Thank
lo
you.
vuelvan a llamar. ¿ok?
Okay, we're moving through witnesses. Mr. Demora.
People call Patricia Mendez.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Mendez, come on in, and if you could stand at the podium right here, that'd be great. I'm going to have the clerk swear you in as a witness, and then I'm going to ask you to take the witness stand, and then we have two lawyers to ask questions.
And before we do that, Deputy, could you help me? I have some exhibits that are on the witness stand. I'd like those returned to Mr. Clerk. All right, thank you.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to about to give the cause not to the court, should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you. You can be seated. Take the first and last name for the record.
Patricia Mendes,
Go ahead and spell it.
MENDES,
First name, too.
PATRICIA.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And then, Mr. Demore, this will be direct. If you could bring the mic close to you, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Mendes.
Morning.
Ms. Mendes, where do you work?
I work for AMR.
And what is AMR?
American Medical Response is the local contracted 911 service ambulances.
I'm sorry, service in what?
911 service
Ambulance.
ambulances.
What do you do there?
I'm a paramedic.
How long have you been a paramedic?
Do I have to say? This is my 41st year as a paramedic.
And what training have you received to actually become a paramedic?
I have been through a paramedic training program according to Title 22 statutes, and I was an EMT2 before I was a paramedic. And that is also through Title 22 statutes of training.
What's an EMT2?
EMT2 is what we don't use out here anymore. They used to be what we would have instead of paramedics, but with growing a population, etc., they upgraded everybody in the state that's not in a rural area to paramedics versus EMT2s.
Understood. And being a paramedic, obviously you respond to calls for service of people being injured or people needing some form of medical attention, correct?
Yes.
As part of your training, do you check individuals, or have you found yourself in a position where you have to check to see if someone is alive or deceased?
Yes, I have.
As part of that, are you trained and qualified to pronounce when someone is deceased?
Yes, sir.
On April 27, 2023, did you respond to Central Park in the city of Davis County, Georgia?
I did.
And was that just after 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Why did you respond there?
We were called for a unconscious person.
When you arrived on scene, did you find an individual who was seated on a park bench?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and inspect him and see
Yes,
if he
sir.
was conscious or alive?
I did.
What did you observe?
I observed from a distance that he did definitely appear to be deceased. I couldn't detect any movement on him at all. As we approached closer, I could see that under the bench there was a very large puddle of blood. And then he was wearing dark clothes, so it was hard to tell until you got up close that he had a lot of cuts through his fabric of his shirt and sweatshirt he was wearing. And then we checked for pulse. There was no pulse. His neck was stiff, so rigor had already started to set in. His arms were stiff. There was no respirations. There was no pulse.
I want to ask you a few follow-up questions to those things. When you say his neck was stiff and rigor had set in, what's rigor?
Rigor mortis is the starting of the breakdown of the body when the biological functions cease to function.
After someone passes, how long does it take for rigor to set in?
It depends on the weather and the temperature that they're in. In the summertime, it's faster and goes faster, but in the wintertime, it can be delayed because of low temperatures. But it usually starts within 4 to 12 hours.
And to check whether someone's breathing or has a pulse, how long do you usually Or what's the process to determine whether or not the reason?
Well, we look, listen, and feel. So we look, we listen, and we feel. He's not moving any air. You won't hear anything through your stethoscope while you're checking his chest. You won't see any chest rise. You won't feel any breath coming out of his mouth or nose.
And based on all of those things that you just described, was any, check that. Based on all the things you just described, were you able to determine whether this individual's bench had passed or was still alive?
He was definitely passed.
And what time did you declare death if you did?
I don't remember the exact time. It was probably 10 minutes into the call, maybe? 10, 12 minutes in?
You have 1 moment.
I don't have a copy of the PCR with me, so I can't tell you the exact time.
And would refresh your recollection to look at a copy of the police report?
Yeah, I think.
May I approach her?
Okay.
The pre-hospital one would do better, but I left it in the car.
Just directing you to a little area that's highlighted right there. Go ahead. And just let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it's 11:25, so I'm not sure exactly what our time on scene was, because we were there before police.
That was actually going to be my next question was, you arrived before the police?
Before.
Now, on the pronouncement 11:25, so the question was that AM?
Yes.
When you pronounce someone deceased, that is not necessarily the actual time that that person passed.
Correct. The actual time is determined by the coroner's office.
When you were inspecting this individual and determining whether or not he had passed at this point, did you see you talked about the blood that you saw, lack of movement. Did you see anything on the ground surrounding this?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw an empty knife sheath that appeared to be made of leather and looked basically brand new.
Did you move that or disturb?
No, I did not.
There were other people with you. You said we earlier. Were the other people, firefighters and employees of AMR with you?
Yes.
From what you could tell, did anyone pick that item up, move it?
As far as I know, no one did it. We once we saw the stab wounds and we established that he wasn't breathing or had a pulse, we looked around and you could see the knife sheath on the ground. I said, "This is a homicide scene. We need to back off."
And at that point, did you wait for Davis police?
We kind of backed up and the captain called for PD.
And were you on scene when Sergeant Antonio Diaz arrived?
I'm not sure. I remember Kara being there, but I don't. She's the one that's most familiar to me.
Oh, Officer Bryson? You just nodded your head in the affirmative, that
Yes, yes.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any cross? No cross. All right, Ms. Mendez, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Demore, do you have a witness?
Yes, people call Sergeant John Ranger.
Okay. Okay, Sergeant Ringer, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Come on into the podium, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to tell the truth, give the cause not been for the court, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Welcome
John,
both.
John Renger, JOHNRENGER.
Thank you. Direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Ranger.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm a sergeant with the police department as a sworn officer.
How long have you been a sworn officer?
Almost 12 years.
Were you involved in the investigation of the death of David Breaux from April 27, 2023?
Yes, sir.
On April 29, 2023, around 7 a.m., did you attend the autopsy of Yolo County Sheriff's and Coroner's Office for Mr. Breaux?
Yes, I did.
What was your role there?
I was there to assist Detective Michael Yu in recording the proceedings and taking photographs for the detectives.
And so when you say take photographs, or excuse me, when you say record this, is that through taking photographs?
Yes.
All right, how many photographs did you take?
Approximately 130 total.
And thank you. Now, did you have the opportunity before court today to look at People's Exhibit 10?
I did.
And on People's Exhibit 10 were 85 photographs, do you recall that?
Yes.
And inspecting those photographs, were those photographs that you took on April 29, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And were those photographs fair and accurate depictions of the autopsy of Mr. Breaux?
Yes, it is.
And you were familiar with each and every one of those photographs?
Yes.
Now, did you take, or excuse me, should I say take, did you collect evidence from the autopsy that was given to you by the pathologist?
Yes, at the conclusion of the autopsy, one of the deputy coroners provided me with evidence they had collected during the course of the autopsy.
And was the deputy coroner that gave you that evidence Jenna Pregent?
Yes.
Pregent?
Yes.
And you recall in those items, was one of them a DNA blood stain card?
Yes, it was.
And was one of those what's commonly known as the sexual assault homicide kit?
Yes.
And so in the evidence you get, your understanding, you get a DNA reference sample from a person who has the autopsy done to them, in this case, Mr. Breaux.
Yes, I believe that's the DNA bloodstain.
Is that something you booked into evidence at the Davis Police Department?
It is.
Do you know, Sergeant Ranger, what a bloodstain card is?
I'm not familiar with how they prepare it, but that it's done in the autopsies as a means of preserving the DNA sample.
I guess I should ask, do you know if there's actual blood on the card?
Yes, there appeared to be.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any cross? No. Okay, all right, Sergeant Ranger, thanks for making time for us. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Moore, witness.
Your Honor, for scheduling purposes, I have Linda Schwen, who's available to testify about some authenticity of photos, and it would be a short witness. We could either, with the court permission, break and then have a long witness after the court, or I could have someone start and we break.
I want witnesses.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
you get to pick.
Perfect. We'll call Linda Schwen.
Okay, great. Okay, Ms. Schwinn, come on in. Thank you. Stand at the podium there. Take the oath from the clerk and then the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to what to give and the cause now before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Linda Schwend, LINDA, SCHWEND.
Counsel, did you meet and confer with Mr. Hutchison on this witness? Does this witness deal with something that's in dispute in this trial, or can we just stipulate?
I don't believe so. I mean, I believe she just going to testify to the dates and times.
Can we just stipulate to those matters?
As soon as she says when she took them, yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's fine. Fair enough. Listen, I'm going to talk to you outside the presence of the jury, but we need to meet and confer regarding every witness, and any stipulation that can be reached, we'll reach it. I don't need it. I'll talk to you later about it.
We did meet her.
Okay. Well, good. Thanks. Mr. Moore, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schwen.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police service specialist.
Is that at the Davis Police Department?
It is.
What does a police services specialist do?
I handle calls, help in different departments.
When you say handle calls and help in different departments, are you talking about within the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
Do you have a collateral duty to being a member of the evidence response team?
I do.
And what do you do with that team?
I respond to incidents and collect evidence, take photographs.
Were you part of the team that responded to Central Park on April 27, 2023 for the suspected homicide of Mr. David Breaux?
I was.
What did you do there?
I took photographs.
And about what time did you start taking those photographs?
I don't recall.
When you arrived on the scene, was Mr. Breaux still present on the bench?
Yes.
Did you try to take the photographs to capture Mr. Breaux close in time to when he was discovered?
Yes.
And was that before officers started identifying and removing pieces of evidence?
Yes.
Prior to court today, did you look at People's Exhibit 1?
I did.
And did that contain approximately 151 photographs?
Yes.
And in looking at those photographs, were those photographs that you personally took?
They were.
And were all those photographs taken on April 27, 2023?
They were.
And based on your familiarity with those, did those capture images of Central Park, David Breaux, both on the bench, on the ground, clothed and unclothed, as well as other pieces of evidence? Did that accurately capture what you saw?
Yes.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, Ms. Schwinn, thank you. Have a great day. I appreciate it. Mr. Demora, next witness.
People call Corporal Henry.
Okay. Good morning, Corporal. Come on in. Stand here at the podium Thank you for being here today.
Sir.
Clerk will administer the oath, and then please take a witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to speak about to give and the cause of happiness for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. Call the vote.
Yes, my name is Pang Lee. Pang is spelled Pheng. Lee is spelled Ly.
Great. Direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Corporal Lee.
Good morning, sir.
Corporal Lee, where do you work?
City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I am employed as a police corporal.
What's a police corporal?
Police corporal is one rank above that of a police officer.
I want to break this up into two questions. How long have you been a police officer?
This is my 26th year.
How long have you been a corporal?
Approximately about a dozen.
As a police corporal, are you currently assigned to the patrol division?
Yes.
What's that mean?
That means I essentially work patrol. I supervise patrol officers. I drive a police car, handle calls for service.
Were you on duty April 29, 2023 around 9:15 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you respond or did you receive a call for service at that time?
Yes.
Can you describe that call for service?
It was a report of a man down with blood all over him.
Where did you respond to?
The location was given initially as Sycamore and Colby in West Davis.
Is that in the county of Yolo?
Yes.
You say it was initially reported as that. Did the location change or what happened?
Well, the actual location was actually in the park, so it was a little bit off.
Did you respond, or how quickly did you respond?
I responded with my emergency lights and sirens activated to get there as soon as I could.
Why did you go with your emergency lights and sirens?
A number of reasons. There was a person that was down with blood all over him. It's unusual circumstances, and then given the fact that we had had a homicide a few days prior, that also played into my mindset as well.
When you go lights and sirens, is that what we consider a priority call or a priority response?
Yes.
Is that the highest level of response that law enforcement can give to a call?
Yes.
On that date, that time, April 29th, around 9:15, did you have a body-worn camera that was functioning and working?
Yes.
Did it capture the events of your response as well as your presence at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
And have you, since April 29th, 2023, had an opportunity to review that body camera?
Yes.
Before I show you people Exhibit 17, just inform the court, this is going to be one of those images or camera videos that's going to be a graphic nature.
Graphic, okay, so the live stream will be muted for that, or not muted, but blacked out, and then the media is prohibited from recording. Thank you for the heads up on that.
And in confirming with counsel, there's a stipulation at the published with the court's permission.
Okay, great, thank you, and I approve. And then we're going without a transcript. We spoke about that earlier today. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay, and then court reporter's relief.
Now, Corporal Lee, looking at this still frame image, pause at 3 seconds. you recognize this as your body-worn camera from April 29, 2023? Or should we play a little bit more for you?
Yeah, I would need to see a little bit more. I mean, this is just kind of a general, typical body-worn camera footage from a driver's seat perspective.
Okay, defense.
I'm going to stipulate this is a body-worn camera.
Thank you, counsel.
Okay. Went on a bike that way.
Okay, what did the guy look like?
He's a white, 19, 20 years old, black curly hair. He had a hat on. I just want to get. Can someone switch with me? Yeah. I'm wearing now.
You got it? Do you know? Okay.
Are you coming?
I got it. So did you guys see the attack? Did you guys see what happened afterwards?
I heard a man yell, somebody help me, oh my God, help me. I ran across, I thought they...
So, guy on a bike?
Guy on a bike.
Okay, white, black, Asian?
White.
White male? How old?
Latino, light skin.
How old?
20 years old.
How long ago?
Just like 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Less than 10 minutes ago? What kind of a bike was it?
I couldn't see him, so dark. He took off and chased me, but I can't run faster than a bike. And he went that way.
My daughter and I, we live right here. We just heard everything.
Charles 24, I need all units out here. Please code 3. I'm doing CPR right now. Victim does not look good. Multiple stab wounds. Break. Yeah, hold on one
second, sir. Okay.
You said you're a doctor?
Yes. Okay. So, okay. Charles 24 update. Suspect is a male Hispanic, possibly on a bike, last seen headed westbound toward the 113 over. Victim is actually on the bike path just west of Sycamore Lane. And he witness heard the victim say he was being attacked by the suspect. So just one person? Yeah, just one person. Okay. But I saw there may have been more. Did you see him?
Here, we live right here. We just heard it. Came out.
Come on, buddy.
Right, just keep going. You're here.
I heard the yelling. I heard what sounded like
Come on, guys. We need to bag him. We need some epi.
He's a doctor. He's a doctor.
He's an epi. You know. He's something out.
Get the system down. Charles 24, have the, Hey,
Mr. DeMar.
Talk to the doctor right now. Please give a statement.
Okay, thank you. We are interrupting the video midstream, and we're going to see the rest of it on the backside. Corporal Lee, thank you. We've got more questions. We're going to finish that video as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we are going to take a midday break. It will be from noon to 1:30. We'd like to get started right when we come back. And remember your three-part admonition: no research, no opinions, no discussion. Enjoy your break, folks. Thank you. Off the record.
All right, they are breaking for lunch, so we will do a quick recap of what we've heard so far. In day 2, the judge asked for the media to honor the decedents. Oh, wait a minute, I already went through that. Okay, so let's see, Patricia Mendez, they are firing through these witnesses. I'm like... By the time I post them, they're on to a new witness. It's amazing how fast they're going through. All right, so Patricia Mendez, she was a paramedic. She's 41 years as a paramedic. She responded to David. She saw the rigor mortis had already set in. She saw an empty knife sheath on the ground. When she saw that, she decided it was time that this was a homicide scene and they needed to back off. There was no cross. And then Sergeant John Renger got up. He took photographs of David's autopsy. Then Linda Schwen got up. She's a police specialist. The judge is like, can we just stipulate? We need to confer, and any stipulation we can do, it would help this process. She handles calls, helps the department. She took photos of David at the scene. And I think there was no cross for any of these. And now we're up to Corporal Peng, I think way he pronounced his name, Peng Lee. He responded. Now we're on to Karim. This is the kid. He was 20 years old, college student, and he was attacked on a bike. So that's where we stand right now. All right, so we're just hitting lunch. So let's zoom. Hour and a half lunch. That's nice. That's going to be good to know for me going forward. That I have an hour and a half to... see, we're almost caught up. We're only about 20 minutes behind.
In the people of the state of California versus Carlos Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. All members of our jury are present. All counsel and the parties are present. I did want to say one thing to the jury, because for most of you, this is a new experience, and I wanted to remark on the rhythm of a trial. And when we start the day, we do an all rise, and then at the end of the day, when we start the afternoon, we do an all rise. And it's really humbling to be a judge and have people stand up for you. It's not about me. It's about focusing everyone that's part of the system the lawyers, the parties, the witnesses, and the jurors, and the judge, that we are engaging in justice. We are adjudicating a case, and it's serious business. And we do that as a formality at the beginning of the day and at the beginning of the afternoon. I don't do it between breaks, trying to keep things moving. But I just wanted to let you know that I'm born in Decatur, Illinois, middle-class family, and it's a great honor to be a judge in Yolo County. But when we call the case in the morning, it's for all of us. And so I appreciate that formality and that gesture, and I just wanted to share that with you. The other thing that struck me is I didn't really tell you that about the job of a judge, and it's much different. You are the most important people in this courtroom. The judge is a gatekeeper of evidence, and I'm keeping things moving, and I'm deciding what evidence will be admitted to all of you. But ultimately, this case will be decided by the jurors, okay? And please don't take anything that I do as an indication of what I believe. My opinion about the case is not what matters. It is your opinion, your determination as to what the facts are and how the law is applied. So this is a case about a jury deciding what happened and applying the law to it. So I just wanted to share those fundamental rules and things that we're doing here together because we're going to be together for a while, and just laid it out. So let's get back to work, and we are collecting evidence at this time. We're hearing from witnesses, and we have Corporal Lee on the witness stand, and he's subject to direct examination. And so, counsel, are you ready to carry on?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we were in the video at this time. Do you want to renew the video?
Correct. And I'll just ask a quick question of Corporal Lee. Corporal Lee, the video that we were watching, is that your body camera from April 29, 2023?
Yes.
That, and we pick up where we left off.
Okay. Then, yeah, we'll darken it up.
Just give a statement. 51 is with me. I'll let you guys go ahead and start circulating west of 113, please. I'll give you further in a second. This could very well be a 187. Ma'am, let's stop over here, ma'am. Stop over here, please. Let's let them do their work. Okay, just hang out right here by my partner talk. I just don't want you back here anymore. Okay, ma'am? Thank you. Were you and your husband walking in?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just take your time, ma'am.
My daughter and I live here.
Okay.
And we had our slider open and we heard someone scream and we turned the TV off and we didn't come out right away. And we heard him come, like, it sounded like he came, whoever was screaming came from this direction. And he said,
yeah, we'll take everybody at this point. This is not looking good.
And we heard a bunch of what sounded like thumps.
When you say thump, like what do you mean thumps?
My daughter said it sounds like he's getting beat, someone's getting beat up.
Like a thump, like this?
Like someone is getting this. So I put shoes on and a shirt, and I saw someone on the right, and it must have been him. And I came out just to see if someone needed help. It looked like he was on the phone.
Who was on the phone?
The guy that was in the yard.
That's him?
I think so. We looked for a fence.
I'm sorry, are you related to him at all, the guy, the doctor?
No.
Okay, I thought you guys were together. Okay, that was my assumption, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
I looked through my fence and I saw someone with a flashlight and on the phone.
Okay.
And it seemed like someone was in trouble and I came out.
Yeah, someone on a bike going over long black curly hair was 20s. So
okay,
that guy's just walking. He's on shoes.
Where's the doctor at?
The doctor's over there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't help.
Okay, go ahead, just give her statement. Charles, when if I could have one unit respond to the scene, we need to start moving off of this section of the park, please. Sir, doctor, come over here, sir. I know you talked to my partner, but obviously you are a very important witness. Just real quick before you go back home, describe to me the guy one more time, please. You said Hispanic male or white male?
I don't know if it's Hispanic. He might have been white.
Light skin?
Light skin, but his hair, he has kind of like almost like permy, long black hair. He had a white cap that he was carrying to put on.
White cap like a baseball hat?
More like
a watch cap or?
You know how people who ride professional bicycles, they've got the smaller cap? It's like a small white cap, not a baseball cap. I don't know how to describe it.
Kind of like a skull cap?
Skull cap, right, with a brim on it. So he picked that up, and and I was like, "You guys okay? Do you have a bike wreck?" And I saw him bleeding. He goes, "What's going on? Why are you bothering me? Leave me alone." And he took off, and I chased him, but I realized he was on a bike. I couldn't catch him. He got away.
What was he wearing? If you could tell, best recollection right now.
Let's see, my best recollection, he had a t-shirt, and he was wearing like a buttoned shirt. It was open, like it was unbuttoned.
Kind of like what you're wearing, but unbuttoned?
Unbuttoned, right, but it wasn't as thick. It was like thin and flowy. When he was going away,
Can you start moving off, crime scene the whole area here? Starting at the fence line.
As he was running away, he had like a kind of flowy, like shirt on. He's on his bike, and he turned only partially, and he's like, leave me alone, man, what's up? And I chased him, and then he got away. And when I came back to call 911, so
if you had to guess on his age and weight, what would you say, doctor?
20 years old, and I'm going to guess 140 pounds, 130, thin.
About how tall would you estimate, sir?
Yeah, so... He's about this tall, so I'm 6'5".
I'm 5'6".
Yeah, I've been 5 years old. He's a little taller than you, 5'8".
5'8".
5'8".
Okay.
And he went that way.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question. Did he strike you as maybe a transient or mentally ill or a student or anything particular like that? Any particular classification we can?
No. I would say he didn't. I don't know.
Okay. All right, sir. Once you go back home,
I'm just right here. I can come back.
What's your address, sir?
That's my house right there.
What's the address, sir?
1306 Sycamore.
Okay.
You're welcome to call me, drop by anytime, whatever I can do to help.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
And Corporal Lee, who was that man you were talking to?
That was Dr. Massey.
What's his first name?
I don't recall offhand.
The woman that you had spoken to first, do you remember who that was?
I don't at this moment.
Do you have your report for you?
Yes, I do.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes.
With his our information?
Okay.
The female was Tiffany Hodges, and the doctor's first name is Matthew.
So I'm going to show you two exhibits, People's 25C and People's 25D. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Corporal Lee, showing you 25C. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This appears to be a Google Maps satellite overhead imagery of the area of Sycamore Park and Highway 113.
And are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of Sycamore Park and the surrounding area?
Yes.
Right, and go into 25D. What is that?
This is another Google Maps satellite imagery, but instead of showing like pictures, it's more of like a map.
Okay. And just as with 25C, you're familiar with that area?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of that area, Sycamore Park and the surrounding neighborhoods?
Yes.
So let me talk to you about Sycamore Park a little bit. About how big is the park itself, would you say?
I would say it's a fairly large park. It borders Willow Elementary School. It's on the north side of the school. It has a large playground to the west. It's got lots of, it's a big grassy area for the most part.
If you were to go, if you were to enter the park off the Sycamore, is there a bike path or a walking path that can take you to West Davis?
Yes.
Was that the path that you ended up parking your patrol vehicle on when you responded on April 29th?
Yes.
Prior to April 29th, actually, strike that. How many times would you estimate you'd been to that park at night?
Probably, I mean, in my career, probably 70, 80 times.
How's the lighting?
It's pretty poor. There's some intermittent overhead lighting along the path itself, but for the most part, the park itself is dark.
When you arrived on scene on April 29th, where was most of the lighting coming from that was illuminating Dr. Massey and the individual that we now know as Karim Abou Najm?
It was from a cell phone light.
Well, other than the cell phone light, let me ask you this way. Did your patrol vehicle give most of the illumination that night?
Yes.
Outside of that, was there really any lighting illuminating the path and the trees and the grassy area?
Well, like I said, there's intermittent overhead lighting, but the lighting is it's not very bright at all.
That area of the park where you parked your car, let's say you didn't have your overhead lights on, you didn't have your headlights on. Are you familiar with that area of the park not having a ton of lighting that is received from those street lamps?
That is correct.
Do you have a pen up there?
I have some markers up here.
We have not read them.
Yes, I do.
Could you mark with an X on both 25C and 25D where you saw Dr. Massey when you first arrived on scene?
You said with a red X?
Yes.
Okay.
You asked that question, was Dr. Massey attending to Karim?
Yes.
Okay, so that when you say that, that's where you saw him. That's where you saw Mr. Abou Najm. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So permission to publish 25C and 25D?
Yes.
And Corporal, do you happen to have the laser pointer up there?
Yes. Is this one?
Yeah, I charged it.
Okay.
And with the laser pointer, can you point to on 25C where you put the X? Now, when Dr. Massey, he was going to told you, or you received information that the individual who left the scene had gone westbound, correct?
Yes.
All right, can you, with the laser pointers, show us where westbound is?
Sure. It's somewhat marked on the map here. You can see how the path is marked here, going westbound towards State Route 113 and then over State Route 113 into West Davis.
In the first street that you hit when you cross over 113, is that Crystal Grove Lane?
Yes, sir.
And while we have this exhibit up, can you just sort of, with a laser pointer, highlight or box the area of the park, the full area of the park?
Sure. As you can see, there's residences on the north side. I'd say probably about 15 feet north of the scene here. So starting top left-hand corner, I would say the park starts here, goes all the way to Sycamore, goes south to the school grounds, goes back west towards 113, and then north again along 113 to where it begins to cross 113.
Thank you. And then showing you 25D. And that's the X that you put on 25D to show where you responded, where Dr. Massey was performing CPR on Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes, sir.
When you responded to the scene, and you first approached Dr. Massey and Mr. Abou Najm, did you see any weapons around either Dr. Massey or Mr. Abou Najm?
No.
Was Mr. Abou Najm, was he responsive to any of the life-saving measures, the CPR that Dr. Massey or yourself were providing?
No.
Any court will no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hudson Cross?
Sir, did you conduct any investigation yourself on the opposite side of 113?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did the Davis Police Department do a canvass of all the houses on the other side of 113 looking for video surveillance?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That's a very narrow cross. Mr. Demora, any questions on that?
I believe I asked this morning, just to be clear, Sycamore Park is in City of Davis County, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Corporal Lee, thank you for making time for the court. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Demora, witnesses?
Your Honor, the people called Christopher Kamada.
Okay. Counsel, let me ask you to step aside. Mr. Kamada, good afternoon. Come on in. Stand there at the podium. Thank you for being here. The clerk will give you the oath. Then I'll have you take the witness stand, and we have two lawyers to ask questions. Before you do that, Deputy, will you do me a favor and take one of the chairs in the witness stand and just put it back? Okay, Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to about to give and the cause not been before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please be seated.
I do have an objection to one of the exhibits.
Okay.
That needs to be addressed before it's shown to the witness.
Okay, great. Let me know when we get there. Thanks.
Thank you. First and last name for the record. Just call the vote.
First name Christopher, last name Kumada, Christopher. Last name spelled Kumata.
Okay, thank you. All right. And then Mr. Vanderhook, I take it that Mr. Hutchinson told you which exhibit he had a question about, an objection to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so can we cover some ground before we get to that point in time?
We can.
Okay, awesome. Direct.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's your job?
I'm a forensic systems analyst at the Yolo County District Attorney's Office.
Is it a peace officer position?
It is not.
And who's your employer?
The Yolo County District Attorney's Office.
And so you work for the same office that I do?
That's correct.
Do we work in the same building?
Yes.
And are you a salaried employee?
Yes.
You get paid extra for testifying in court?
No.
And how long have you been employed as a forensic systems analyst for the DA's office?
A little over 3 years now.
And what are your job duties there?
So my job duties include performing digital forensic services, involved with criminal investigations within Yolo County and for Yolo County law enforcement agencies. And that includes identifying, collecting, examining, analyzing, and reporting on digital evidence so that it can be relied upon in a court of law.
And so do you conduct examinations of electronic devices?
Yes.
Can you just generally describe how it works and how does an exam of an electronic device even happen?
Yes. It depends on what kind of device it is. For instance, if it's a phone or a computer. Essentially, we try to obtain all of the data from whatever device it is without impacting or without interacting with the device as much as possible, so we preserve the integrity of the evidence. Once we extract the data, then we set the original phone or computer aside so that way it's preserved in that state, and we work only off of that copy of the evidence. And so with that, we use what's called hashing to maintain integrity. And so what hashing is essentially a complex mathematical algorithm that runs across the file that stores all the data. And if the calculation comes back with the same result, then we can say with certainty that the file is the same and hasn't been changed. And so throughout the process, we run different checks to make sure that we're still working off of evidence that hasn't been changed. And so with that, we plug that into different forensic tools, which is software or hardware that helps parse through that data because it's complicated and not really user-friendly to look at, and helps parse that data and make it into more of a user-readable format. And then we work off of that to perform an analysis.
So let me ask you this. Does your unit there at the DA's office, what's that called?
It's called the High Tech Crimes Unit.
And does the High Tech Crimes Unit for your DA's office have any certifications?
Yes. So we are accredited by an organization called ANAB.
I'm sorry, can I have the witness speak up, please?
Yeah.
My apologies.
That's all right. Move in and then lift the head of that to you. Yeah, that's the microphone. Good. Thanks.
So our lab is accredited by ANAB, which is an accrediting body that ensures that we meet up over 200 different standards and policies that regulate how we perform our duties and how our laboratory is maintained, so that way its integrity can be assured, and also that it can be assessed by a third party to make sure that we follow those policies and that we meet those requirements.
And so you were talking about some quality assurance issues. When you do an investigation or an analysis of a particular electronic device, are you the only one who looks at that?
It depends on the case.
Okay. Did you do analysis in this case?
Yes.
And for a case like this, you have people who look over your work before you publish results or reports.
Yes, all of our reports are looked at to make sure it's accurate and as error-free as possible.
Okay. And so let me ask you this about analyzing electronic devices. Okay. This hypothetical, let's say we have a laptop computer or a phone, and an analysis is done of that computer. Does that change anything on the computer so that way it can't be, that phone or computer can't be re-examined by another person later?
Not so that it can't be re-examined later, but the examination or the extraction procedures, depending on the phone or the computer, it may require interacting with the device to some level so that if you do the same exact thing over again, it won't produce the same exact files. It'll produce mostly the same, but not exactly the same because of the interaction that took place.
Okay, and so when you conducted your analysis of items in this case, did your analysis include an Apple MacBook Pro Logic? Or Apple MacBook Pro?
Yes.
Okay. How does that analysis work? How does that happen?
So for that device, I did not examine that device or did not perform the extraction of that device. That device came into our laboratory in a locked state and we were unable to get into it without a password. In this case, we used a federal partner to attempt to obtain the password, in which they did, and they sent us back what they extracted along with how they extracted a report and hash values, which I explained earlier that we can run and make sure that the data that they got is the same data that we receive.
Okay. And in examining that particular laptop, did you look at the contents?
Yes.
Did you find information on the computer that gave any kind of indication as to whose computer this was?
Yes.
And what was indicated?
There were email addresses associated with the Apple ID as well as usernames on the computer.
Okay. And do you know what those were?
Yes.
And what were they?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report to refresh my memory?
Yeah, you don't remember.
So the username for the computer was CARLOSREALES, and there are 3 different accounts that were associated with that computer. CARLOSREALES02 at iCloud.com, CARLOS.REALES00 at gmail.com, and GREDOFTHEINGRATEFUL14 at gmail.com.
And when you were looking at this device, were you able to examine the browsing history for the computer?
Yes.
And did you find browsing data from the time frame of late April and early May of 2013?
Yes.
What did you find?
In that, I found a cached image file, and what a cached image file is a file that is saved to the computer, not necessarily at the request of the user. In this case, a web browser would save an image to the computer from a page that's visited, so that way if the user ever visits that page again, it loads a lot faster. And in this case, I located an image of a makeshift memorial.
May I first one, John?
Okay.
Handing you with the marked for identification purposes as People's 43D. Can you take a look at that, please?
Yes.
Have you been able to see it?
Yes.
Is 43D the image of the makeshift memorial that you found on the computer that you examined?
Yes.
May I publish?
Okay.
So this image, can you tell what websites were being visited or what was being accessed that could have resulted in this image showing up on the computer you were examining?
Yes, through some correlation.
And what were you able to determine?
So at the same time that this file was saved to the computer, it coincides with the web browsing data that shows the different sites that were visited. And at that time, the UC Davis website was being accessed. And it was a long URL, but it was from the UC Davis domain.
And from the UC Davis website information, could you make any determinations as to what was being accessed on the UC Davis website?
Yes.
And what's that?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report again to refresh my memory? During that time, it was the UC Davis login screen, and then a login window, and then followed by that a website with or the UC Davis web page with the title Schedule Builder.
And so this kind of UC Davis login, is this something like a student would use to log into their account at UC Davis?
I believe it could be.
Jackson Foundation.
Sustain.
Is it a login for the UC Davis website where a user can log into the UC Davis website?
Yes.
Did you conduct an examination of any cellular phones?
Yes.
How many cellular phones?
2.
And was one of the phones a Apple iPhone XS Max?
Yes.
And with this one, was this again something where someone else did the extraction, or were you able to do the extraction on this one?
I did the extraction on this one.
So what's that process? How do you conduct an extraction for the cell phone?
So we receive the cell phone and we plug it into a forensic tool, which we verify during software updates to make sure that it's working as it's intended to. And so we plug it in and it interacts with the device to gain enough control to extract, in this case, what's known as a full file system, which extracts the user data, some operating system data that's not accessible to user, application information, the full file system off of the device.
And once you have it extracted, what can you see on the phone?
What, during the extraction?
Or once it's extracted, once you have like the data from the phone, what kind of data can you look at?
You could look at most of the saved data from the device, and so that includes messages, web browsing, application usage, including information of when devices are shut down, where devices are located at different times, and data like that.
Can you access images stored on the computer?
On the computer?
Or sorry, on the phone?
Yes.
And when you conducted an examination of this phone, did you find any images of knives?
Yes.
And first witness?
Okay.
Sir, I'm handing you the marked for identification purposes tables 43A and 43B. Can you take a look at those, please? Have you had a chance to look at them?
Yes.
What are they?
They are images of knives.
And are these images of knives that you recovered from your examination of that phone?
Yes.
I want to back up for a second. When we're talking about this phone, could you locate any indicia any information on the phone that would show you information about whose phone this might be?
Yes.
And what was that?
Phone number, similar to the computer, the email address is associated with the Apple ID and other accounts on the device.
And did it have the phone have an owner name associated with it within its data?
Yes.
And what was that?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report to refresh? Thank you. The owner name is Carlos, C-A-R-L-O-S, Reales, R-E-A-L-E-S.
And regarding these two images, can I publish them?
Okay.
So I'm going to show you the first one. And this is People's 43B. You can see that, sir?
Yes.
And so this is an image that you found on this phone that had the owner name Carlos Reales.
Yes.
And then I'm showing you 43A. This is another image of a knife that you found on that phone.
Yes.
Did you find additional images of knives on the phone?
Yes.
How many?
Checking relevance, cached images.
Overall.
Over 500.
Okay, and from what time frame were these images of knives?
From December 5th through December 6th of 2022.
How could you tell that?
Based on the dates that the files were created.
And so I want to talk to you a little about that. Do phones or other electronic devices record information as to when they're created?
Yes.
What is metadata?
Metadata can be simply data about other data.
Can you explain how metadata might be relevant to seeing when an image like this was created?
Yeah, so the file creation date can be referred to as metadata. So it's tracking when the file itself, which is data, is created, and it also tracks other things such as when it may be changed, when it may be accessed, and depending on the photo, a lot of other information.
So those two images created December 5th and the knife images that you located December 5th, December 6th. What about this image of the memorial that you talked about earlier? When you examined the computer, did this have metadata? Could you tell when this was created?
Yes.
When was this created?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report just for accuracy and refreshing my memory?
Okay.
Thank you. It was created on May 3rd, 2023 at 6:11 and 14 seconds, which is UTC time.
Okay, 6:11, 14 seconds, AM or PM?
PM.
And what's UTC time?
UTC is a time standard, which it also can be referred to as, sometimes can be referred to as different time zones, although it is different. So the UTC time format corresponds with Greenwich Mean Time, where in the Pacific it can be UTC -7, which is the Greenwich Mean Time, but 7 hours earlier or 8 hours depending on the time of year.
So if we had this time of 6:11 UTC, could we convert that to Pacific time to understand what the time it was in California when that image was created?
Yes.
What would that be?
I would need to refer, I am bad with remembering with daylight savings if it's -7 or -8.
Stipulate that it's 7.
Thank you.
So if it was created at 6:11 p.m., what would it be in Pacific time?
It would be 11:11.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to these images of the knives and the different knives that you located, images of knives on there. Were you able to tell where they came from on the phone, as far as like what was being accessed or what websites they came from?
Yes, all of the images came from folders that belong to the Amazon application.
And so are these images of these knives, as well as the other knife images that you saw, consistent with someone doing some shopping on Amazon and looking at different images of knives?
It appears so.
Okay, so we talked about different images that we found on a computer and now on a laptop, on a computer and now on a phone. I want to talk to you about the phone, and I want to ask you about whether or not you were able to find any location data when you conducted an analysis of the phone.
Yes, I was able to locate location data.
And how does that work? I mean, how does a phone select location data?
It collects it from a variety of different sources. Also depends on the phone. For iPhones, it largely collects location information from the mobile networks, from wireless networks, and from GPS location data.
So I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 45A. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
And what's 45A?
It's an example of the information that is shown with the GPS location and how it can be interpreted.
And did you create People 45A or create the image on it?
Yes.
Now, do phones get this location data from GPS?
In the picture just shown, yes, that was through GPS.
Okay. Are phones capable of getting location data from other types of sources?
Yes.
What type of sources can phones get location data from?
From wireless networks, so Wi-Fi is everywhere. So some of those Wi-Fi networks have locations either built in or it's been crowdsourced, so we know where a specific network is located. And so if a phone stores that location or that network just by walking past it, it's associated with that location, and so it can track that.
Maybe a hypothetical question then. Let's say someone's house has a Wi-Fi network that is a known network, and my phone has Wi-Fi on, and I walk past. Could my phone then log that I walked past that Wi-Fi network, even if I never logged into their Wi-Fi network?
Yes.
And so is there essentially then known locations of different Wi-Fi networks that the phone connecting to Wi-Fi can use to tell where it is?
Yes.
Now, when you're conducting an analysis of phone data and you're trying to map locations of where the phone has been, do you consider that information as being accurate or reliable in mapping where a phone was at a particular time?
I would consider it accurate but not reliable.
Can you explain?
Yes. The location is considered accurate, however, the time that it's associated with, so at a certain time I could not say with certainty whether or not it was there at that time.
Why is it that when a phone is getting its location through conversing with Wi-Fi networks, that the time associated with that is not reliable?
It has to do with how Apple sets up their phone and the purposes of why they're tracking it. For this case, they're not using it for real-time location tracking, just general location tracking. And so when they process it, it doesn't actually correlate. They do it in batches. And so at one time, it'll have the locations, but all, for instance, over 100 different locations across many places, all with the same exact time.
So if I have my phone, my iPhone, I'm walking past all kinds of different Wi-Fi networks throughout my life, then at some point my phone syncs all those at once with the same timestamp?
It could. I don't know exactly how many they do at once or from what time period.
Okay, but they come in big batches and not just for each location doesn't get its own timestamp?
Correct.
And so then would you say that when it's Wi-Fi data, that it's accurate as to location, but not reliable as to its time?
Accurate to location, but not accurate for the time, but also dependent on whether the location has been reported or sourced accordingly.
Okay, and so depending on where the source that correlates that Wi-Fi network to that location could affect reliability?
Yes.
So when you're generating your reports, do you rely on this kind of Wi-Fi data then, given that it seems to have some unreliability issues?
Not for real-time location tracking.
Okay, and when you created your reports in this case, did you rely on any of that kind of Wi-Fi data to create your location tracking?
No.
Okay, so can a phone tell where it is based on cell towers?
It can.
Can you explain that?
So the cell towers can be used for location tracking based off of communication times or what time it's located or where it's located, how quickly the signals or the communication is able to happen or how far away it is. And so it generally tracks where based on cell towers.
And so is that kind of cell tower information, is that something that's accurate and reliable?
It's accurate in general, but it's hard to pinpoint exact locations. It's easy to say within a large area, this is generally where the phone was, but it's hard to pinpoint with a degree of certainty where exactly that is.
So if you had a cell tower data point, and that was in the city of Davis, would you be able to use that to infer that the phone is somewhere around the city of Davis?
Yes.
But would you be able to use it to infer where specifically in the city of Davis it was?
No.
And so is that kind of data where it's very vague as to location something that you included in any of your reports that you prepared for this case?
No.
Now, the data that you did use, is it located in a specific area of the phone?
Yes.
And what is the type of data that you're using in your reports here if you're not using the Wi-Fi data and you're not using cell tower data?
GPS data.
And is this data that is both reliable with location and with time?
In this case, yes.
And is there a certain file path on the phone where this location data is stored?
Yes.
Any what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 45. Can you take a look at that for me, please? Sorry, 45 feet.
Yes.
And so for 45B, anywhere on that chart do you see the file path for the data that you were analyzing or that you used?
Yes.
Is there a pen or something where you're at?
Markers.
Using a marker, can you just circle the file path that you're using when you're conducting your data analysis? Thank you, sir. Okay, so when you're getting these kind of location points from the data, what information does it give you? Does it just tell you this point and nothing else?
No, it provides a lot of information, including the GPS point, the timestamp associated with it, the degree of certainty where its position is, as well as the degree of certainty of the elevation of the device and a few other fields as well.
Okay, and so does it provide a timestamp?
Yes.
Does it provide a position?
Yes.
And does it provide something called horizontal accuracy?
Yes.
What is horizontal accuracy?
Horizontal accuracy is what Apple uses to estimate how sure that location is. In this case, it's stored in a table that provides a single number, and that number refers to how far away from where the GPS location is, provided how far away that pinpoint could be. And so sometimes for instance, it could give a 20, which refers to 20 meters. So if the point is where I am, that 20 meters refers to 20 meters in any direction is where the location of the phone is.
So we talked earlier about People's Exhibit 45A, and I showed that to you. May I publish it?
Okay. 45A, GPS data.
Okay, so this 45A, this kind of image with the circle and the exclamation here, is this all stuff that you created?
Yes.
And so for this particular one, did this point actually come from the phone that you were analyzing?
Yes.
So this isn't just an example that you use in all cases, this is one specific to this analysis?
Yes.
And so this point has a timestamp?
Yes.
It has a position?
Yes.
And horizontal accuracy?
Yes.
So here, for the timestamp, here you have the time with UTC -7. Does that mean that this is Pacific time, or that this is the Greenwich Mean Time stuff?
This means that it's in Pacific time.
Okay? And so for this GPS coordinate position, are you then using that to plot where this point is on a map?
Yes.
Now this horizontal accuracy, what is that?
So that would be the line that comes out of the pin on the map. And that would be the radius of the circle.
Okay, so the pin that's on the map, does the pin mean that that's where the device is, exactly where the pin is?
No.
Then how do we know where the device is?
The device is somewhere in that circle.
Okay, so the device is saying that it's somewhere within 20 meters of that point?
Yes.
And so this is horizontal accuracy, and your circle goes more than horizontal, it goes in a full circle. I mean, does horizontal not mean horizontal in this case?
Apple has called it horizontal accuracy and chosen to refer to it in that way.
Okay, you didn't create that.
Correct.
And so this horizontal accuracy is actually just a circle, and it can be anywhere within the circle.
Yes.
All right, so looking at the data that you analyze for the phone, I'm going to hand you with an identified, marked for identification purposes, it is 45. Take a look at that, please.
What exhibit this is?
45 with no letter.
Okay.
All right, and do you recognize what People's 45 is?
Yes.
And did you create the images that are within People's 45?
Yes.
And so from this phone that you conducted the analysis of, were you able to plot points from April 25th, 2023 and forward?
Yes.
Now, how far back does this location data go? I mean, could you use this location data to map what someone was doing a year or 2 years ago?
No.
Can you explain why not?
Yeah, so Apple uses these locations for various purposes, and if they continually track and store the location over time, eventually your phone's going to fill up. And so eventually it overwrites itself and removes itself from the database, or sorry, the operating system removes the data from the database. And so in this case, Apple stores the data specifically in this database for 7 days, and then after the 7 days, it's removed from the device.
Okay, and so for April 25th of 2023, were you able to find location data for the device and map it?
Yes.
And so I'm putting up on what is page 1 of People's 45. Are you able to see this?
Yes.
And you created this?
Yes.
And so I have a bunch of different pins on this map. What are these pins?
Each pin corresponds with an entry in that database that has the GPS coordinate, the time, and the horizontal accuracy.
Okay, so I'm going to pause you there. We talked about different types of location data. Which one of the different types of location data that we talked about are you using when you're creating an image like this?
GPS location data.
Okay, and so this is that information that you talked about as being reliable both for position and for timestamp?
Yes.
And so the example that I showed you before with the kind of circle on it had a horizontal accuracy of 20 meters. Do you just put all points on this chart regardless of what their horizontal accuracy is?
No.
What kind of limits do you put on the horizontal accuracy for actually plotting the point on a chart?
In this case, I chose 65 meters or less for the horizontal accuracy.
Okay, and so using 65 meters, does that mean that the actual location of the phone is not necessarily at the pin, but somewhere within 65 meters of each pin?
That's correct.
All right, and using the 65 meters, are you then able to get a pretty close approximation of the movements of that device?
Within 65 meters, yes.
Okay, and so for your analysis on April 25th, what were you able to see the device doing, or what kind of movements on the device did you map on this figure 1?
On the figure, I mapped the times that the device was either not moving or in movement. And so in this case, from 4:26 a.m. to 1:26 p.m., the GPS coordinates were at the address, or at or near the address 762 Hawthorne Lane. And moving from that, at 1:26 or around 1:26, the phone began logging that it was moving in the direction towards Kleber Hall. And at 1:43 through 1:49, there's several different entries at that single location. And then from 2:49 to 2:55 p.m., the device has entries that show it moving towards Wellman Hall on the UC Davis campus. And then at 2:55, between 2:55 and 3:30, there are several entries that show it at or near Wellman Hall.
Now, before preparing this exhibit, were you provided with Mr. Dominguez's class schedule?
No.
And so this is just strictly information that you're getting from the phone?
Yes.
Okay, turning to page 2 of People's 45, what is this showing in figure 2?
It's showing the locations of the device from this database on April 25th, 2023, between 3:30 p.m. and 11:49 p.m.
Okay, and so this is kind of picking up where the last chart left off and going all the way till kind of the end of the day.
Yes.
And where is the phone then approximately at the end of the day?
At or near the address of 762 Hawthorne Lane.
And so then, turning to page 3 of People's 45, what kind of data did you find for April 26th?
No data.
And so, what does that indicate to you when you're getting no location data for a device like this?
It could indicate a number of things. It could indicate that the data wasn't recoverable. It could indicate that Apple decided not to log data for that specific day. It could indicate that the device was off or that location services were turned off.
And so, you talked about the possibility of the device being turned off. Do Apple phones log when they are turned on or off?
Yes.
And how does that work?
Apple maintains a series of logs within the device that track different events, and some of those events could be powering off, the battery status, or powering back on.
And is there just one log that covers all power events?
No.
How many logs are there?
There is, I don't know the exact number, but there's at least 3.
Okay. Of the 3 that you know of or you testified to, what are those?
Your Honor, may I refer to the report? Thank you. The log file names are mobiletiviationd.log.0, and then it's a series of logs that is the same file essentially but split into different ones, and so it also includes the same name, but instead of .0 it's .1 and .2. There's also a log called the shutdown.log. There's also logs that are stored under the name logd.0.log, and then that also can continue out and be referencing the same type of log, except for storage purposes it names it .1 instead of .0.
Okay. Let me rephrase this a little bit. Is there different logs for when the user powers off the phone versus when the phone senses that the battery's expired and it's shutting itself down?
Some of the logs just record whether it's powered off or powered down, and not whether or not how it was powered off or powered down. But there are other logs that show if it powered down by a battery failing.
Okay, so let me ask you this: for the log that says whether or not the phone was powering off due to battery failure, how far back does that go?
It goes back. It's an unsure amount of time. It only recorded up until around, I believe, April 20. Your Honor, may I refer to my report just to refresh my memory? Thank you. April 17th was the earliest time where it recorded an accurate timestamp for the phone turning off by the battery dying.
Okay. And did you create a chart or table showing power on and power off events for the phone?
Yes.
And so I'm showing you what's page 12 from People's Exhibit 45. Do you see this?
Yes.
Did you prepare this?
Yes.
And so these two green columns, what are those?
The green columns refer to the time and date that the device was powered on.
And these pink columns, what are those?
The time and date when the device was powered off.
And so turning the page to page 13, is that the same for the four separate columns on page 13?
Yes.
And so how far back did you go, or were you able to go when you were looking at power on, power off events for the phone?
They go back a long ways. I only went back from August of 2022.
Okay, so going back to page 13 then, on the power off column, there are several entries here for the 17th and then for the 19th, the 23rd, 25th, and 27th, where there are stars or asterisks next to those. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Those refer to the times that the phone turned off because the battery was run down.
And so, let me ask you this. For this shutdown that happens on April 19th, 2023 at 5:27 p.m., is that, can you tell based on the log data you have whether that one is from battery shutdown or from a user turning off?
I can tell that it's not from the battery shutting down. It could be from the battery being turned off by the user.
Okay. What other things would turn the phone off?
Operating system updates could restart the device.
Okay.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Vanderhook. Let's stand up and stretch just for a second. We're going to go till 3 o'clock, folks. And I want please everyone, if you can, stand up. It's good to stretch just for a second. I appreciate your indulgence. I know it's hard to turn the lights off, put the blinds down. That's the afternoon. So, but we are going to try to make it till 3 until we take our afternoon break. A lot of times I talk about the courthouse. I was on the design committee, and we try to get as many windows into the courthouse as possible within our budget. Okay, and I proposed skylights on the 5th floor. I haven't always been on the 5th floor, but now I am. And I did propose skylights, and in the initial design, we had them in on the 5th floor. And wouldn't that be nice right now? And there's so much equipment on the top floor that we didn't have them in. The other thing is that we wanted each courtroom to be designed exactly the same. That would have really thrown it off. And that's so there's not some desire to be in one courtroom over the other, that they're all functionally the same, and it really doesn't matter which room you're in. There are some small differences, but for the most part, they're the same. All right. Well, thanks for the stretch. Let's see if we can make it until 3 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Vanderhook, I appreciate your courtesy, and carry on.
Okay, so let me ask you about the times. So for the times after the 3 asterisks, then these would tend to indicate a user shutdown.
Yes.
For the times before the 3 asterisks, can you tell whether these shutdowns are shutdowns that are user shutdowns or whether they're from battery depletion?
Not on the logs available.
And so could some of the ones before the 3 asterisks be battery level shutdowns, but we just don't have the log for that?
Yes.
And so for before the 3 asterisks, we know the phone is shut down, but don't know whether it's like a user or update restart or battery.
Yes.
Regarding what we were just talking about, we were talking about April 26th and how that there's no data. Is there any information on the battery shutdown or the phone power on, power off log that indicates to you why there might not be any data for April 26th?
Yes.
What's that?
On the right-hand side, do I have a laser pointer here, Your Honor?
Yeah, you can use the pointer, sure. Yeah.
Here on April 25th, 2023 at 11:49 p.m., the phone was shut down, and the next entry for power on was April 27th, 2023 at, I believe, 4:57 a.m.
So I want to ask you about these times. We've talked about different times on the phone being reported in Pacific time versus UTC times. The power log times here on this chart, are they being reflected to us in Greenwich Mean Time, or is this Pacific time that we're seeing?
This is Pacific time.
And so on page 2, you had no data after 11:49 p.m., and is that consistent with this kind of indication that that's when the phone was turned off?
Yes.
And so this green column here of April 27, 23 tells us that the phone was then powered on again at 4:57 a.m.
Yes.
So I'm going to go forward to page 4. I'm going to talk about this kind of figure here. It's figure 3 the location's on April 27th. Do you see this?
Yes.
And what does this show?
This shows the location entries from that database file from April 27th, 2023, from 11:27 p.m. through April 28th, 2023 at 12:20 a.m.
So let's look at those times and pause for a moment. Let's go back to page 13 and look at the power log. We have the phone turning off at 4:57. Did the phone turn off again at all that day?
Yes.
When did it turn off again?
At 4:13 p.m.
Okay, so that's this entry to the right with the 2 stars.
Yes.
And so is this a 27 battery shut down at 4:13? When does the phone power back on again?
At 11:26 p.m.
In a specific time?
Yes.
So is this figure 3 then kind of the plotting of the locations the phone is tracking after it's powered back on that night after 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And so for this chart, were you again using the same methodology where you're using the GPS points from the phone itself that you view as both being reliable as to location and as to time?
Yes.
And what, in all the charts that you prepared for this case, is that the only data that you use in any of your charts?
Yes.
And for all the points on this figure, are you again using only points that have a horizontal accuracy or precision of 65 meters or less?
Yes.
And is that true for all the charts that you have you prepared for your entire report?
Yes.
So for when the phone comes on after 11 p.m., what is the phone logging as its location at that time?
At 11:27, it's showing that it is at or near the address 762 Hawthorne Lane. And between the time of 11:27 and 11:53, there's no entries located. Then there's entries at 11:53 p.m. that show it near or at 1313 Sycamore Lane. And then there's another gap in entries until April 28th, 2023 at 12:08 a.m., which show it again near or at 1313 Sycamore Lane.
And so 1313 Sycamore Lane, where is that?
That appears to be near the elementary school and Sycamore Park.
All right. And have you seen this image of Sycamore Park and Willett Elementary here before?
Yes.
And so some of these points actually logging as being in the park itself and not just on the street or near the park?
It appears so.
And all these are again within 65 meters?
Yes.
Okay, so you talked briefly about how for certain periods, like from 11:28 to 11:53, there's no entries located. I mean, why would the phone not be giving any entry locations for something like a 25-minute period there?
It could be a variety of factors. It could be that the phone is turned off. It could be that the location services are turned off. It could be that the phone is unable to get an accurate enough reading to make an entry, or the entries are also created to people generally random times, and there's Apple does it for their own purposes, and so it could be part of the normal function of the operating system.
So would you write any special meaning about a gap like that, or could it just be that's sometimes how phones work?
It could be just how phones work.
Okay. And so we have the phone starting at Hawthorne Lane, and then we, like 20 minutes after midnight, we have the phone there in the area of Sycamore Park and Willett. Are there any location entries after this kind of 20 minutes after midnight?
No, not on that day.
So going back to the power log on page 13, do you see whether there was a shutdown of the phone on April 28th near that same 20 minutes after midnight?
Yes.
And when was the phone shut down?
At 12:21 a.m.
Okay, and so this shutdown want to ask you this. I want to go back to page 4. What is the time of the last entry that you have at or near Sycamore Park that this phone is reporting that I'm at or near Sycamore Park?
At 12:20.
Sorry, say again?
At 12:20 a.m.
Okay, and then so then the phone shuts down at 12:21.
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say then that the phone is either shut down there at Sycamore Park or within the distance that the person can move within 1 minute from when that last point is reported?
Yes.
Is there any information from the phone as to what it's doing after 20 minutes after midnight?
Not that I recall.
And why would the phone, strike that. Okay, so the phone shut off at 21 minutes after midnight. The phones record data when they're shut off.
Not recorded and logged.
Okay. As far as location type data, would we have any kind of location data for a phone that's turned off?
Not from the phone.
And for this particular phone, going back to page 13, are you able to tell when the phone comes back on again after it was shut off at 21 minutes after midnight?
Yes.
When did the phone come back on again?
On April 30th, 2023 at 11:43 a.m.
Okay, so going back, we're going to go from page, we're just at page 4, we're going to go to page 5. For April 29th, did you locate any data showing any location for the phone on April 29th?
No.
What about for April 30th? I'm advancing that to page 6, and this is figure 4.
Yes.
Okay, where is the phone showing that it is on April 30th?
Near or at 762 Hawthorne Lane.
So here you have no entries located between midnight and 11:43 p.m. Did you see that?
Yes.
Is that kind of consistent with what we saw on the power log? Is the phone being off from midnight to 11:43 on that day?
Yes.
And so all the locations that you have for this day, April 30th, are all at 762 Hawthorne.
At or near.
So within 65 meters of the different points you're blocking.
Yes.
And then for the last 2 minutes of the day, there's no entry.
Yes.
Advancing here, we're going to be looking at figure 5 now. And what is figure 5 showing us?
Figure 5 shows the phone location entries on May 1st, 2023 between midnight and 5:53 p.m.
Okay, and so this is midnight on the night of April 30th turning into May 1st?
Yes.
And so it's starting at the very beginning of May 1st?
Yes.
Okay, and where does this data show that the phone is moving once it is moving around 534?
It's moving towards the address of 205 California Avenue.
Okay, and do you know when it's there?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. From what you've seen, is it on the EC database?
Yes.
Going one page forward to figure 6, what is figure 6 telling us about the movements of the phone after that on May 1st?
It's showing that at 5:53 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. it is at the address or at or near the address of 205 California Avenue. Beginning at 6:45 p.m. through 7:05 p.m., it shows movement toward the address 762 Hawthorne Lane. And then for the remainder of the day, the entries show that it is near or at 762 Hawthorne Lane.
And so for the last 2 minutes of the day, again, the phone is just not logging anything for those 2 minutes.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question. I'm going to advance one page to figure 7. So now we're in the next day, May 2nd. What is it telling us about the movements of the phone on May 2nd?
From the beginning of the day until 9:28 a.m., it shows that the device is near or at 762 Hawthorne Lane.
I'm going to pause you there. So going back one page to figure 6, we have the phone Adderley and Hawthorne Lane from 7:05 p.m. to 11:58 p.m. So if we continue that into the next day, we actually have them, the phone is at 762 Hawthorne from about 7:05 p.m. on May 1st all the way until 9:28 a.m. on May 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a hypothetical question here. If there's an incident that happened somewhere on May 1st, 2023 at 11 to 11:30 p.m., where's this phone saying that it is during that time frame?
The phone is saying that it is near or at 762 Hawthorne Lane.
Okay, and that would that be consistent with being left standing still at a location versus being carried around?
It's not moving from that location.
All right. So going back to figure 7 on May 2nd, we have the phone starting movement again at 9:28 a.m. Where does it go from there?
It's moving towards the address 505 Hutchison Drive.
Okay, and is it there for a while?
It's there for about 14 minutes.
And what happens, sorry, I'm going to advance to figure 8. What happens after that?
Beginning at 10 a.m. on May 2nd, it begins moving towards 762 Hawthorne Lane, and at 10:17, it arrives and stays at or near that address until 1:57 p.m.
So this is still on May 2nd?
Yes.
Advancing to figure 9, is there again then further movement on May 2nd for the same device?
Yes. At 1:57, it begins moving again towards the UC Davis campus, towards Kleber Hall. And then at 2:13, it appears that it is at or near that device. At 2:54, the device then moves towards Wellman Hall. And at 2:58, it arrives and stays near at Wellman Hall until 3:23 p.m. And then at 3:24 and past then, there's no entries located on the device.
Going back to page 13, power log, and looking at May 2nd, did the phone power off on May 2nd?
Yes.
And what time did it power off?
It powered off at 3:24 p.m. and also at 8:56 p.m.
And so this 8:56 p.m. Shutdown here, is that a shorter shutdown that we're seeing on other shutdowns?
I'll have to look more at the data to say for sure.
Okay, so looking in here at function again at 8:56 p.m. on May 2nd, can you see from the power up call and when it started up again?
Yes.
So how long between the last entry we have for a shutdown and the last entry we have for a startup?
Roughly a minute.
Okay, so would that be consistent with something like a restart of the device?
Yes.
Now,
You're up against the point?
I'm up to that point.
Yeah, okay, all right, we'll take a break. Okay, can we have lights on? So I think I need a few minutes for the lawyers and then plus a 15-minute break for everybody. So this is more like let's just be ready to go at 3:15. Okay, so you have enough time to go downstairs and get some fresh air and everything. And I hopefully you figured it out. I mean, there are bathrooms on the 4th floor, 3rd, 2nd, and so forth. You're not stuck with the 5th floor. And obviously we have the staircase right here and a staircase at the end of the hall for easy getting out of here too. Remember the 3-part admonition: do not research, do not form any opinions, do not discuss other than scheduling. I'll see you for the rest of the afternoon, 3:15, 4:30. Thank you. Off the record.
You are telling my reports here.
Discussion in front of the witness. Presence of the jury. I do have the witness here. Can we have this discussion in front of the witness?
I would prefer not to.
Okay, Mr. Kamada, you're excused. You can leave your reports here. Okay, and then oh, this is the exhibit in question. Exhibit 43C is. You want to tell me about this then, Mr. Van Ryn?
Yes, Your Honor. So 43C is a Apple note that was recovered from the defendant's phone. This is from April of 2023.
No, it is not from 2020.
Or sorry, April, I think it's April 22nd, 2022. So this is about a year beforehand. This is going to be lining up right with when Kimberlee Guillory breaks up with the defendant. And it's an Apple note titled Knife in My Hand. And it's a description about having a knife in his hand and slicing with the knife and things of that nature. It is extremely probative of the defense mindset. I mean, it was offered during opening statement that this was something that suddenly developed and this was something to break. And this is clear evidence that there was contemplation of knives and using knives well before the actual crimes in this. And this is discovery that was been given to the defense since at least March. It was in my trial brief. I wrote out that I was going to be using this in my statement of facts in my trial brief. It's been marked as an exhibit here in the courtroom since last week. This is something that has been noticed for a very long time, not only that it exists, but that the people fully intended on using it. Because as far as state of mind and what the defendant is thinking with his knife and what he's doing with his knife, a poem titled, or whatever this is, titled Knife in My Hand, is extremely probative of his mental state.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Hutchinson.
The people misspoke and said it was from April of 2023. I want to be very clear. This was, appears to be a song or poem written over a year before, on April 6th, 2022. And yes, it is one of the many songs that he wrote that references a knife, but it has nothing to do with killing people. It appears to be about, I would interpret it as a breakup type song or poem. And I believe this has no relevance, and what relevance it has should be excluded under 352. Also, and I don't know if people intend to do this, Mr. Kumada went through the Apple Notes and just searched for specific words like knife, and I'm not sure, without any context from what they were referenced in. And so I'm not sure if the people are going to seek to ask him about that, but I would object to that. But I also object to this, of the many songs and poems that they found, they want to show one that he wrote over a year before and is not about killing people.
Okay, so your objection is 352.
Relevance and 352, yes.
Right, and your argument is this is highly prejudicial and marginally relevant to the crimes committed in April and May of 2023 that were not directed at any girlfriend or anyone like that.
I don't think this is direct. I would interpret this as more of self-harm, but it's subject to, I think the court can read it, it's subject to interpretation, as is many songs or poetry. So given the ambiguous nature of this song and poem, the fact that it was written over a year before, I believe, yes, it should be excluded. I believe it has no relevance, but what minimal relevance should be excluded under 352 because it is highly prejudicial.
Well, it's highly prejudicial, for sure. I mean, that's clear. So then the question is balancing it against the relevance. And you're saying it's 1 year before and it has no relation whatsoever to these crimes other than the reference to the knife and or the first, I suppose, stanza says slitting her shell. When I push and stroke in, I guess, I mean, it's hard to understand what that means. Hand and knife, pull, and there's reference in the third stanza too. Right, okay. All right, I understand that argument. Any final argument then, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor. So we did select this one. I've looked through the data from there. There is several more that I would also like to bring in, but we really tried to limit it to this one. And we also tried to flag this issue for everybody well ahead of time that we were bringing this in. But I have 4 or 5 other ones lined up that I could bring in that have very similar language. But it's actually extremely probative as to what's going on here, because in April 22, we have him breaking up with Kimberlee Guillory and then writing this about knife in my hand. In December, we have him buying a knife. And then just 5 days before these stabbings begin, or 6 days before, we have him again reaching out to Kimberlee Guillory, asking to meet up with her. And then she's saying, no, I don't want to meet up with you. And then he no longer figuratively has a knife in his hand. After she says, no, I don't want to hang out with you, he literally has a knife in his hand. It's extremely probative as to what his
It would
mindset
be
is.
probative if he attacked her, right? I mean, so you're transferring this connection of events involving the girlfriend to crimes that don't involve her.
It's the rage associated with the breakup, and it goes entirely to the motive for committing these crimes, is that he is feeling rejected and that he is reaching for the knife when he's facing rejection. And it has a direct link between what is going on in his life with Kimberlee Guillory and what is going on with him and the knife. For example, he's having issues with Kimberlee Guillory, and she breaks up with him, and he writes this poem. He's struggling in school, and he has his finals, and he buys a knife. And then he's getting kicked out of school, and he's struggling with Kimberlee Guillory, and then he's actually going out with a knife. It's a pattern of when he's frustrated, when he's angry, when things aren't going his way, it's resorting to going for knives. And it's argued by the defense that it was stated in their opening, the only reason that he has this knife is for carving in logs and sticking in trees. And this directly contradicts that, because it shows that he, in fact, does contemplate using a knife to harm others well before he purchased the knife. And it's not some innocent purchase. It's not as if he is only doing it for self-amusement, that he actually has personally contemplated harming human beings with a knife prior to buying the knife, which is in direct contradiction to what was offered to the jury during the opening.
Okay. It doesn't have to be decided right now. We don't need this witness for this, and if we do, we'll recall it. So, in any event, I'm just going to reserve on it. It's the first I'm hearing about an objection. It sounds like an important issue for the people. So, I want to take a closer look at the issue. And we can have Mr. Kamada subject to recall on the issue pending the ruling. So if there's any additional legal authority or argument you want to give, I mean, this is pretty basic, 352, and it's really up to the judge to balance everything. So rather than make a rash decision on it, I'll take it under submission, and I'll give you a ruling at an appropriate time so people can respond. Is there other areas that you can handle your witness, Mr. Kamada, on?
I think I was about to wrap up with him, but just regarding the objection, is the court requesting that we file briefing on this, or I'm just trying to understand what the procedure the court would like?
I didn't order briefing, but I'm inviting it. Yeah, sure. I mean, it sounds like an important issue, so it's always good to look at the case law on it. But I am acknowledging that this is pretty routine 352 balancing, so you may not find case law so fact specific and circumstance specific. So I just need to think more about it based on everything I know about the case. So that's where we're at. Okay.
I just make one comment.
Yeah, sure.
The people are suggesting that this is about hurting Kimberlee Guillory, and I completely disagree with that. That was a suggestion, and so
maybe I suggested it. I just saw the female pronoun.
It referenced that female,
right?
And this is part of my argument. It's as many songs or poetry are. It's subject to interpretation. It was written over a year before, and he didn't buy the knife until December.
Right.
This was written in April.
No, I get it. And of course, there's all this recent California Supreme Court authority in a different context, of course, about that the trial court should be very careful in letting in song lyrics and things like that, or poems and things like that. Of course, that's in the gang setting, and it's different, but it's still, the court's mindful of that legal authority. In any event, I also received a note asking the lawyers to zoom in on text. So if you're showing a chart or something like that and you want them, I can remind them that they'll get the exhibits when they're admitted in deliberations. Okay, 15-minute break. We'll get started at 3:20, folks. Okay, thank you. Matter submitted. Off the record.
So yeah, that was interesting. All right, so we're let's see. So we're listening. So Christopher Kamada, he's the forensic system analyst. He's basically just going through all the digital phone data. He also looked at email addresses, iPhone, computer. There were over 500 images of knives found on his phone, on Carlos's phone. They talk about the phone being powered on and off. Like they showed a chart. It was like 20 times or something, specific to certain dates. Remember 25th it was turned off. Hold on a sec. It was... Okay, yeah, it was turned off the 25th and then turned back on the 27th, and that's when he attacked David Breaux. So it's just really obviously the timing. Then they bring up this knife in hand. They're talking about he's not even, the state's like, whatever this is called, and the defense is like, well, the state misspoke. He didn't write this in March of this year. He wrote it April 6th of 2022. He purchased the knives in December of 2022. So they're saying it's a breakup song, has no relevance. There's many songs that he wrote. He thinks it's highly prejudicial. And the state's like, I have four or five more lined up. But then the judge is like, you're transferring the crimes that didn't occur to the girlfriend. State says this is a direct link between the two. Defense, of course, completely disagrees with him. Hurting Kaylee, which is the girlfriend's name. And then the judge says the Supreme Court of California ruled the trial court should be very careful letting in song lyrics. So I thought that was interesting. All right. Dwayne, yes, Pammy came up with a good one. Miss you all. Yep, we miss you too, Dwayne. Drive carefully. I know you're driving right now. I miss you all in the laughter, but have no doubt that I'll be back very soon, unless the other trial watching lasts 6 months. Let's hope not. All right, I'm going to go ahead and zoom a little bit.
On the record, case 23-1391, and we have Mr. Kamada that's on the witness stand. I did want to let the jurors know that any exhibit that's admitted into evidence will go into the jury deliberation with you, and so you'll get a chance to look at anything that is screened by the court and admitted into evidence. And if it goes too quickly up there, or you can't see anything in particular, you will get a chance to look at that closely and discuss it. So thank you. All right, Mr. Vanderhook, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And sir, we've talked about 2 devices that you've examined, and I just want to talk briefly about the identifying information for those devices. So we talked first about an Apple MacBook Pro. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And that came from the FBI?
We received it from, for the MacBook?
Yes.
That came from the United States Secret Service.
Okay, and did it have an agency identifying number associated with that item?
It did.
And what was that?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report to refresh my memory?
Okay.
Thank you. It came with the identifying number FBI-44.
And was there a serial number associated with that laptop?
Yes.
What was that?
The serial number was C02VM0H9HV2H.
And then regarding the Apple iPhone XS Max that we talked about, and we talked about the location data and the images found on that. Was there an agency item number associated with that?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a Davis Police Department agency number. Your Honor, may I once again refresh my memory?
Okay.
160.
Okay, thank you. That was direct. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clark.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to try to break this down, go very slowly. Let's talk about the phone. That was an iPhone XS Max.
Yes.
Did you physically inspect that phone?
Yes.
It had a shattered screen?
Yes.
And by shattered, do we mean just a crack, or was it pretty shattered?
It was pretty significantly shattered.
And the iPhone XS, that was available for purchase in 2018?
I do not recall.
Is it an older model?
Yes.
In 2023, was it an older model iPhone?
Yes.
And from your experience, as iPhones get older, do they hold a charge as long?
No.
Is that pretty common for a iPhone not to hold a charge as long as it gets older?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you experienced that with your own iPhone?
Yes.
I'm convinced Apple does it to make us buy new iPhones. But that's pretty common, right, with iPhones?
Yes.
Now, an iPhone can, obviously, it had internet ability, so you can access the internet with the iPhone, obviously.
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you about cached images. A cached image is something a website automatically uploads either to your computer or your device when you access the website.
It's at the browser. The application is the one that's doing the requesting and the downloading.
The browser is doing that?
Yes.
Okay, explain what you mean by that.
So the browser is the interface for which you use the internet, and so the website itself provides the images, but the browser is the one that decides whether or not it's going to download them or not, the images.
And by browser, what do you mean?
I would say it depends. It could be the web browser, it could be an application that is accessing the internet, but it could also refer to a web browser.
And what is a web browser?
The common ones that you know of are like Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Safari, and they're basically what display everything that is accessible on the internet in a user-friendly format.
So if I go on my browser, my phone, I go to Amazon right now, and I start looking for a knife, is my browser going to upload cached images onto my phone?
It would download them to your phone.
Excuse me, download. Are they going to download them onto my phone?
Yes.
Okay. And many cached images, or oftentimes, or even most of the time, a person who is using the phone doesn't know the images are being downloaded onto their phone.
Yes.
Mr. Dominguez's phone had over 220,000 images on it. Correct?
I believe so.
Most of those were cached images.
Yes.
Did you actually determine what percentage of the 220,000 images on his phone were cached images?
No, I did not.
So a person could have thousands, even hundreds of thousands of images on their phone and have no knowledge of that.
Correct.
would it be fair to say that probably all of us in this courtroom right now who have cell phones probably have thousands of images on our phone that we've never seen?
It depends. By what you mean never seen?
Do you have to actually click on a specific photo on a website for it to be cached, or does the website download multiple photos?
As the web browser loads the information.
So there's multiple photos?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that, assume for this question, that Mr. Dominguez purchased a knife on Amazon on December 5th of 2023. Assume that happened, correct?
Okay.
You found, you said, 500 images of knives, cached images of knives on his phone between December 5th and December 6th, correct?
Yes.
And that is consistent with the time he purchased a knife on Amazon.
Okay.
Well, are you familiar with, so, did you look at his Amazon records?
Not personally, no.
So, assuming he purchased a knife, and then there's 500 cached images on the day he purchased a knife, that would lead you to conclude that that is what the browser downloaded when he was making the purchase.
It would suggest that.
And if I were to purchase on Amazon a mop on December 20th, probably if you looked at my cache images, there would be multiple cache images of mops or similar items on that date.
Likely, yes.
So let's turn to another cached image that you were asked about. That was that memorial of David Breaux.
Okay.
That also was a cached image.
Yes.
And it was uploaded onto the phone on May 3rd when Mr. Dominguez's phone accessed his UC Davis account.
That's what the data suggested, yes.
Did you do any investigation to see if that image on May 3rd was on the UC Davis website?
I tried to, yes.
Were you able to determine that?
No.
You were familiar that at that time, this image was being spread around on media, social media. You were aware of that, correct?
Yes.
It was all over the internet.
Yes.
Correct? It was in many articles.
Yes.
But you were unable to determine if the UC Davis website had that image on it on May 3rd.
Yes.
But if it did, anyone logging onto that website could have that image uploaded into their phone without any knowledge.
Yes.
So it is possible that every person who logged into their UC Davis account on May 3rd of 2023 may have that image on their phone.
Yes.
Did you ever look at the actual UC Davis records to see what Mr. Dominguez did when he logged into his account?
From the UC Davis site?
Yeah.
I don't have access to the UC Davis site.
So you've never actually seen the records of what he did when he logged into that account on May 3rd?
I've seen the records of what he did from that his browser recorded.
Okay. But it'd be UC Davis would have the specific records as to what he did once he logged in.
We would have the records on his browser of what the browser recorded that he did, but we wouldn't have UC Davis's access to what he did from their perspective.
Once he gets into his student account, what he did at that point, correct?
Correct. We would be able to see what web pages he visited, but if there were things that were nested within that didn't load something new, those wouldn't be recorded into his web browser.
And this UC Davis account, is that a place where you go to make an appointment with a counselor?
It could.
Do you have any specific knowledge as to what it is?
It appears to be this portal for people with access to the login.
But we would, the people who would have the record showing exactly what he did, exactly what request he was making, that would be UC Davis.
It could be UC Davis. It could be the browser records. I would have to examine them further to know for sure.
But you didn't see that in your report. You could, from your examination so far, you were unable to tell what he did or what he requested when he logged on to that portal on May 3rd.
From the browsing data, the next request was for a schedule builder.
Schedule builder. Did you attend UC Davis?
I did not.
Do you know what schedule builder is on the UC Davis website?
I can make assumptions, but I don't know for sure.
But once again, someone from UC Davis would be the best person to answer that question.
Employed at UC Davis, yes.
I'd like to talk to you about the power on, power off log. You have it in front of you right now?
I can.
Can you pull it up?
Yes.
I'm not going to put it back up on the screen. The jury was together in evidence, but you went back and made a chart of recording all the power on, power off events beginning in August of 2022.
Yes.
And you noted that on April 19th, the battery died, correct? On April 19th?
Yes.
Okay. That means no one turned it off, it just ran out of juice.
Correct.
And the battery also died on April 23rd?
Yes.
The battery also died on April 25th?
Yes.
And the battery also died on April 27th?
Yes.
Now on April 17th, did the battery die on that day as well?
Yes, it did.
But prior to April 17th, you are unable to tell whether those other prior power on, power off events are because someone turned it on or the battery died, correct?
It becomes much less clear based on the logs.
The data that you have only allows you to see that from April 17th and forward.
Correct.
So all these other logs recorded, half of them, 75% of them, they could all be the battery dying. You just can't make that determination.
Correct.
So, but looking at the logs, you could see within the 3 months leading up to the events in late April and early May, there were some significant periods where the phone was off for an extended period of time. From February 20th to February 24th, the phone was off for 4 days.
Yes.
From March 23rd to March 28th, the phone was off for approximately 5 days.
Yes.
And then from March 28th to March 30th, the phone was off for 2 days.
Yes.
And there are other periods during that time when the phone was off for an extended period of time.
It appears so, yes.
So, based on what you saw, this pattern of the phone being off for an extended period of time, that had gone on for several months.
It appears so, yes.
So, in terms of the phone being off around the events that are charged in this case, assume that David Breaux was killed sometime on the night of April 26th or the early morning of April 27th. Can you assume that fact?
Okay.
The phone died, it lost power on April 25th at 11:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So either a day before or perhaps more than a day before.
Yes.
And it did not power back on again until 4:57 a.m. on April 27th.
Yes.
And then it died again later that afternoon, once again power going off at 4:13 p.m.
Yes.
And then when did it power back on? Later that evening, is that correct?
Yes, at 11:26 p.m.
And then it was turned off on, according to your log, on April 28th at 12:21 a.m.
Yes.
And it then remained off until April 30th at 11:43 a.m.
Yes.
So this phone was off for long periods of time during this time frame we're talking about.
Yeah, for more or a day or more.
But once again, when it first was turned off on the 25th, that was due to the battery dying.
Yes.
And assume that Kimberlee Guillory was stabbed on the night of May 1st, approximately 11:45. The phone was on at that time, correct?
Yes.
Just it was located at the Hawthorne residence, based on your analysis.
Yes.
Now, sir, you indicated in your report that the data you used, the primary source is a specific type of data. Remember writing that on page 2 of your report?
Are you referring to the location data?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You say primary. What do you mean by that? Did you use some other less reliable data as well?
No.
So when you said primary source, you should have wrote only source?
Yes.
So that's just an error in drafting.
Yes.
So my last question, you recall the prosecutor showed you an image. It showed a large circle on May 1st, about 7, that would be 7 p.m., is that correct?
Are you referring to the example image that was shown? Yes.
And is that at May, if you look at it in front of you, I want to make sure I'm getting it correct. Is that May 1st?
Yes, that's May 1st of 2023.
And so this is at 7 p.m. on May 1st.
Correct.
Did you determine where this location is?
Yes.
Is that the Sycamore Lane Apartments?
I don't know the name of the apartment complex.
Is it an apartment complex near Sycamore Lane?
I believe so.
So there's a circle. It includes several buildings. It also includes the parking lot. Does that mean that at that time, Mr. Dominguez was either in one of those buildings or in the parking lot?
Based off the positioning, yes.
So he could have been just passing through the parking lot?
It could be, yes.
Are you able to tell whether he was passing through or whether he was there for an extended period of time?
I'll have to refer back to the data set to answer that for sure.
But as you said, now you don't know?
I can look at the chart on the following, or the map on one of the following pages to answer that.
Okay. So it could be this is just him walking past a location?
It could be.
Can you determine that just by looking at the map on the other page?
Yes. Based off of that, it appears that that the phone did not spend an extended period of time at that location.
So he may have simply been cutting through a parking lot?
It's possible.
And on the routes you noted on May 1st and May 2nd, that was to and from the UC Davis campus?
Yes.
Did you compare that? And you noted some buildings, correct?
Yes.
Did you compare that with the buildings to see if he was going to his classes on May 1st and May 2nd?
I didn't refer to a class schedule. I just used Google Maps to determine the name and location of the buildings.
But he was going to some buildings at UC Davis?
At or around those buildings, yes.
And so, May 1st, you're familiar with the dates that these stabbings happened, the dates and times?
Not off the top of my head.
I've already asked you to assume that Mr. Breaux was stabbed either the night of April 26th or the early morning of April 27th.
Okay.
And can you assume Mr. Abou Najm was stabbed the night of April 29th at approximately 9:10 p.m.?
Okay.
And you can assume Ms. Guillory was stabbed on the night of May 1st at approximately 11:45.
Okay.
So, assuming those facts, May 1st, if he's going to class, that would be after the first two stabbings, would it not?
Yes.
And on May 2nd, if he's going to class, that would be after all stabbings.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, counsel. And Mr. Vanderhoek, any redirect?
Yes, sir. Regarding the screen on the phone that you examined, the cracked screen, was it so cracked that the phone was not usable?
I do not recall. I refer to my report to refresh my memory.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. The screen was not usable.
So if the phone was turned off, could you see what was on the screen? Or could you see could you log in and do stuff on the phone if you wanted to?
The touch screen was unresponsive, so you couldn't enter anything.
All right. And then you talked with Mr. Hutchinson about the UC Davis login page and that kind of activity of logging in at that page.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, that activity, was that done on the laptop that you examined or on the phone that you examined?
That was on the MacBook, so the laptop.
Okay, so the visiting of the UC Davis page and logging in is on a computer and not on a phone.
Yes.
Okay, and so I want to ask you a little bit about cache images. When you look at a website, and pull up a website, and it's got like images on the website, are those images then sometimes cached on the computer?
Yes.
And so those are cached images, and I don't have to like click save. It's just something that the computer saves the images itself.
Yes.
And so regarding a website, is it going to cache images that aren't on that website?
It is possible, depending on, it would have to have been appearing on the website at the time, but it may not have originated from that website. For instance, advertisements that may come from a different website could appear in the cached images.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about the Amazon kind of cached images and the number of knife images that were there during that time. You ever shop on Amazon?
Yes.
When you search for an item, does it display kind of images of items responsive to your query?
Yes.
And does it display a number of items that are responsive?
Yes.
Would it display 550 on a single page?
Only if you keep on scrolling down.
Okay, and then as you're scrolling, does it load more as you're going?
Yes.
And so would having kind of that number of images be consistent with someone who is looking at different options and shopping around on the site?
Usually, yes.
Okay, any read across on that?
I know some people are picky shoppers, but 500 images, isn't it true, sir, that websites, you could look at just a few images and there would be multiple cache images put on your tablet or phone?
Of those same images?
Or similar type images?
It would need to be loaded onto the web browser to be saved into the cache.
If I go to a website and I only look at one item, but there's multiple items on that website, isn't it true that that browser can upload all those items onto my phone?
It would download whatever. Sorry. It would download to what was shown on the screen and loaded by the web browser, saved to the phone or to the computer.
I think that answers my question, but in other words, you don't have to actually look at a specific image for a cached image to be uploaded onto your phone, correct?
From a user perspective, you don't have to look at the image, yes.
We're done, right?
Yes. You said the phone wasn't usable. How many phones did you evaluate?
2 phones.
So you said which phone? So 2 phones were recovered from Mr. Dominguez's house.
Okay.
Well, do you know?
I don't know the circumstance of the recovery of the phones.
But the one that was downloaded, the one that had this data we're discussing, was that usable?
At the time when I extracted the data, I was unable to use the touchscreen of the phone.
At that time?
Yes.
Did both phones have cracked screens?
Yes.
Okay. But it really wouldn't make much sense if a phone couldn't be used at all to power it on and power it off, would it?
If it was unusable at the time that it was used.
But you would agree that if phone touchscreen doesn't work at all, then there's really no reason to charge it or no reason to turn it on or off. You would agree with that, correct?
It depends on what the person has the phone for.
But you know that there can be phones that can be severely cracked and hard to read, but you can still use them. You've seen that.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, this is your witness. Are we done? Okay.
Last point. Sir, when law enforcement officers collect phones, is there a protocol that should be followed for preserving the data that's on the phone?
Yes.
What's that?
They should be removed from the network and so isolated from Wi-Fi networks, from the cellular network, so the data isn't constantly changing, and so that way there can't be any sort of remote wipe. So they try and isolate it from the network.
Is that generally done by putting the phone in airplane mode?
Yes.
And so we talked earlier about how certain types of data are only saved for certain amounts of days. It's important to kind of isolate the phone like you talked about so that data that only lasts for a small period is not removed by the phone itself.
The phone may still remove things even if it's not connected to a network.
Okay. And do you know if this phone that you're examining was one that came while it was in airplane mode isolated from the network?
The way that it was received when I did the extraction from the phone, it was powered off.
Okay. And when you power it on, is it in the same mode or is it not?
It's in the previous mode of when it was turned off. So in this case, it was in airplane mode.
Okay. So when you powered it on, it was in airplane mode?
Yes.
And so then do phones go in airplane mode by themselves?
No.
Okay. So then by being in airplane mode, then it then would appear that somebody previously interacted with the phone and put it in airplane mode?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Kamada, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're not walking off with any exhibits. Those are your documents you came with?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, super. And I'm looking for a witness then, Mr. Tomorrow.
People call Dr. Matthew Massey.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dr. Massey, come on in. Good afternoon. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm presiding over this trial, and thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear that you're about to give and the cause now pending with the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. First and last name for the record, and spell them both.
My first name is Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W. My last name is Massey, M as in Mary, A-S-S-I-E.
Okay, thank you. Can you move in a little closer to the mic? Maybe angle that mic up a little bit for you? Yes, that should work. Okay, Mr. DeMora, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Massey.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Massey, tell us a little bit about yourself. Obviously, I'm referring to you as doctor. What do you do for a living?
I'm a neurologist at UC Davis Medical Center. My first career was computer science, and I went to medical school recently, and I'm in a residency program at UC Davis. I'll graduate next month.
And as a doctor, I take it you have training and experience on how to perform life-saving procedures such as CPR at one level all the way up to more higher levels of expertise.
Definitely. I timed my residency pretty poorly. During a pandemic, I've had a lot of experience with CPR.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for what we had to bring you into court today to talk about. Do you remember the night of April 29, 2023?
Vividly.
I want to start with where you were living at the time. I'll show you 2 exhibits, People's 25C and 25D. Before I approach you with those, you don't have to give your address, but what street were you living on?
Sycamore, right near the park.
And that is the Davis Triangle.
That is correct.
When you say right next to the park, are you referring to Sycamore Park?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Massey, in this first exhibit, People's 25C, you recognize that as a Google map of City of Davis with Sycamore Park and Sycamore Boulevard in it?
I do. I see an X marking the spot where Karim was murdered.
And going to 25D on the back side, or excuse me, behind that one, sorry, right there. And do you also recognize that as a Google map image sort of pulled out from Sycamore Park and Sycamore covering City of Davis?
I do, yeah. It's this same mark at the same spot.
And is the red X on both of those, you mentioned that on 25C that look like where Karim was murdered, do you believe that those markings are accurate to the best of your recollection?
Actually, let me look again here. It's accurate. Yes, it is accurate.
Now let's see, do you have a different color marker up here than red?
There's blue and green here.
Oh, perfect. With blue, I'd like you, if you can, on 25C to circle where your residence is. Start on this one, on 25C. And then on 25D, if you could do that as well. Great. Thank you. Where were you around 9:10 p.m. April 29, 2023?
I was at home. I was working on a project to connect to weather satellites, and so I had my back door open, ran a cable out to the dish in the backyard, and I was focused on my computer and working on that project at the time.
Where does the back door open to? Which street?
It opens in the backyard. It's a sliding door. It's in the north east corner of the house. I should say, if I step out of that sliding door and turn to the left, I can see the scene where this occurred. It's that close.
About how far away would you estimate if you were to step out into your backyard and to the scene where you found Karim? Would you estimate that to be?
I wrote a document where I used Google Maps to give that in meters. I don't have that with me right now, but it's not far at all. I would say...
Let me do this. From where I'm sitting to the door is 38 feet.
I would say then it's 70 at the most, maybe closer to 50 to 70 feet.
On that night while you were working, can you describe the noise level outside? Was it loud? Was it quiet?
It's a college town. We're not too far from a high school, so it's pretty common to hear a lot of commotion. The park has a bike route. There's often people riding bikes and making noise a lot, and so that's not uncommon to hear.
At some point around 9:10 in the evening, was there something that you heard that caught your attention?
Yes. I heard someone that sounded terrified. They were crying, "Help me." And then I heard them say, "My God, dear God, somebody help me." And when they said that, their voice sounded weaker, almost as though, I'm speculating, it sounded like someone covering their mouth. Or...
That's just speculation, right?
Yeah, assistant. Strike. Grant. Matters stricken. Mr. DeMora, rework it, because some of that didn't need to be stricken. It's just the part where we're speculating.
Yes. Dr. Massey, you said the voice sounded weaker as you were hearing these calls for help. I want to follow up with, on that point, in your medical training that you have received, have you had the opportunity to speak to people or interact with people who their mouths had filled with a liquid or they had difficulty breathing?
That's happened. The thing I'm trying to remember is if in that situation, usually the person is unable to speak to me. So to be completely honest, I cannot think of a case where I had a patient who was having airway difficulties that was trying to speak. Let me think a moment. Nothing comes to mind.
Let me ask you this way. As the voice was becoming weaker, were the words becoming less audible?
There was nothing after that. That was the last thing I heard him scream. And it, as I mentioned, it trailed off.
From the first cries for help that you heard, were those very clear in what you heard? It sounded like someone was able to articulate those things.
So, I provided the court audio of this, and to be honest, because I was focused on my project, I did not hear the earlier cries. But toward the end, when I started hearing the commotion was something other than typical commotion, I could hear very clearly the cry for help. And it sounded like someone who was absolutely terrified. When I left to go check on this person, I yelled to my wife, "I'm going to the park. There's someone screaming for help and they're terrified." That was exactly what I told her.
Did it sound like, as you heard more of the cries for help, did it sound like the individual was having more difficulty making those cries for help?
There was no sound after he said that. I heard, "Help me. My God, dear God, somebody help me." And then it trailed off and there was no more cries for help after that.
From when you heard when those cries for help trailed off, were you still at your house getting ready to go to the park, or had you already left to go to the park?
I heard him say that as I was putting my shoes on, and I was already on my way. I provided the court times of how long it took. It took from the time he first screamed on my home audio until I was there was about 90 seconds. To clarify, he had been screaming for a while. I don't know how long it was from the time I heard him scream that last time until I was there, but at the most it was 90 seconds.
You say screaming for a while. Can you estimate how long you heard screams?
It's in the document I provided. You can actually. I have it to the second when you can first hear the screams, but the thing is, I don't know the time when the screaming stopped.
Let me ask you this. And did you have, and we'll come back to that in a little bit, but did you make it to the park?
I did, as fast as I could. because there's always so much commotion and people even screaming for help sometimes being silly, I don't immediately call the police. And so my thought was, I need to go out and figure out what's going on. I was in my backyard for a short period of time, listening if I could hear the cry for help again. And I looked over the back gate in my backyard, which allowed me to peer straight into the park. And that's when I saw what appeared like people on the ground and bikes next to them. I was hopeful that what had happened was that two people had collided on the path or something had happened. And so I did not call the police at that time. I just opened my gate and ran to the park. You can see on the video I provided the court how rapidly I was moving to get there to help them.
So let me stop you right there. When you created your gate, and you saw two people, you said you saw on the ground. Could you see from your backyard what was going on between these two people?
No, not at all. The location was very dark. The path into the park near Sycamore has a light that makes it easy to see that intersection. And then further into the park is a second light, which makes it easy to see. But there's an area between them that is very dark with some trees. And it's a spot that makes it very difficult to see what's going on.
Is that the area where these two people were?
That's correct. They were in the dark area between those two lights. And I couldn't make out much more than people on the ground and what looked like two bikes to me at the time off to the side.
Did you take anything with you when you went to the park?
Unfortunately, no. It's something I regret.
A cell phone or a light or something like that?
I had my phone. I didn't bring a flashlight. I always have a flashlight ready, but I had it in my car, and so I went out with just my flashlight. I'm sorry, with just my phone.
Did you find the two people you just described, were they still at the park when you got there?
Yep, they were.
When you got there, how close were you to the two people?
So, I'll use the court as an estimate. So, basically, to that podium behind you, if I were standing on Sycamore entering the park, they would have been about that far away on the ground in the darkness.
20 feet.
Did you get any closer when the two people were both there?
Yes. The first thing I said was, "Are you guys okay? Did you have a wreck? What's going on?" No one moved. No one replied. And then I started walking closer toward them. And it took a while for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. But once I got closer, I realized Karim was on his back, wearing his backpack, and the other person was just on the other side of him, on his belly, looking, well, he was on his belly behind him, not moving as well. I did a terrible job describing that. I want to do that again, if it's okay.
Give me a second, I'll break it up to you.
Okay, thanks.
So, you know one of the people there to be Karim Abou Najm, correct?
Correct.
So let's start with Karim. Where was he on this bike path?
He was off the bike path. He was laying a little bit diagonal. His feet aiming off the path with his head near the concrete bike path. And his backpack was still on him.
Was he on his back or on his side or on his side?
He was on his back. He was laying on his backpack.
Do you remember about how much of his body was off of the paved path?
I think a good way to describe it is if you imagine someone wearing a backpack that they have on, and they kind of scoot down into the backpack with the backpack on the concrete and the rest of their body in the grass beside the concrete pathway.
Okay, so the other individual, I was there, the other person you described, and just to be clear, only two people at this point, excluding yourself.
That is correct.
Where was this person in relation to where Karim was?
Opposite me, so on the other side of Karim, with himself sort of placed directly behind him and on his back with his head sort of turned. I couldn't tell if he was looking at me. He was not moving. Neither of them were moving. Neither of them were speaking. Neither of them answered my questions or when I called to them. And to be clear, I was moving quickly toward the two of them. So what we're describing is we're taking our time. I guess what I'm saying is that it did not take long for me to get to them.
We're breaking it up and putting it in
That's
slow
right.
motion.
Right, exactly. It just seems different now talking about it so slowly.
To be clear for the placement of this, so you enter the park.
Correct.
Off of Sycamore. It's you, it's Karim, and then the other person.
Directly behind them. That's right.
And when you say directly behind, is this person on the side of Karim? Is he at Karim's feet? Is he?
So they're head to head, feet to feet, and Karim's on his back. The other person is on their stomach behind the backpack with their head sort of turned. I could speculate they were looking toward me. I don't know. That's what it felt like, but I did not see them look at me. I did not get a good view of them at that moment as I was racing up because it was so dark. But I knew there were two people there
This other person, Karim, did you see anything in his hand at this time?
No.
Did you see him make any movement or anything like that?
No. He was perfectly still. Both of them were perfectly still, which was perplexing. And then the second person instantly jumped up and ran so fast. It was as though they were waiting for me to get to a certain distance, or maybe, again, this, I don't want to speculate. It's important.
Yeah. Sustain.
I'm sorry?
It's all good. Don't speculate.
No, that's what I mean.
Exactly.
But when I say they jumped up because they were waiting, that sounded...
all you have to do is describe what you saw. And you did it.
I apologize.
No, it's all good. Thank you.
What I mean by that is, it seemed they were instantly on. I guess I'll just say that. As I moved closer, they instantly sprung into action, jumped up, grabbed something. I thought it looked like a white hat or something. I wasn't sure on the ground. And then they grabbed the bike. And I thought there were two bikes, but there were one. They grabbed the bike and then they took off running.
Let's stop right there for a second. When this person jumped up, how close had you gotten to Karim and this other person at that point?
Closer than you and I are. Not much closer, but just on the other side of the podium from me. So I'm about this close when they jump up and take off. I don't know how many feet that would be. I guess if that's 20, this would be probably 12 feet away.
Did it appear to you, or did you think in that moment that you may have startled this person?
Yes, they seemed to be running from me as though I had threatened them when all I had said was, "Are you guys okay?" And I was trying to piece together the situation because none of it made sense to me. I was close enough to see Karim at that time, and I saw some of his injuries, and it seemed more serious than just a bike accident.
When you were approaching Karim and the other person there, could you tell, was this other person male?
Yes.
When you see Karim and this other male that were there, you asked if they were okay. Did you continue to talk to them as you were getting closer?
Yes. I was saying reassuring things like, "Are you guys okay? Do you need help? Do you want me to call someone?" Things like that. But I didn't get any response from anyone.
At some point, did this other male respond to you? Did he say something back to you?
Not initially. So I didn't chase the other male initially because I wasn't sure what was going on. But as I approached Karim, as I approached them, I turned my iPhone light on, which didn't really help. But the one thing it did do is as I approached them, I really couldn't see in the dark, but as I walked I saw Karim's face. I saw the blood around him, and I realized the injuries were more serious. And that's when I started thinking some kind of foul play had occurred. So then I started chasing the other male.
When did the person, the other male, did he run before or after you turned your light on?
After I had turned my light on as I was approaching them because it was so dark, it didn't help. Yes.
From what you remember, was it instantaneous? You turned your light on and that other male immediately popped up and ran, or was there a delay?
I honestly don't remember. What I do remember, it was after, only because I turned it on as I walked into the darkness because I could not see anything, and they took off running, as I was getting closer with the light on. But I don't think it was instantaneous. I'm not sure.
You said that you thought there were two bikes, but there was only one.
Correct.
Where was that bike? Where was that bike?
Well, if you were to draw a line from them on the ground, straight from their legs, it was off to the side in the darkness and the dirt and grass next to the trail.
Was any part of Karim or this other male touching the bike when you first saw him?
No.
Were they inches away, feet away? How far?
I would say 2 or 3 feet away. It wasn't very far from where they were at.
The male that ran, he grabbed like a hat, a white hat, and he grabbed the bike. Is that what you said?
I saw him grab something. I was speculating that it looked like a white hat. It could have been a white rag, a white towel, something that was bright enough that I could see it in the darkness, and he just grabbed it, grabbed the bike, and then took off running toward the bike, or toward the bike path to get on the bike and to ride the bike away.
Did this person, when they grabbed the bike, could you tell, were they running with the bike at their side, like
Yes.
the handlebars?
That's right. So they initially picked the bike up. The bike was to their right side. They were running with the bike to get momentum onto the trail, and that was when I took off running after them. So I was going to try to get closer to see who they were and what was going on, because at that point I had seen Karim's injuries and I was suspicious that they had done it.
Okay, let me stop you there. Dr. Massey, I want to thank you for your testimony today, and that's all the time we have. So, Mr. Moore, can we start with this witness at 9:30 tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Massey, I'll see you. Have a good night. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you. You're excused. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to be back tomorrow. It will be a normal schedule, 9:30 to 4:30, with the breaks we talked about. And each night, remember, don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. And I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Thank you, folks. Have a great night. Thank you. Off the record. What's tomorrow look like?
Another full day, Your Honor. We'll finish with Dr. Massey. We'll have Officer Keel. We'll have PSS Sherry Kolb, likely Dispatcher Shannon Hall. I have Sergeant Diaz returning. I have Ms. Guillory as well, and pathologist Dr. Ju. And I may have a couple other witnesses lined up depending on how fast we move.
Okay. All right, thanks for that heads up. Okay, super, thank you. All right, any issues for the prosecution at this point?
On the motion that Mr. Hutchinson filed either late yesterday or early this morning, we could perhaps, I can respond to that tomorrow morning. I didn't have a chance to fully read it, but I think we can do that probably before the jury comes in.
So that's regarding pictures of the proceedings prior to the day.
Correct.
Yeah, right. And do we need to address that tomorrow?
Possibly, but not immediately.
Okay, well, I'll take it closer in time to when we need it. Thanks.
It may be something we need to, at the earliest, we need to address in the afternoon session.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the heads up. Anything else then, Mr. Demora? Okay, thank you, counsel. I appreciate it. Mr. Hutchinson, any issues at this time?
Yes, one issue, Your Honor. The court in limine motion granted the 911 call of Ms. Guillory, and in listening to the call again, she handed it off to an unknown third party who appears to be relaying hearsay what other people told her, and that would not be a proper excited utterance. I have a spontaneous declaration. I have no objection to the 911 call where Ms. Guillory is speaking, but this unknown person who is heard calling out to other people, asking for information, and making assertions, I don't believe that is a proper spontaneous statement. So I apologize. I should have raised that in limine. I did not realize there would be another person relaying hearsay on the 911 call.
And it's not spontaneous because why? We can't identify the speaker? Or?
No, she appears it's spontaneous, but it has to be based on something she personally observed. And what is clear, she's yelling out to other people to get information. You can't tell from that whether she observed what she's saying or is simply relaying what other people told her.
Okay.
And it suggests, because they asked for a description, and I believe she yells out, do we have a description? Which suggests she didn't actually see it, but she makes a reference to where this person allegedly ran. And so my concern is that it's not something this person has personally observed, and because we don't know who she is, that people can't lay a foundation for that.
Yeah, okay, thanks for articulating that. Any response?
And under evidence code 1240, if you can have multiple levels of excited utterances or spontaneous statements, as long as everyone is perceiving the same event and they're relaying that while they're under the excitement and stress of that event, then you have multiple hearsay exceptions. So if the unidentified caller with Ms. Guillory is being told by other people who are perceived the description are under the stress of an event, and I don't think there's going to be any question that people were stressed out or excited at the time, then you have hearsay exceptions to that, and then you have the hearsay exceptions as they're being related to dispatch as well.
Mr. Hutchinson, so everybody's worked up and somebody off the phone is describing and narrating an event under excitement, and they're narrating that to a second narrator who's also excited and receiving it in real time. What's your argument?
I've never seen in my career double spontaneous statement. The code, Evidence Code Section 1240, says it purports to narrate, describe, or explain an act, condition, or event perceived by the declarant. My suspicion is this is a person who did not witness it, but came in later and is now relaying what others told her. What others told her is not a spontaneous statement. She's not under the stress of what others told her. So I disagree with the people's
I agree with that reading. It's also problematic that we don't know who this is. So you really can't test the veracity of what's happening. Is this piece of evidence that critical?
It is critical in the sense that it captures the statements and the perception and the pain that Ms. Guillory is going through at that moment.
Well, we're going to get that. No, we're not. There's no objection. The court is for sure going to allow that in. It's just this secondhand. It's really a secondhand narration of what other people are perceiving, and that's not what the rule was intended for. And then it's also problematic because it's an unidentified person and makes it, it just, you can't really test it and so forth. Do you know the other people? Well, you have eyewitnesses and you're going to bring them in. There's two other folks, right?
Ms. Guillory will be here.
Right. Okay.
And there is a possibility that Ms. Guillory will be able to identify that person.
Let me see the transcript. Tentative ruling is to grant the motion in limine, excluding statements made on the tape by unidentified second party who's not personally observing the incident. That's the way it's been described to me. But I do want to see the transcript of this, and we'll revisit it when I have that. Okay, thank you, counsel. Anything else at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, folks, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Off the record. Okay, so that concludes day 1 and day 2 of our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez, but I guess he goes by Rios too. I maybe have to fix that. Anyway, all right, so let's recap. Poor Dr. Matthew Massey. Dr. M. Matthew Massey, he had a rough go of it, that's for sure. Here, let's go here. We can go here. All right, Dr. Massey, he heard and he found Karim, right? So he is a neurologist. He was a computer scientist. So it was around 9:10. He's at home working to connect his weather satellite. So his back door was open. He's about 50 or 70 feet away from the street. He says it's common to hear commotion because he's right next to the park. I'm thinking the park is right across the street, right? He's got the street, then it's right across the street. Anyway, so he's pretty close to the park. He says it's common to hear commotion. It's a college town. They're near a high school. He says the bike route, you can hear people, I guess making noise, for lack of a better word. He said he heard someone that sounded terrified. He heard, "Help me, my God, dear God, somebody help me." Then he said the voice sounded weaker. Then he said, "I'm speculating that it sounded like someone was covering their mouth." That was objected to, calls for speculation. That was stricken. Just that part. So the last thing he heard was that, and then the voice trailed off. He said he told his wife someone was in the park screaming for help, and then he was going to go help. He said there was no sound after "help me, dear God, somebody help me." He said that was it. He was putting the shoes on, and he says, "What I provided for the court and how long it took for me to hear the sound and to get out," he said, was about 90 seconds. So he said he had heard screaming for a while, but at the most it was 90 seconds. He provided a document, I guess, to the court, and he has it to the second, but he doesn't know when the screaming stopped. So I wonder if that document's going to come into play or not. We didn't hear anything about it. He said people screamed for help. He's like, he wanted to make sure it wasn't like, a prank or a joke. So that's why he didn't. He didn't call 911 immediately.
Let's see. He peered over the gate, right? He's got a little gate, so he peered over the gate and he saw people on the ground with bikes on the ground. He was hoping the two people just collided, so he just opened up the gate and he ran towards them. He says, you can see in the video I provided, so he provided a video too, how quickly he ran to the park. He says it was dark and he couldn't make out too much other than people on the ground and bikes were off to one side. He didn't take anything with him, and he says that's something I regret. He says he always has a flashlight, but the flashlight happened to be in his car, and he said he just went out with his phone. He says, are you guys okay? Did you have a wreck? He says no one moved or talked back. He said as he got closer, Karim was on his back and the other person was on his belly behind him, not moving. I'm trying to figure out, what is he trying to describe here? He's on his belly. What? Was he on Karim's belly? What? So he said, he says, I did a terrible job describing that. I want to do it again. Never seen a witness like this. He was sad, but he was also kind of like just being real and honest. Okay, so they go through it again. Karim was off the bike path and was laying a little diagonal with the feet aiming off of the path and his head near the path with the backpack on. Karim was on his back on his backpack. The other person was on the opposite side of Karim, placed differently behind or directly behind him on his back with his head turned. He wasn't moving or speaking or answering back. Still not quite sure of this positioning, right? So I'm envisioning, is this other person like hunched over? Is he like communicating with them? He's like a vampire? Like what? I'm thinking like all these monster movies are going through my head. Like what is this other person doing? So Dr. Massey says he was moving quickly towards them and he did take long to get to them. Then the other, okay. So here's where we find out. The other person was directly behind Karim. So they were head to head, feet to feet, and this other person was on his stomach with his head turned. Right? That's just so freaking bizarre. Like, what? So he didn't see anything in his hand or he didn't move. He said both were perfectly still. And he says that was perplexing. The second person jumped up and ran fast as if they were waiting, and he's like, I don't want to speculate. That was, of course, objected to, speculation that was sustained, and the judge is like, it's all good, just keep talking, you're good. So then the person instantly sprung into action and grabbed something white. He wasn't sure, maybe it was a hat, he wasn't quite sure it was. He grabbed a bike and took off running. And he says they were running because they felt threatened. He wasn't sure about that. He said he saw some injuries, and then he said it seemed more serious than a bike accident. He did know the other person was a male, and he didn't give chase at first. He turned on his iPhone light, which didn't help at first, but as he got closer and closer, he saw Karim's face, and he saw the blood, and that's when he began thinking, foul play? Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm so sorry. That happens to me. I don't mean to yawn or anything, but it's so weird, like when I'm talking like this towards the end of the day, it's like I'm not getting enough oxygen in or something. Okay, so he saw the blood on Karim. He saw his face in the blood, and he thought foul play, so he started chasing the other male. He doesn't recall if the male took off running as he turned the light on. So he wasn't sure if he turned the light on. He wasn't sure if the guy took off running or what. So he said the male grabbed something and he was speculating it was a hat. Could have been a rag, towel, something like that. So he took off running with the bike on the side, and then that's when Dr. Massey took off running after him. And then that concludes day 2. So then the judge asked, we got a full day tomorrow. They're going from 9:30 to 4:30. That's Pacific time, right? So it's going to be 12:30 to 7:30 East Coast. So judge said, who do you have? So he's got Dr. Massey is back on the stand, law enforcement, dispatch, a sergeant. Sergeant Diaz is coming back. Kimberlee's coming back. She's the third victim. She survived. She's not coming back. She's just coming. And he said there's a couple others too. And then they talk about this unidentified person describing the events of Kimberlee, and he's like, well, this witness captures pain and suffering, and judge is like, oh, don't worry, we're going to hear that from Kimberlee, but this other unidentified person, it's secondhand. So he's thinking he's going to deny it. He's going to look at the transcripts, but he's like, we'll definitely get to her pain and suffering. Not that we need this person, this other person who it's like secondhand, unidentified, that kind of thing. So, all right. So, all right, guys. Yes, all right, Deanna May, thank you so much for you're going to be at the court tomorrow as well. Thank you. We appreciate, I can't believe you're able to live tweet. That's fantastic. But we'll actually be caught up. We'll be even with you so you can give us detailed descriptions. And again, I'm throwing it out there. If you want to call in, that's fine. If you don't, that's cool as well. But consider that. Excuse me. All right, guys, it's been a long day. We started at 8:30 this morning with Michigan versus Shore verdict watch, and we're going to pick it up again. They're going to be in verdict watch again at 8:30, so we're going to be going from 8:30 to 8. It's going to be another long day for us, but hopefully we'll get a verdict tomorrow, or they'll just call it hung. Maybe she'll just say, yeah, this is a hung jury, and we'll just take it from there. So anyway. Long day today, long day tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Thank you to Aaron for hanging with us. Thank you for our mods. You guys are fantastic. I know it's been a long day for you. We're dual streaming, so you guys are got feet in both streams. So again, chat, make sure that you thank our mods. And Jade, thank you. Thank you for saying thank you to us. Thank you for watching. Please consider watching both our streams. We're going to be dual streaming. We'll have a verdict watch on one stream, and we'll pick up day 3 of this case. So I would show you Super Ball. Well, I guess I could show you her. She's hanging out over here. She's over there. See her? I have the window open, so she's kind of hanging out over there. All right, and there's Slim Pickens. Say goodnight. Good night to Slim Pickens. All right, guys, thank you for being with us. We will see you tomorrow either at 8:30 and or at 12:30. I don't know what I'm going to do between 8:30 and 12:30, but maybe I'll go back to sleep. Oh, there's Super Ball. Let me show you. There she is. All right, guys, have a great night. Don't forget to do something kind for yourself, for others. Do something good for yourself. Go outside, look at the stars. Go take a walk in the grass. Hug your animals. Say hi to your children, your loved ones, your grandparents, your parents, whatever makes you get through the day. We watch a lot of terrible stuff, and for those that aren't feeling well, please feel better. I know it's a J. Where are you, MG? I know you're. Well, maybe you went to sleep. Hopefully, you're getting some restful sleep tonight. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern, and then 12:30 Eastern. Have a good night. Bye.